And good morning. Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. It is Wednesday. Belly button of the week. It is hump day. Hump day. Welcome. I'm going to tell you something. I have to get myself all pumped up because I feel like shit today. It's not a joke. I feel like shit today. It is crazy. I have been, I guess maybe I've just been overloading myself with information, not getting enough rest. Sometimes I feel like I'm getting sick. Sometimes I feel like I'm okay, and here and that. But I want to start off today with saying, what is up? Really, what is up with the libtards? I just, everything that they think that they are winning on, they're just really losing America. And I don't know, maybe that's what they want. Maybe saying America losing is making them win. Who knows? Maybe that is the goal. Maybe that is the goal that they have. What's going to be crazy today is that my yellow tie is going to be disappearing because there is a effect of the invisible paint. If you know what that means, it's a green screen and all that stuff. It makes yellows kind of match with the green, so I guess it will be sort of invisible in some parts, I guess, or without color. With that being said, we do have Vice President J.D. Vance, making some remarks here on the round table with other leaders, and we'll get to that in a moment. Let's make sure that everybody is in here. Checking in. Let me take a look at this panel really quick. See who's. Oh, look at the Javier Hernandez is waiting to be blocked by some moderator today. I think this libtards, they really look forward to getting blocked. I don't understand why that is, but it is. Give me a second here. I need to get my monitor going. I thought I had this ready. What's going on? Like I told you, man, I don't feel good today, but we're gonna try to do it. We're gonna try to do it. We're gonna try to run this mug. Okay, there we go. Okay, all right, fantastic. We're back. You guys probably don't even know what the hell I'm talking about, but I have such a migraine today. I almost put my glasses on today, to be honest. I know that people are gonna be clowning on now, but I almost put my glasses on today. I don't feel good. I think I told you that yesterday, but it is what it is. Just can't breathe. Maybe we need to get some adrenaline going. Maybe some libtards get my blood pumping today, so that we can actually get some excitement in this in this half-century-old body. Good morning, Robert. Good to see you on here. Brian, what's up? What's up? Double what's up for you today, my friend. Good to see you on here, Brian. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you and your family is well as well. Appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. And let's go ahead and get this party started. We're gonna first of all, why don't we start off with just to get my trying to get rid of this. Trying to set my mind to get rid of these migraine that I'm having here. Why don't we go ahead and start with J.D. Vance, our great vice president.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's good to see you all. And
before we continue,
we are here to kick off what has at this point been an informal effort, which is working with Congress to help us combat fraud. So as you know, when the President of the United States started the Fraud Task Force and really set the federal government to taking a whole-of-government approach to the anti-fraud issue, that was mainly an administrative thing. That was something we were working with our colleagues at H&HS, at DOJ, at all of the various agencies of the federal government in trying to root out fraud. And I'd remind all of you and remind the American people and remind what these congressmen and senators don't need reminding, which is that fraud is really a dual victim crime. The most obvious victim, of course, is the American taxpayer, who has their hard-earned tax dollars stolen from them to enrich people who are violating our laws and taking advantage of our country. But I think more profoundly and more sadly, the second victim of fraud are the people who benefit from programs that the American people have set up in their generosity and in their kindness of spirit, and those programs don't function as well or don't even have the resources necessary to work because they've been stolen from by fraudsters. I think an example that is particularly close to my heart because we have a 2-week-old newborn at home is a program that we set up through the Medicaid program to actually provide high-quality health care to new moms and to newborn infants. To people who can't afford high-quality health care, we, as a generous nation, ensure that they have access to the resources that they need. And yet, we have, working with DOJ and others, we have identified, prosecuted a number of cases of people where they have taken from this program, not provided an ounce of service to a new mom or a young baby, and enriched themselves by literally taking money from the medical care of newborn infants. This is despicable behavior, and it's something that we've allowed to go on for too long in the United States of America. I'm very proud that you could not just look at these sort of qualitative stories about what's going on, but we can actually measure the success of the fraud task force. Working with Andrew Ferguson and with Steve Miller, two of the great all-stars of the Trump administration, we have been able to identify $230 billion of fraud just since the fraud task force was set up. And that's frankly by conservatively estimating it. Andrew and I had a meeting in my office last week, and he said, do you want to estimate it conservatively or do you want to estimate it aggressively? And I said, well, I kind of want to estimate it aggressively, but then all you people will criticize us. So let's estimate it conservatively so that we can give the American people the most rock-solid explanation of how this task force is working to protect their money. We've been able to stop $56 billion in fraudulent payments that would have otherwise gone to fraudsters rather than to the people who need them. And in the process, we've saved, obviously, the American people a lot of money. But as much as we've done and as much as we've had great successes, and this brings me to my final point before I kick it over to Andrew, this effort will fundamentally always have a limitation unless our colleagues in the House and the Senate are working with us. We don't want the next administration, whoever, God forbid, you're going to have President El Sayed in 3 years. We don't want him to undo all the incredible work that we've been doing when we've been taking out the fraudsters and saving the American people money. And in order to make this really work, we need our colleagues in Congress to really codify some of this stuff, to make sure that it becomes law. And again, this is the sort of thing where, while I see only Republicans surrounding us today, we really have been able to work in some cases with Democratic governors and Democratic attorneys generals on the anti-fraud task force. And we would love, I'm not necessarily holding my breath, but we would love to work with Democrats in Washington to codify some of the anti-fraud actions that we've taken and to take it to the next level. There are a few things that we really need to do and that we can't do at the federal government without the cooperation of the Congress. And the first that I would say the most important of these is data sharing. So when we've looked at the anti-fraud efforts that we've taken, one of the weirdest and most difficult parts of this is the black box that exists around certain state programs. So for example, the SNAP program, which provides food resources to low-income people, it quite literally feeds hungry moms and children in our country, something that is very important and that I know every person at this table supports. We know that there is a lot of fraud in the SNAP program. We know that there are illegal aliens who benefit from the SNAP program, people who have no legal right to be in the country. We would like to stop that. But I think the American people would be shocked to learn, because I was certainly shocked when I learned it a few months ago, that when we send tax dollars to the states to administer the SNAP program, we have no visibility into who is ultimately getting those benefits. In other words, if the state of California gives those food stamp benefits to an illegal alien, to a violent criminal, the federal government has no visibility, and sometimes the states themselves have no visibility. So we need to work with Congress, and we need some legislation that would actually force some data sharing between the state governments and the federal governments. We need to know where your tax dollars are going. And if the state of California or the state of New York isn't going to tell us, we need Congress to force them to tell us. And I think that's the first and most important thing that we would like to do. The second is that we would like to see stiffer penalties for fraudsters. One of the things I said at the very beginning of the task force is that I was shocked by how often we would just let low-level fraud go. Like $1 million of fraud. That's a lot of money. A person who had enriched themselves to the tune of $1 million, sometimes we wouldn't even prosecute this stuff. And even when we do prosecute it, we are limited by the penalties applied. The most important thing that we can do in prosecuting fraud is to make sure that the people who engage in fraud actually suffer some real penalties. And so we would love to work with all of you and see some stiffer penalties for the people that we're successfully prosecuting. We are throwing a lot of people behind bars, but we're limited in some ways, by the statutes that exist. We'd like to change those statutes and actually make it harder for people to commit fraud and make sure that when they do commit fraud, they go to jail, and they go to jail for a long time. And finally, we need a little bit of money, not a lot of money, and frankly, we're saving way more money than we're taking in, but the fraud task force it involves every single agency of the federal government. Every single cabinet secretary has been great, and I want to give a special shout out to some of our all-stars, Bobby Kennedy at H&HS, Kelly Loeffler at SBA, Brooke at the Department of Agriculture. We've really had a whole of government. Our soon-to-be new Attorney General, Todd Blanche, has just been amazing to work with, and I know other people will say more about that. But we need a little bit of resources, because while we're saving the American people billions and billions of dollars and we're not spending very much, we need a little bit more appropriated to expand this fraud effort. I think we'll save even more money in the process. It's the sort of investment that, unlike most of the money you guys spend, it never comes back to DC. Every dollar you give us comes back at least 5 or 10-fold. So it's a good investment, and it's the sort of thing that we need to see happen. But without further ado, I want to kick it over to our amazing co-chair of the task force, Andrew Ferguson. You see him on TV. He's amazing. But most importantly, behind the scenes when he's not on TV, he's doing amazing things for the American people. This whole thing would not work and would not work as well were it not for Andrew's hard work. So great job. Great to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and welcome to all my friends from the Senate and from the House. We're very pleased that you're here. I want to thank President Trump for creating this task force and assembling us here today. He is the first president in American history to take this fraud issue, which is an existential crisis for the American Republic, seriously, and none of this would have been possible without him. And second, the Vice President. The only way to confront fraud through the whole federal government is to have the guy that sits atop the rest of the federal government in charge of it. Nothing that this task force has accomplished, and the Vice President just read a lot of the amazing accomplishments of the task force, the whole federal government, is possible without the leadership of the Vice President of the United States. Fraud is not just about the numbers. We hear about the big numbers, we just heard them today, but fraud hurts real people. It hurts all of us by taking our hard-earned money out of our pockets and putting it into the hands of the most reprehensible people in this country. And second, it hurts real people in specific physical ways. The best example I have of this involves skin substitutes. Fraudsters, up until this year, were performing unnecessary surgeries on elderly Americans in hospices and nursing homes because they would then submit those claims to HHS, and HHS was reimbursing those claims to the tune of billions and billions of dollars a year. Fraud doesn't just hurt us all in our pocketbooks, it physically is maiming real Americans, and that's what this is about. It's not about the numbers at the end of the day, it is about protecting ordinary Americans from the worst of us. The second thing about this fraud effort that is so important is that it is about restoring social trust in America. All of the programs that the fraud effort has focused on were set up for a high-trust society. The Vice President was just explaining the difficulty in obtaining data to fight fraud. When Congress was creating these programs, some of them almost 100 years ago, we didn't expect that these programs were going to be attacked by fraudsters to the tunes of billions and billions of dollars a year. We expected, because that's the America that we were, that everyone would play by the rules, that the money turned over to help our friends, our families, and neighbors would be made available only to the people who really needed it. And that is just not true anymore. And so this effort is not just about protecting our programs, making sure that fraudsters don't bleed them so dry that they cease to exist. It's also about restoring social trust in this country. And so with that, I want to talk about two of the things that I think Congress can do to help us address both of those problems. The first is on social trust, and the Vice President touched on this just a minute ago. People commit fraud against our programs because it is relatively easy. And one of the reasons that it is easy is that the punishments associated with much of the fraud are relatively low. We have seen what can happen in America when you really vigorously enforce the laws. Just take the last year and a half in this country. Violent crime is at an all-time low, and that's for two reasons. Number one, thanks to President Trump and Stephen Miller and others in the administration, the border is sealed and the criminals are not coming here anymore. And number two, thanks to Todd Blanche and the men and women of the Justice Department, we are vigorously enforcing our criminal laws and making sure that people who commit crimes suffer the consequences. That has to be true for the fraudsters. Every single person who considers raiding one of our agencies and taking money out of our pockets needs to think long and hard about what might happen to them if they are caught. And under this Justice Department, they will be caught. And so we want to work with Congress to dramatically increase the sentences associated, even with low-level frauds, to incent both the Justice Department to prosecute all fraud all the time and to make every fraudster think long and hard about whether it's worth facing a long time in jail before deciding to raid our programs. And then the second thing that we need to focus on has to do with another thing that the Vice President talked about, which is data sharing. Fraud is easy because data is difficult to get, and data is the enemy of fraud. One of the things that the Vice President has accomplished using this task force is that almost all of the agencies are now using automated AI-driven tools to find the fraud before the money leaves the agency. But the only way that works is if we have data. And right now, data sharing is difficult, and for a lot of our programs like SNAP, which is an incredibly important program that we want to protect in this country, like the Vice President was just explaining, states don't have to share data with us in order to participate in the program. Data sharing should be a requirement for participating in these programs because that will unleash the power of American AI ingenuity and innovation in these agencies to stop the fraud before it happens. Because once it goes out the door, it's very difficult to get back. The pay and chase doesn't work. And so the way you stop fraud is you keep Americans' hard-earned money in the agencies unless it's going to someone who actually needs it. And for that, we need data. We need data to make sure fraudsters don't get it, non-citizens don't get it, and the only way for that to happen is if we have data. And the easiest way for that to happen is not through rulemakings, it's not through guidance, it's Congress stepping up and saying, if you want to participate in these programs, if you want access to American taxpayer dollars, you have to share data so that we can fight fraud. And any state who doesn't want to share data, we should learn a lot about the leadership of that state. If they want to protect fraud more than they want to protect ordinary Americans, something really rotten is happening in that state. So those are just two of the things that we want to work with Congress to accomplish here under the Vice President's task force. And with that, I'll turn it over to Stephen Miller.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for your leadership on this bold and existentially important initiative. Thank you to Mr. Ferguson for your incredible work and stewardship of this task force. And of course, thank you to President Trump for his extraordinary leadership in establishing this task force, assigning this portfolio to the Vice President, and providing direction, focus, and determination to the whole U.S. government. It's great to see all of my friends in the House and Senate who are here today, who have been such tremendous allies, not only on this issue, but so many issues, and in some cases for a very, very long time, since 2015 and before. And so thank you all. I want to pick up, because this is something that I've encountered on a daily basis, on a theme that both the Vice President and Andrew Ferguson have mentioned, which is the lack of criminal responsibility, the lack of criminal punishment for egregious fraud in this country. It is, first of all, true, as the Vice President said, as hard as it is to believe, that for most recent history, which in the case of these programs would be in the history of these programs, if you committed $1 million of fraud or less, you were unlikely to ever be criminally punished in any way at all. And if for some strange reason in the past, a bureaucrat had the courage to defy that agency guidance and actually bring you to trial and put you in front of a jury, you'd be unlikely to do any real jail time at all. And this may be hard to believe, that you could steal hundreds of thousands and ultimately millions of dollars and not do any significant jail time. Again, you can look at the sentences for the Feeding Our Futures fraud, which is one of the largest frauds in the history of any country anywhere in Minnesota, to see this. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I think probably the simplest, least conspiratorial explanation is that when Congress was drafting these statutes, they still lived, to use the phrase that used a lot today, in a high-trust society, and it eclipsed their imagination that there would be systemic, widespread, continual lying, fleecing, and organized crime to rip off hundreds of billions of dollars from the American taxpayer, which is what has happened. So there needs to be strict, clear, mandatory minimums. Because by the time you've been convicted, you have already proven to a jury, this is not a civil punishment, this is you've proven to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that you deliberately, willfully, maliciously engage in a scheme to steal from the American taxpayer and from those in genuine need. And when you've satisfied 12 jurors of that fact and been convicted, you deserve to have a very substantial prison sentence. That change alone would be watershed for fighting fraud, because it would mean that the Department of Justice would be able to, through prosecuting a few hundred or thousand cases in a year, be able to chill the criminal conduct of millions. Whereas right now, no matter how many people you prosecute, you're still left with the criminal element thinking, I'm willing to risk 6 months in jail for $5 million in ill-gotten gains. And we've reached a point, and again, only because of President Trump and the Vice President's leadership is this happening. We've reached a point as a country, until we came along, as hard as it is to believe, where we have federal law enforcement in cities around the country who have to conduct weeks or months-long investigations of daycares where there are no children present at all, to be able to then go into a court of law and say, no kids on Monday, no kids on Tuesday, no kids on Wednesday, no kids on Thursday, right? And this is the real thing. We have federal law enforcement officers who then they have to issue subpoenas and search warrants to get phone records, email records, financial records. And what does it all end up with? You go to a jury in Minnesota and you say the defendant has collected $7 million for a daycare, claiming to be taking care of 100 children for 6 months, and we found one kid attended in that entire time, and he was the nephew. So you spent months of federal effort. When you do that and you're found guilty, you belong in jail for a very long time. I'm almost over my own time here, so I'll just add to the other point the Vice President said, which is on data sharing and technology and integrity, you can solve 95% of this problem with simple technological verification and data sharing measures that is in technology that was invented 20 years ago. Now, the technology today, of course, is even more astonishing. But if every single person who wanted to enroll in SNAP or enroll in Medicaid or enroll in public housing was in a shared database that the federal government had access to verify age, citizenship, criminal record, other basic biographic facts, that single step alone would save taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. And you have to ask yourself, why would any politician oppose something so fundamental? We're not even debating eligibility rules, an important but separate debate. We are debating whether or not a person is lying to the government to extract funds for which they are plainly and clearly ineligible. The time has come to implement these reforms. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thanks. Vince?
Thank you and good morning, everyone. We gathered today because President Trump has made stopping the fraud and corruption in our welfare programs a governing priority. Thank you to Vice President Vance, Chairman Ferguson, Stephen Miller, and Executive Director Brady for their leadership in carrying out this duty, and to the members of Congress here for joining in this important work. In the time I have, I wish to offer 10 very practical, common sense, and likely very popular proposals to fight fraud in our welfare programs for congressional consideration. 1, all government agencies must verify that every Medicaid provider or SNAP retail store is actually legitimate and eligible for payment before any payment is issued, rather than paying first and checking later. 2, require criminal background checks and fingerprinting for healthcare providers in categories with high rates of Medicaid fraud, and re-verify provider credentials at least every 3 years. 3, require states to verify every welfare applicant through the federal government's free database system that verifies immigration status in real time before issuing any taxpayer-funded benefits. 4, require states to compare welfare rolls every month against death records, wage records, and incarceration records. 5, double the number of welfare fraud investigators so that more fraud and corruption cases can be aggressively investigated and prosecuted. 6, upgrade welfare benefit cards used for food and cash assistance to have secure chip technology with a photo and expiration date. 7, prohibit high-risk retailers such as some liquor stores and smoke shops from accepting taxpayer-funded food stamp benefits. 8, end the use of government-issued pre-populated forms to do automatic re-enrollments into Medicaid. 9, eliminate so-called self-attestation, which allows applicants to simply report their own income and household information on welfare applications without providing documentation and instead requiring proof of income and eligibility before benefits are approved. 10, require state taxpayer-funded Medicaid programs that issue payments to health insurance companies on behalf of people who had already died to stop immediately once a death is recorded and require those insurance companies to return any money collected after the enrollee's death. Finally, I suggest that members of Congress call out as corruption the behavior of state and local leaders who refuse to enforce common sense fraud controls or purposely embrace loopholes that avoid individual eligibility validation, allow self-certification of eligibility, expand eligibility far beyond what Congress intended, and as a result, trap millions of able-bodied adults into a life of dependency. Fraud steals taxpayer dollars, but such corruption steals something even more precious. It steals the blessings and benefits of work. The greater injustice is not stealing money from taxpayers. It is taking purpose from another human being and diverting resources from the truly needy. Every year an able-bodied person spends trapped in unnecessary dependency is a year not spent developing skills, earning promotions, providing for a family, serving a community, or discovering what they are capable of becoming. This corruption fraud occurs when public officials knowingly tolerate or design systems that deny people the benefits and blessings of work because dependency serves personal, political, or institutional interests. Whenever public officials knowingly preserve systems that deny able-bodied Americans the blessings of work, whenever they choose to look away because dependency serves such interests, people suffer, not because they lack talent, not because they lack dignity, but because those entrusted with public authority fail to act. Our responsibility is to root out fraud and corruption in our welfare systems, send people to jail who steal benefits, and make it impossible for public officials to escape their responsibility to establish systems of accountability and program integrity so that more Americans will realize the benefits and blessings of work. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Vince, and thanks to everybody else for being here. We're now going to have a conversation about exactly how we can better work together, about how we can advance some of these legislative priorities. But we're going to do that conversation without 100 cameras in the room. So to the press, thank you for being here. We'll see you soon.
Well, I think today is going to be a good day. You guys are lucky. I have this migraine that I'm trying to control. Last night I went to sleep. I made a small prayer last night, and I said, Lord, help me to not cuss too much on my show tomorrow. That's what my prayer was about. Now, I listened to part of my live from yesterday, and I thought it was hella funny. I had tears rolling down my cheek with just laughing. I thought it was hella funny. And you can say that's corny, cliche, or whatever you want to call it, but I'm going to tell you something, man. I was fucking laughing my head off. And there's the first F-bomb. I don't think my prayer is working. All right. So with that being said, what that really means is that I am going to take some calls today. Hopefully it's not a mistake. I'm going to take some phone calls today. I told you I was going to do that yesterday, and I realized I didn't. But that's because I ran out of time. As you guys know, I've been feeling sick for the last 3 days. I have gotten no sleep now with 4 days now. It takes a toll, you know. This is why I don't know how President Trump does it. I really don't. The man, he's 32 years older than me. I think 32, right? He's 82, 81, 82. I can't remember. He's 3 decades older than me, and he manages to do all this stuff. And I pushed myself, and I said, you know what? Just so you know, I'm ready to go. I just said, Lord, if it's your will, just take me right now. Just take me. I'm ready. I don't want to live on this earth no more. But then I think about myself and we have a purpose on this world. I have gone through a lot of depression stages, a lot of stress, a lot of situations where it just seems so impossible to get out of. And I feel like it's just so much easier to just let go. You know what I mean? But that's not what God has taught us. That's not what Jesus came and tell us. See, I am ready to go at any given moment. I'm ready to go. I really am. I'm sick of this earth. I really am. But at the same time, I'm not God. It's his decision. I live as long as I live because he allows me to. How I live this earth, it doesn't matter. I can go down the street and get hit by a car. Maybe I can get shot. Whatever way it is that I'm going to go, it's going to be God's will. And it doesn't matter how I go because I believe that it's better to be with him for eternity. Without pain, without sorrow, without stress, just being in God's presence. It'll be phenomenal. So I got to continue to push forward. See, I can't take my life. That's a sin. That is an unforgivable sin, to take your life away. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. What I'm saying is that it doesn't matter, how bad things get in our life. It doesn't matter if we think that the easy way out is the best solution. No, it's not. It's not. We still have a duty to perform. We still have a purpose in our life. What is your purpose? Well, your purpose is to live a life where you constantly, every day, give thanks to God and you fight against your weakness. You fight against sin. It's not easy. It's very hard. You guys probably don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but it's very difficult. And I am just thankful to God that I have another day to live. With that being said, I am who I am because God has made me who I am. And has allowed me to make the decisions that I have made, and I have paid for the consequences. I have paid for the bad decisions that I made in my life. Everything that doesn't go according to plan is my fault, not God's. Every decision that has brought pain is not God's, it's mine. Every consequence, every punishment, any type of pain and suffering upon my life is mine, not God's. But whenever I am allowed to have a moment of happiness and joy, that is God's. I give him thanks at all times, in good times and in bad times. God is a person, but he's not a human like us. See, inside of us, we're made of three things: our soul, our spirit, and our flesh. Our flesh is weak. Our spirit longs to be with God. And we have a brain, a decision maker, what we call a soul. The soul makes our decision. If your mind is dark, your decisions will be dark. If your soul is dark and it belongs to Satan, meaning your mind, there's no hope for you. There is no hope for you. The only thing that you can do is give yourself to God. Believe in Jesus Christ and ask him to clean your soul. Ask him to renew your mind. Ask him to strengthen the spirit to overcome the weakness of the flesh. It's so common sense to me. I don't know why it's so hard for people to understand. Yes, I believe we have free will in heaven. Here is a mystery. Now, this is just my interpretations. You can take it with a grain of salt. You can call me crazy. That's okay. I believe that when Satan, Lucifer, the morning star, the most beautiful angel, most beautiful creation that God has made. See, he was given free will in heaven. And he chose to give in into jealousy and envy. And that grew in him to try to take out God. He didn't want to be like God. He wanted to be God. Him and 1/3 of the angels, imagine this. 1/3 of the angels followed Lucifer. They were casted onto this earth. These are the first humans. Yes, before Adam and Eve. I know, it sounds crazy. Like I said, this is just my interpretation. You don't have to believe it or accept it at all. It's just my interpretation. And so there's 2/3 of angels. And I believe that we are those 2/3. So the purpose in my life, the purpose of every single one of us in our life, is to prove to God that we long to be with the Spirit, not with the weak sin of the flesh. Anyways, we'll leave it there. There is no blasphemy, my friend. There is no blasphemy. Please do tell me, what is a blasphemy? I'm giving you guys some attention here. I want you to tell me why you think it's blasphemy. Man, don't delete comments, bro. If I'm asking somebody a question, I know there's a delay. That's okay. You are no better than a cult leader. Interesting. So what does a cult leader do to you? What compares me to a cult leader? When I said it's just my interpretation. All glory be to God. All praise be to God. God the Father is the creator of the universe and everything in it. Jesus Christ is the only begotten Son. Oh, angels were not human. No, they're not. What is an angel besides a messenger? Do tell. Good morning, Teddy. How are you? Good to see you on here. Do tell me, what is an angel? That's right. When you use the name of God in vain. That is correct. That is a blasphemy. So, are angels... What are angels? I want you to tell me. See, I have this I don't want to confuse people with my interpretations. Like, again, these interpretations are mine and my own. That's it. They're mine only. You don't have to believe it. I'm not here to give you some science fiction story to make you feel better. Let's see. Why didn't God just keep humans with him like he did the angels? Well, this flesh is weak. He can't handle it. This flesh needs to be destroyed, and it will be in due time. But I want you to tell me, what do you think an angel is? See, in the Latin translation in Spanish, what I have realized is that, and I don't know what words you would use on, but the Bible says that we were made a little less than an angel. Now, your interpretation can be, you were just an inferior species. But the way that I interpret it is, David, how are you, the zinc roofer? David is the man. He has been released from jail. You better leave. You better behave before you have to leave. So what do you think it means? What are angels? Besides a messenger, you can Google the meaning. It's okay. You can Google the meaning of the word angel. Angels are messenger, yes. The Messiah was also delivering a message from the Father God. Here, I'll make it short for you. Angels are spirits. We as humans, in order to have free will, we have to have a choice. We have to be given a soul, a mind, a brain, the one thing that makes you decide between good and bad. And so you are downgraded. See, you have been demoted to human status. Correct. You have been demoted to human status. And what do humans have? A spirit. Think about it. So if a human is a spirit, soul, and flesh and body, right? Flesh, the body. When we die, what happens to us? Again, I'm not trying to teach you a new religion. No. Forget about that. This is just talk. The way I see it, in 2 Thessalonians, the Bible says that if we die believing in Christ, we will be resurrected when Jesus Christ comes again. Okay, all right. So you're thinking, right there, believed in Christ, meaning I die believing in Christ. That means that my brain, my soul, chose Jesus Christ to be my Lord and Savior. Here is the resurrection. Tell me, if you do know anything about the Bible or anything about prophecies or God, what goes to heaven? It's not the soul. The soul is your brain. I made that clear for you. What goes on living? Not the body, not the flesh. Only the spirit. You know, I always say, because the Bible says that, you know, that we're supposed to make treasures up in heaven. And I don't care about treasures up in heaven. Just imagine what treasure. I just don't understand. What treasure can possibly be so tempting to me to want to create in heaven that is going to be greater than being with God, our Creator? It makes me want to cry just even saying it. I'm honest. You can call me you can think I'm a demon, but I'm just saying. It makes my spirit just, what can I tell you? And again, I'm not trying to give you a new religion or anything like that. That's just my interpretation, and you can take that with a grain of salt, as I always say. But it's very, very interesting that the only thing that gives us free will is our soul, our brain. 2 Thessalonians also says that when those who died in Christ or sleep in Christ, that those who are alive will be transformed into spirit only. It's a mystery, guys. Don't look too much into it. All I know is that we're supposed to live in peace. There are rules that we're supposed to follow. And that's really what you should be concentrating yourself on. That's it. Now, with that being said about the video that we just played right here with J.D. Vance and Scott Miller and all these other people, fraud is a demonic thing. It is a sin. This is what the evildoers do. And we had to fight against it. We had to fight against it. You know, when we say that we having a spiritual war, think about this. I stand to respect the law. People hate me for respecting the law. I say respect the rights of the citizens of the nation. I get hated by that. I love my neighbor and I don't want any harm to come to them, so I always tell them the truth. For illegal immigrants, well, you're going to get deported. That is the truth. That is the law. And it needs to be enforced. Now, they say I'm being hateful. Tell me, David, the zinc roofer. That is your name, right? David? What is it, David Thompson? Yeah. Tell me, why do I need a church? I know I want to find one, but why do I need a church? And if I found a church, would the words that I speak to you be any different or carry more weight? It's an interesting concept, isn't it? I think about all these things. You know, like Muhammad, I actually have some respect for Muhammad. I think he's still investigating what's going on with spirituality. The reason why I don't like the Islam religion is many reasons. But the most important ones to me is that Islam means submission. And it doesn't mean submission to God. And even though Allah is a word for God, it doesn't mean that it's the God. It's a big difference. See, when we talk about God, you always hear me saying this. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The great I am. Yahweh. Jehovah. Jehovah. See, those are names to my God. And if Allah just means God, well, who's God? What is he a God of? He definitely didn't create the universe, because my God did that. Lucifer believes himself to be a god. In a way, he is. He is called the prince of this world, the prince of darkness. Not the king, the prince of darkness. I don't consider myself to be this great theologian, doctor in theology. But faith is one of those things that nobody can tell you what it is. You just have to have it. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully I can find a church. See, I don't go to a church just so that I can say I go to a church. Thank you, Tangi. That's right, Mama. You know what I'm talking about. If I can't find a church, let me tell you why I can't find a church. Now, I don't want to discourage you from going to church. This is why it's none of your business why I am not going to a church. But I'm going to tell you, since this is a public channel, I will judge the leadership. And if I am just going to go to church so that I can judge the leadership and begin to sour my soul, what is the purpose? What is the purpose of me going to a church or a building for that matter? See, just because you call it a church does not make it a holy place. I'm gonna tell you probably the best example that I can ever give you about a holy church. You ready for this? The church, it's only God's temple. It's only a holy place. when God is in it. Sort of like Air Force One. Air Force One is just a big, huge 747. Just a huge 747. Any plane is just a plane. Until President gets in it. Then it becomes Air Force One. Helicopters. Just a helicopter. But when the President gets in there, it's Marine One. You see what I'm saying? So, why should I look for a temple, a house, a building? The Zung River's name is David, but we'll call him Zinc. Dosito, good morning, brother. Good to see you. Season. Good morning. See, yes, you're killing me with that nickname, bro. You gotta work on that username. Anyway, I don't know. You know, I feel like today I want to give people the benefit of doubt. That's why I don't want you to, erase every single comment that people, if they disagree with me or negative comments that they put on there. Today is a different day. Today is a different day. Yeah, that's it. Let's see. Jesus wouldn't have had to die on the cross for our sins if we could have got there ourselves. Isn't that the truth, my friend? Stop speaking our language. I will tell you, I think sometime maybe at the end of this month, I think, or beginning of September, I think I might have announced it to you guys. I will be traveling down to Florida, and then I'm going to make a road trip from there, from Florida all the way down to Arizona, and then I will fly back here to Seattle, Washington. So hopefully, if while I'm driving, I hope that I can get good reception. You know how it is with you drive on the road and you get bad reception or whatnot. Hopefully, I will try to set up my camera so that I can record the way that I travel, make some videos, and maybe I'll just I'll make some clips or make those videos available for members only. I always make these plans and have these ideas, and at the end of the day, I always change my mind. So that's the kind of person I am when it comes to this sort of planning. But when it comes to taking care of people, that never changes. It's always the same. Let's see. Well, Tangi says, well, remember, if you have to be perfect for God, then God does not need you. He needs broken people to speak out for him. Most of us are broken. Amen, sister. Amen. Todd says, a felony for a bookkeeping error, not the flex you think it is, moron. No, Todd. Todd Ramirez. I want them to list down the 32 felonies. I want them to let me know. 32 felonies, they say. I want them to name the 32 felonies. Yes, out of one little clerical error. I got you. Go ahead. David, the zinc roofer. I find it interesting. I have cussed you out like a poor dog that you are, but I always give you the benefit of doubt. I always think that maybe somewhere deep inside there is some sort of common sense that you are going to come across. And you have proven me wrong every single time. So congratulations. You are retarded. And I you prove me wrong. Every day you prove me wrong. Every day I think, this day, the zinc roofer is going to make some good comments on my live. I'm going to tell you something. I appreciate it when I get a lot of people to come into my channel, and they want to interact and do this and that. I'm very happy with that. That's fantastic. But there is something that I always try to give for people. That's right, and I will drive those miles. And I hope to go and take a little quick visit to my Navajo people in Arizona. We'll try to go visit the Navajo Nation there. Number one MAGA follower. No, I'm not a MAGA follower. I am MAGA. Anyways, I think these guys they're wanting me to cuss them out today. They wanted me to cuss them out today, but that's not what we're going to do today. Today, I'm going to give you access to call me. I got a couple of videos that we're going to go through. We got some news to cover, but I want you to call me in. If you want to talk a little bit about religion and you want my opinion, I'll give you my opinion. If you want to give me your opinion, go on. Feel free. Give me a call. There's nothing wrong with calling. Mohammed, I don't know if I blocked you because of your friends, but if you're not blocked, you are more than welcome to call if you're still here. Destroy. Imagine how much of a spaz zinc roofer has to be to spend his time trolling this platform. It's a very small platform, right? There's not much people here. I don't know why these trolls like to come in here and just bash down on the little guy like myself. Oh, man. Yeah. For a bank loan that the bank agreed to. We know what it is that they. You know what's crazy? That bullshit that they try to say, those 32 felonies or whatever, 34 felonies. You know what's really funny about that is that Letitia James, it's actually guilty. Yeah. She is actually guilty of fraud, lying. But the libtards say nothing about that. Right. So if you don't know, lawyers that get access, they get authorization to make decisions for their clients. That is something that they do. And unfortunately, President Trump trusted him 100% that he will do the right thing. Just like the libtards, when President Trump says, hey, I need you to find me 11,000 votes. We got to win this election. What the libtards heard, oh my God, he wants to get fake votes. He wants to cheat on the election. That's what the libtards heard for some reason. I don't know. When I hear this, I need 50,000. I need 50,000 votes to win. What I hear is we got to work harder. We got to go and find these people. We got to give the message. We got to deliver the message out there. Maybe there's some people out there that haven't heard us. Let's get those 50,000 votes. That's what I'm hearing. For some reason, the libtards, they just try to find anything to hate about our great POTUS. Salud, my friends. I know I'm not too enthusiastic today. I'm feeling a little bit better as time goes by, okay? Mobrio, give me a call. Go ahead and explain to me why. See, guys, good morning, Mr. Big Boss. Mr. Big Boss. Mr. Steven, welcome. Chair Bear, how are you? Good to see you on here. Two Worlds. Love Two Worlds. Two Worlds is okay in my book. Turn the phones on, Dennis. I'm calling. Billy Bob, please do. The phone number is there. Molly from Dwayne Lanes wants to sell me a new car. No. Big win in Michigan. Yeah, big win for Republicans. Yeah. I agree. It's a big win. Al-Sayed is just going to make Democratic policies even worse, which is it kind of sucks, but it has to happen. It has to happen. Let's see. When you quit insulting 70% of your fellow Americans, I'll leave your channel forever. Just do yourself a favor. Do it right now. Just leave. Is that what's holding you down? Well, I guess you're here forever, my friend, because that's not going to stop. Tanya, good morning, sister. Good to see you. Big hug at a distance. My love to you, sis. Where is the phone number, guys? I don't know. I don't know. Is the number way too high? Is that what it is? Did I put the location way up there? People can see it. Maybe it is a little bit high. Maybe it is a little bit high. Let's see. On my phone, yeah, I guess my name is on it. Let me see. Maybe this is what it is. Maybe that's what it is. We'll give him the benefit of doubt, which is funny because people always call me. If I'm looking at my monitor, it's perfect. It's perfect. It looks good. But if it's giving you problems here, if you guys can't see it, I'll try to change it and see if I can. Yeah, that's the one right there. All right, let me see if I can bring it down a little bit, okay? I'll try to bring it down a little bit right there. And then see if I can put this background up there. Just to fill in the blank. I don't like to have blanks. All right, let's try that and see if that works. Okay? Let's see if that works. There's a phone number, but just in case. Yeah, it's a bit too high. I saw that. Okay, so here's a phone number if you guys really need it. So I want you to tell me, why you disagree with me. It's very simple, guys. It's not a trick question. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's okay. You will survive. You will survive. Keon, your opinion. You are entitled to your opinion, but your opinions are not facts. You understand? Opinions are not facts. Don't confuse it. And please, do me a favor. If you call in, don't try to tell me how to behave. Call in, be respectful, and you'll get that respect back. If you have soft feelings, if you are, for example, a little pussy, don't call because you're going to get your feelings hurt. But, just have some respect and, you got to gain favor. Comparame, how are you, my friend? Good to see you. And, a lot of people come in here on the left side and they really hate the hat. They think that I'm trying to be white for some reason. I don't know why, but that's what they think. They think it's only Texans wear hats like this for some reason. It's just a hat, guys. Just you gotta knock it off. Yeah, if you block your number, you are a coward. This is true. This is true. There it is. No block numbers. Do you guys know why I say no block numbers? Why do you think I say no block numbers? Don't waste my time. Why do you think I say no block numbers? How much have we spent on illegal immigrants, Keon? How much have we wasted on fraud, waste, and abuse from the Democrats? See, you're one-sided. That's why you get called names. That's why you get trashed. You're one-sided. If you give me a question, ask the full question. Don't be one-sided. 34 felonies. Psh, right. Yeah, it was thrown out of court because it was ridiculous. That's how bad that was. Just let it go, bro. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. This is unbelievable. How much fraud in the Pentagon? You got proof of that? If you got proof of it, well, let's hear it. Let's see it. I want to know why they're not being prosecuted. That's not a fact, is it? 3.9 billion in corruption by Trump. It's not a fact, is it? That's not a fact. Go ahead, but there's no facts. That's the problem. See, you have opinions. You regurgitate what you hear from others. What I want you to give me is a fact. For example, When we say fraud, waste, and abuse, we have receipts. People are going to jail. That is a fact. Where? Where did it go? Was it illegal? Was it illicit? What is it? I can tell you billions in fraud, in scams, were supporting the Somalian government. People are going to jail for that. They shut down USAID. And the economy in Somalia collapsed. Oh, very, very interesting. That's a fact. That's a fact. No, come on. Give me a call. Give me a call. There's the phone number. Over $1 billion. Fact. And I'm sorry, is that illegal? Did that hurt the American taxpayers? I'm curious. How much did it hurt for the president to have a $400 million plane being gifted to the United States of America? Go on. Give me the fact. That's not a fact. Yeah, just leave, bro. Just don't make excuses. Just leave. Right. It's not illegal. Otherwise, he would be in jail, but he's not, is it? The president represents the United States of America, and he is entitled to take that plane and put it in his library when he retires. If he was planning to use that as a personal use afterwards, sure. But he's not. So your fact is not really a fact, is it? And it's not illegal, is it? Wow. Right. Billy Bob, I don't know what the fuck you're celebrating, bro. This guy. I know you're a retard. I got you. I know you're retarded, so I'll give you the benefit of doubt. Right. Obama scanned Medicare for Obamacare. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it. Yes, I am very lost. Yeah. I'm very lost because I fight for the American fucking people. You fight for illegal immigrants. Yeah, let's see who's lost. Yeah. All right, have a good one, bro. I thought you had to go. I know, sis. I know. But I want you to answer me, you know, like the zinc roofer. David, stop asking the same damn question. Come on. No, it just means that you're a fucking retard. That's what that means, Billy Bob. That's all that means. That's all that means. I fight for the... No, you fight for your own ass. I fight for the working people. Americans is what I fight for. You work for your ass. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Destroy. You know what I'm talking about. You know, I'm glad that there's some patrons on my chat. Yeah. How much money do you think I'm making right now for defending the American people? Billy Bob is a typical liberal who has no idea how corrupt the Democrats are. Yeah, sure, Keon. You go ahead and keep telling yourself that. Here we go. We got Palo Alto. It's probably Keon, bro. Let's see. Thank you for calling. Who's calling?
Hey, this your sister Tantrum. How are you?
Tans, I'm going to have to save your number so I know when you're calling me.
Yes.
All right. What's up, sis? What you got for me? Give me something. Listen. Before you go, before you tell me, before you go off, these guys asked me a question, right? But they asked me a question as if nothing is happening on the other side. I want them to answer my question instead of deflecting. You know, if I say anything about the United States of America, they always go with something else. Like, well, what about this? No, that's not an answer. That's a question to something else. What do you want to say to people today?
I think that's a sickness. I don't know. That's a mental problem.
It is a mental problem.
Because what they do is they like to move the goalposts because they don't want to see the truth. right?
Yeah.
Now, we've been seeing receipts. It's in our face. Everybody can look at it. The left can look at it. The right can look at it. The far right, the far left. Everybody can look at the receipts. Now, there is a bunch of channels, including your channel, that is showing Donald J. Trump, and I call him Donald Jaquan Trump to me,
Yeah.
is sitting in the Oval Office speaking with men in power. And if you pay attention, that clearly states to you if that Indian woman would have taken power. Mind you, everybody, she's not a black woman. You understand?
Right.
That's a lie. They put on a copper color just to fool black people to vote. Understand, voter suppression started with them. So for someone like her, she couldn't even run a damn country, let alone run her mouth. She can't even speak and interview anything. So to see that Donald Trump can intellectually speak to people in power, and those who hate him but love him at the same time is one thing. Like they fear power out of him, but at the same time they respect him because, okay, we can't F with your country.
Yep.
Like we're used to doing.
Yep.
But these far leftists, these KKK offsprings, and that's what I'm gonna call them because they sound like the KKK Aryan brother offsprings. They come from that offspring.
Yeah.
They're the ones that they don't realize that they enslaved black people. That's the ones, and they didn't want to give us civil rights. They didn't want to do these things. This is a typical Democrat, just like John Thune is a Democrat. And I think everyone should call up to that damn Trump administration and let everybody know the reason why John Thune doesn't want to communicate because he works for the Democratic Party. He takes on a name Republican.
Yeah, he's a traitor. Yeah.
He's never been a traitor. He's always been a Democrat.
Yeah.
He's just taking
That's
on
true.
a
Yeah.
name
Well, yeah.
Republican.
Yeah. You're right.
And that's what I'm saying about these fake people who want to run as the Republican Party. These people, these nameless Republicans, people call rhinos, far left people. They're the ones that's over here blocking your blessings, and you're complaining about Donald J. Trump, and Donald Trump is trying to save this country. Here I am as a black woman that feel like I got more sense to have my own damn people.
Yeah.
And I'm watching and I see everything for what it is. And I said, oh, darn, I can buy a house now. Oh, darn, my son can go to private school now. He doesn't have to take that dang jab. These are the things where I feel like we're finally getting our just due as an American people. You don't know how to be free. So you attack people like me and Dennis.
Yep.
You attack people who believe in the MAGA movement. Did you know MAGA is not a racist thing? Everybody's you got Mexa MAGA.
Yeah.
you got Latin MAGA.
Yeah.
You got Black Lives MAGA.
Yeah.
You got B1 MAGA. You got regular MAGA people, which people like to attack the white folks because they're MAGA. Well, no, you can't leech your hate onto someone because they want America to be great again.
Yeah.
And so, mind you, everyone that's doing the dirty work are the ones that saying Trump is dirty. And they're the ones being dirty. And then when they get caught, they move the goalposts. So you learn from your mommy and daddy at the left.
Yeah.
That's where you got it from. As soon as Ilhan Omar, the guy who said something about the criminal and the bookkeeping and stuff, he was talking about Ilhan Omar. So I caught on quick with that. I don't think he was targeting you. He was targeting Ilhan Omar. I just left from a channel where Ilhan Omar may be doing 20 years in prison, or she's but to me, she should be deported.
Yeah.
Immediately. Why is she still here?
Well,
See,
here's one of the questions that I have for these morons here is like, okay, so they want to say that President Trump committed fraud. Okay, all right. Look, if he's committed fraud, I want to see his ass in jail. But when I tell them about Ilhan Omar, for example, you just mentioned her, right? She is being found to have lied so many times on her reports, on her taxes, on her business findings, and all these things. She has swore up and down that the president that she believes the president is the Somalia president. Tell me that's it's not un-American. Tell me that you give a shit when you're hiding billions of dollars of fraud going to Somalia in your Somalia infested neighborhood. You're going to tell me that you're not going to question that. See, this is why the libtards lose me. I wish that they were just Americans trying to find the truth. But when
Well,
they
they don't
make
want to be.
excuses for all of their fraud, that just pisses me
Right.
off.
No,
I
but
always say, if he's guilty, put his ass in jail. But these people
right.
don't say
But
that
they,
about their people.
no, you know why? Because all they're going by is what the news tell them. They going
Yeah.
by what the grandmama tell them. They go
Yeah.
by what grandpa, because they don't understand. They're being this is history that they're experiencing. They're so used to seeing crooked people running office, they don't know how to handle Trump. Because see, Trump has been honest the whole damn time, and nobody wants to
Yep.
believe that. Oh, he's a crook.
Yeah.
Okay, well, why aren't you looking at your party? Oh, this is a peaceful protest. Listen, breaking into people's Teslas is not peaceful, baby.
Right,
Doing
right.
things that police officer is not peaceful, baby. That's not peace. You tell me what peace is, and that's why I think the colleges have failed. They take your bribe money. They're indoctrinating these students, and they got the students dumber than what they were when they came out of high school to go to college. And
Yeah.
you want to know why you're struggling. You want to know how come you're struggling, you're not making any money, and you're complaining about bills is being paid, gas is too high. Well, gas is too high because of you. Not because of the president,
Yeah.
not even because of the mayor. Because if you voted that crooked ass mayor into your state, that's who's controlling whether gas prices go up or down. Yeah, the president can tell people like Gavin nonsense, the scum, that it's time to lower the gas prices. I've already dealt with Iran temporarily, and he can say, well, hell no, I don't have to. I want to raise the gas prices higher so everybody can blame you. And that's what Gavin Newsom in California has been doing for a long, long time. Okay? So if these leftists, now you got a few people who was on the left and they apologized to Trump and they left. Everybody owes Trump an apology. Anybody who went against Donald Trump,
Yep.
spread that lie and rumor, you let them people tell your brain. You're supposed to be the people of the republic. And you let these people tell your brains that Trump is this, Trump is that, with no damn proof. And yet Trump is exposing who the hell they are. And you refuse to listen to Trump exposing them. That's why they didn't want him in office. That's why they try to kill him. That's why they try to slander him some more. That's why they try to say, oh, Epstein. It's like, y'all didn't realize when he was first in office, nobody paid attention his first term.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Nobody paid attention that people thought he was jealous of Epstein. What happened to that shit?
Right.
What happened to the part where Epstein's text message proved that Trump set him up? Trump set me up. Trump always been jealous of me. And the black judge at that time, now she's been taken in and sworn in. Okay, she's no longer a judge. She's done for. She would never be a judge again. And good riddance to that dumbass woman. Good riddance to her. Because she was Epstein's friend right after the fact. There's a lot of things that people need to start looking up on their own. Don't start coming over here attacking Brother Herrera for none of this shit. Don't come over here. Won't you go learn some shit? Nobody's making shit up. You're making shit up. And to black folks that's calling me a coon and sellout, you a goddamn coon and a sellout. You will sell out your own damn people just to get nothing.
They like being
You
slaves.
ain't now one black person did a goddamn thing for you. And you don't even know half these damn people in office. Look what happened to John Thune last night. He done paid them boule Negroes to walk up in this office. Dude, it's voter suppression. They got paid to say that damn shit.
Yep.
They got paid to say that. They got voter suppression. They ain't never experienced no damn voter suppression. But because you see, they put on the news that white people are fighting for the Save America Act as though it's a racist thing, but then they won't let black people and Hispanic people come out and say, nah, you can show you should be able to show your ID to vote, duh. And then in California, they're scared to take your ID because they may go to jail if they take your ID.
Yeah.
Who's voter suppression? I went there to vote twice. So don't come over to this channel talking about Dennis is making this up and you're sticking up for a criminal. The only one that's a criminal is you, because you are accessory to the criminals. You sticking up for people who's from this country, who's from a different country, who bring their funky ass flag to this country because they hate this country. They use this country for money laundering, stealing money, selling children, doing these different things.
Yeah.
And you know it's happening,
Yeah.
but you want to just blame Trump because your brain can just take you so far as you will love it to go.
Yeah.
You know you can be smart if you want to, if you go do some research and see it for your damn self what the hell is going on. But you don't want to do it because it feels good to just hate Trump.
Well,
He's just a white bitch.
You know what's really sad about it, sis, it's, you know, you listen to these DSA people, right? And you listen to them, and you know the conservatives are just people, you know, people out there asking questions. They're asking these DSA people if it's okay for somebody that rapes you to go out on the street free. And they literally say yes. You have to forgive. Maybe they didn't mean to. Oh, the stupidity of their mindset is just, this is why I call them retards. There is no other way for me to call them anything else. They're just retarded.
Well, no, they're being used. I mean, they're purposely getting paid.
Well, yeah, they're being used because they're retarded. If they let them
Yeah.
be used, it's because they're retarded. Now, for these
Right.
people that are saying here that Trump has the lowest numbers of employment, let's remember how many millions of jobs the Democrats lost by closing down the country, and they gave Biden credit for giving those jobs back. Joe Biden didn't create shit of jobs. Those were already
he
jobs that the Democrats actually got rid of until President Trump left office and then gave Biden credit for it. Shut the hell up, Yuka. And then you have fucking Toyota coming from Mexico. Manufacturer
Right.
coming here to the United States of America. Nobody is fighting to bring manufacturers back here to this country like President
Because
Trump
they
has.
try to drain the country. See, this is what the problem I got with this left. They trying to drain the country. They're saying capitalism is wrong because you're told to say that. You need capitalism. How are you going to buy some diapers for your kids? How are you going to buy toothpaste to brush your dirty breath and some toilet paper to wash your nasty ass? How are you going to be able to do it if they're controlling the goddamn toilet paper? Look all you got to do is look at New York. What is it becoming? It's becoming a communist state.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and now he's attacking the actual Muslims. He's attacking they're pissed. He's attacking Italians. He said Italians never built New York. Well, we got to look at history. Why don't you look at New York? You see nothing but
I already
Italians.
proved you wrong, Juka.
Yeah, all this stuff that they're doing and being very disrespectful. Oh, and this take from the rich. Well, take it out, lefty. You're going to be waking up one day and you're going to use your brain is going to operate if you allow it. And you're going to say, oh my gosh, one of these days, I don't like how this shit is run. I'm going to run a better grocery store. And, I know a way to sell goods. But as soon as the communist that you voted for finds out that you're online trying to survive and make some money because you want to live better, you may go to prison for that. You may go to jail for that because you ain't. And let me tell you one more thing. Have anybody you ever seen that show, The Walking Dead?
Yeah.
Okay. Understand they was running shit too. It became a communist. Soon as the zombies start walking around, people started saying, I'm controlling people. I'm going to control people. I control what you get, what you can't have. If you come to our city, you got to have something in trade. And if you don't, you're getting turned away and get eaten by the walkers. Or you're going to be a slave. You're going to work for me. Otherwise, you die. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. I laugh at these Hispanics, right? At least they have Hispanic names on. I laugh at these idiots that is Hispanics. As Hispanics, come in here and tell me I don't know about communism. These fucking people are so, brah. Oh my god.
They don't know about communism. That's the problem.
They wanna make fun because it looks like I've been crying. These motherfuckers don't know that I have a migraine and I'm barely hanging in here today. But you know what? I am nobody's bitch and I am not lazy. I'm gonna continue to do what I do because that's what we do.
I talk about the people that come over here in this country. They come here and they let these KKK offsprings that's in power as in government tell these undocumented people that American people are lazy. Black people are lazy. Watch out for the black folks. Yet they put them in black neighborhoods on purpose, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, because they want to live. They want to live peacefully. They don't want. They really don't care about these illegal immigrants, but they bring them. They bring their asses over here. Nobody wants to talk about. And Latino people, I want you to hear this, okay? Pendejo. I want you to and pendejas. I want you to listen real fucking good. All right. Barack Obama, since you guys don't want to look that shit up, he deported a whole bunch of legal immigrants, people with papers, people who came here to work, people who had to stop their jobs and get deported, separated families. He did that shit. And guess how half of the motherfuckers that came back here came here under Trump's watch. And people were kind of shocked, like, Trump is bringing immigrants back bringing immigrants to this country. No, he brought back the people who was falsely deported by Obama through ICE. And you didn't do a goddamn thing. Nobody did a damn thing when Obama sicked ICE on legal immigrants so he could sneak in people with no papers. I want you to use your damn brain. Snuck in people with no papers. Now, I am proud of the Hispanic people who say, fuck this shit. My people came over here with papers. They were legal. We see ICE. We cool with ICE. We show them our paper. They let us go. Simple as that. All this other stuff about y'all going up against ICE, number one, you got the white KKK offsprings getting paid. Look that shit up. That's all on YouTube. They don't care. They ain't hiding that shit no more.
Yeah.
They're getting paid to go and see ICE, follow ICE, go intimidate them. You get $25 an hour. But you get $50 each time you put your hands on ICE, to spit on ICE.
You know what, Tan? You just mentioned that, right? This is the question that I have. So you have the balls to go and protest ICE, impede, obstruct, even get yourself killed by ICE. And then you also go and have the balls to go out there and protest and fight the police. But they never, not once, do they have the balls to go and stop illegal immigrants from coming into this country. They never go to stop gangbangers from destroying the communities. I find that just so interesting that these people have the balls to go protest law enforcement. And there's only one reason for that. It's because they know that law enforcement are following the law. And they're not going to beat the shit out of them as they should be. In my book.
Well, the reason why they're not going after gang members and you know, listen, the reason why they're not going after gang members and people who are illegal immigrants stuff because they're cowards.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
And
I know how to
some of
say
the illegal immigrants, they because they're in their feelings. Oh, I'm Mexican too.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm Venezuelan too.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, no, because I'm Venezuelan, she speaks Spanish, I speak Spanish, I help them out. And it's like, dude, let me tell you something. My kids are getting mistreated, especially my son, because they don't want to do the right thing in these offices because there's a whole bunch of people in my state. See, Minnesota got a bunch of Somalians. They were doing all kind of shit. It's not just Nick Shirley going to those layering centers to see if they could put their kids in. There were black women who was trying to put their kids in a center that because they seen people that look like them, so they thought, and they decided they wanted to put their kids, their little toddlers, in those schools, and they was like, oh no, this is not, we don't have any openings. And now it explains it. That's why you can see some black women who came out in Minnesota and said that. So they had their issues with Somalians. We got our issues with Spanish speakers who are not from this country, who don't even like this country, who put up their flag in this country. And to me, that's disrespectful as hell. Like, you need to go back. Don't use us to pay your welfare. Don't use us for that. That's the whole point we're trying to say. The reason why we're broke and in a deficit right now is because you got crooked-ass people in office. Not Donald Trump, John Thune and the rest of them. Boobs. Over here getting paid, laundering money. And it's not alleged because we watched it all on the social media. They were showing all the real stuff you had. Reporters walking up to some of the some of the senators and asking them, was it true that you got paid by some illegal immigrants and the folks who work with the illegal immigrants, those what do you call them, people who help keep them from being deported. But anyway, $27,000 to accept $27,000. This fool said, and this is a white guy. He's in a suit and tie. He's supposed to be so professional, and he said, I get paid $320,000. You think I'm gonna take $27,000? So basically, he's saying he gets paid. If he's gonna sell out, he'll sell out for way more than $27,000.
It's never ending. It's never ending, sis. Let me see if I can take one more call here from Minneapolis. This might be good. I'll talk to you later, sis. Thank you so much for your call. Love you. Bye. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
James Bundy.
James Bundy. What a name, my friend. What do you got, James? What do you got to say? What do you want to say to us today?
Hey, Dennis, how we gonna get out of Iran, man?
Out of Iran? Well, we had to flex harder. I'm telling you what. It's hard to judge it because I would have already annihilated. I would have destroyed these people already. President Trump, he wants to be too diplomatic about things, and this is why he's better than me. I would have already got rid of all these suckers. I would have done without them already. But President Trump continues to be diplomatic, and that kind of pisses me off. It is what it is, but...
Well, how so? How diplomatic, how so?
Well, he's not destroying them. And he can do that. Yeah, he can do that at any given moment. He can destroy them completely, but he doesn't want to.
Well, what does that do? What is destroying them going to do?
Well, he's going to put the rightful Iranian people to govern themselves again without all this Islamic terrorism regime ruling over them.
But
they just killed 45,000 of Iranian innocent people. Wouldn't you want to stop that genocide?
You got to remember, you got to remember.
Okay, well, there you go. So what's the question about Iran? What is there to question about Iran? They need to be eradicated.
You can't just eradicate a country.
Well, not
like
the country,
that.
not the country, just the Iranian regime, not the country.
A lot of innocent people going to die.
A lot of innocent people are telling us to go in there. A lot of people are telling us to go in there.
Listen, man, you got to remember something. We went in there for one reason only. You got to remember, we originally went in there for one reason and
no nukes.
To stop it, to nuclear disarm them.
That is correct.
Then it turned into the regime change.
Well, we don't want to just change regime. We want to make sure that nobody that takes over that country is going to ever want to have nuclear weapons.
Okay, but then it turned into the regime change. Now it's to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Now you got to remember, now the Strait of Hormuz was cool when we went in there. Now we got problems with the Strait of Hormuz.
So you're one of those that likes to negotiate with terrorists.
No. The Strait of Hormuz was straight when we went in there.
Okay, it should. Okay, so who are you blaming for the Strait of Hormuz problem?
President Trump.
And who the fuck do you blame about the nuclear facility?
It was no problem.
Okay, well, there's no fucking end to it. We have to finish it. We have to go. See, what you people don't understand is we have to go in there to destroy the nuclear facility. We did. They're not done. They continue to go in there and try to get the uranium to come out. The fact that we had to destroy the nuclear facility, and that they are now fucking with the Strait of Hormuz, who are you blaming? I just want you to make sense to me. Who are you blaming? We had to go in there.
We didn't have
you agree with me already. We have to go in there to make sure that they don't have any nukes. So we have to go in there. So for them, hitting their enemies, hitting their friends, hitting their neighbors, continue to do terrorist attacks and try to block the Strait of Hormuz, you're blaming us? What kind of mentality is that? I want you to think outside the box. We need to stop them from the nukes. You agree with me that was the goal? We did it.
Yeah.
Now they're fucking with the Strait of Hormuz. That's not going to stop them. We have to finish it.
That was the original goal, but now it's turned into a shit show.
Yeah, but we have to finish it. I think we should be on the ground already, taking care of the business.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. See what I'm saying? President
we
Trump
gotta
is a
do-
better person than I am.
Listen, we got to go on the ground now because now it's turned into a huge shit show. And we go on the ground. Do you know Iran is bigger than maybe the state of Texas?
It's just
Can
land.
you imagine how many troops we got to put on the ground down
It's
there?
just land.
Over there.
Yeah, it's just land. But here's the thing. You're 100% right, and here's what it is. Okay? We have a problem. Let me tell you something. And I hope that you can see it this way, because a lot of people just say, oh, Trump's fault. Listen, oh my God, my brain is overloaded with information. Listen, they like to blame Trump, right, for trying to get results in here. But listen to this knowledge. When, let me just go to the point. Our military, the most powerful military force on earth, no questions asked. We need to have funds for it. Just when our enemies are taking President Trump serious because we bombed the shit out of him, all of a sudden Congress, the Democrats, for some reason, they like to make it public. We are not going to give you money to buy more weapons. We're not going to give you the budget so that you can continue to bend these terrorists into our will. This is how they get emboldened. This is how they get emboldened. President Xi, he actually he doesn't have to be elected no more. He is forever until he dies.
Okay.
The president of China.
Right,
That's
right,
communism. So they do that. Why? Because the only man in American history, well, not really, but today, right? The only man that has been fighting these terrorists and these communists is Trump. But the reason why he can't get the resolve that he wants, like I said, to me, he's kind of too diplomatic about it. But the biggest reason why he's having a hard time is because our own Congress and the Senate continue to make us look weak and divided. This is why they stopped doing terrorist attacks against us. Now they're having all these Muslims just go into our government so that they can fight against our government.
When does the funding stop, man? When does it end?
It should never
fundamentally,
end.
listen,
It's
listen.
never ending.
It's never ending.
It's
That's
never
the
ending.
point.
Yeah. Tell me this.
Now, because listen to me. Congress never okayed them to get into this thing in the first place.
They don't need
That's why
to.
they're resisting.
We are not declaring war. They don't need to. But I'm going to answer you this. I'm going to answer you when you answer me this question.
Uh-huh.
When are we going to stop socialist programs in this country?
Socialist. It's got nothing to do with the war.
$4.5 trillion. $4.5 trillion on socialist programs.
We're talking about a war over that we had nothing to do. Listen, we're talking about a war and innocent people dying, man.
45,000 Iranians died because of these innocent people that you're talking about.
But you're talking about socialist programs. What socialist programs are you referring to?
Everything that is socialist in this country that is being sustained by capitalism.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now we talking about a whole other subject.
Well, it makes sense to me. This is why I argue what you're arguing. $4.5 trillion on socialist programs. You have no problem with that. How do you think you are free today? You think you are free today because you got food stamps? You think this country is 250 years old, and we are the best country on earth? You think that that's happened because of socialist programs?
Listen to me. Hold that point for just a second. At least them programs are being spent on people here in the United States.
There would be no people if we have no security.
Okay, man.
That's it.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, man. No, that's it.
It's spending money at least on the people here.
My friend, listen, it's kind of like an investment. If you don't spend money on our military, on our power, you will have no country. And where are you going to get $4.5 trillion for your socialist programs? This country is, like I said, 250 years old. And it's not 250 years old and the greatest country on earth because of social programs. It's because of our military. It's because of the decisions of the brave that go out there and fight. Even when people trash on them, even when people spit on them, they still go out there and they battle the enemy. And then nobody gives a shit about the military that has made this country so great, because everybody has this heart of there is no war, only peace. There's only take, and nothing to give. No. We have what we have today because we have been stepping up against the bullies who are China, Russia, and terrorists like Iran, Venezuela. These are the people that are destroying the world. This is why you have so much hunger on Earth.
And we're the world police.
We are the big brother. That's right.
We're the bullies of the world. We run around. And
Unfortunately.
bully everybody. We're gonna run around and bully everybody into submission.
Yeah, we bully the bullies. It's what
That's
we do.
our job.
Yeah, we bully the bullies. Is what we do.
Until somebody bullies us.
Well, that's why we don't let them. That's why we got to stick together so they don't bully us.
Yeah. I've seen that. I've seen this before. It didn't work in Vietnam either.
Well, Vietnam is thriving. Vietnam is doing fantastic.
Well, it didn't work. It didn't work as far as the war was concerned.
Oh, that was communists. That was communists doing that, not us. We were just doing what we were supposed to do.
I just don't see no end to this, man, and I don't think we're gonna come out too shiny on this either, Dennis. And I'm sorry.
I know
man.
it's gonna be tough, and nobody say it's easy. Probably a lot more people are gonna lose their lives. Listen, I have had bullies throughout my life, just terrorizing the weak. Until I kick their ass, they don't stop.
It's like the United States.
You have to keep going. That's the only way. I'd rather listen. Okay, but you're not listening. You're not listening to the logic. We take care of 195 countries.
We probably do.
Oh, well, no, we do. It's a fact. You think China does that? You think China will ever do that? Fuck no.
Nope.
Okay, so I'd rather us be the big bully, the big bad guy, as long as everybody's taken care of. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying, but there's a sacrifice that needs to be made, and we have to make it.
We do, and we've done that. We've done it for eons. But the problem I got with that is that they're asking for money, and then when does the asking start, man? When does the asking
We need
start?
to continue to produce the money to keep giving them the money.
That's why they cut the social program so they can keep spending money on bombs. When does it stop though?
Well,
When you draw the line.
how about you start protecting American values first?
Okay, man. It's good talking to you, man, because we're gonna just go round and round, man.
Yeah, listen, I know we will never see eye to eye, but your opinions are correct. You should question. I'm with you on that. I feel your fears. Don't worry about that.
That's my fear.
I know, man. I know.
Because as long as we keep doing this thing with Iran, it's just they're gonna have to keep asking for money, and then it's like, when does the bombing stop, man?
Okay, let me give you this scenario. If you think about life that same way, tell me, when are they going to stop asking us for money for Medicaid?
Come on, man.
No. It's a real question.
It's a good program, man.
Well, so is this. This is good for us and the world.
It's helping our people. Medicaid is helping our people.
And illegal immigrants. And illegal immigrants, TPS holders, all these fucking people that come in here for refugee, all that money is going to them as well.
I think that.
So that's not American.
Program should be vetted differently.
I agree. But again, it's like we have different mentality. I get that, but I do appreciate you, man. I do appreciate you. Thank you so much for your call, brother.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Dennis.
Be good.
Bye.
That's a good call. Yes, I argue with him, but that's a good call. He is correct to question. He is correct in disagreeing with me. But that's just who we are. We have different mindsets. I believe that fighting is the right thing to do. And then people that come in here after everything that we do to protect American values, right? The people just come in here and insult me as if I am trashing American people. This is how I know. illegal immigrants are on my chat. This is how I know that these people are sympathizers, probably sleeping with a big booty Latina. You know what I'm saying? And they are over here emotionally compromised. Well, let me tell you something. If my mother was in this country illegally, not that she would have ever come here illegally anyway, I would tell her to go back home. I would literally deport my mother. Yes, I would. I would deport my mother. And I'm going to tell you something. If she was that special to me, I would have made sure she got papers already to come to this country. And if I really believe what I just told you, I would have moved myself with her. And I would live with her in our country. That's how that works. You can call me bad son, you can call me names, you can insult me, but that's how it works. Just because you have a need, it doesn't mean that you're going to get to break the law. That's not how it works. Let me tell you something. I was my mother's favorite child. I was the baby, the last one of all my brothers and sisters. I was the baby. Do you understand the sacrifice? My mother had to leave me for 5 years because she didn't believe in breaking the law because we had a need. Now what? All of you pussies that are here supporting illegal immigration, fuck you very much. But I was taught better by my mother. 5 years without her baby, without her treasure, the last one, without her favorite. Do you understand the sacrifice that she had to make? Whether I suffered through my childhood because of that, it is irrelevant. We can hold our heads up high because we didn't fucking break the law. And today, I still protect it and defend it. So fuck all the illegal immigrants and all those sympathizers who believe illegal immigrants are okay to be in this country. With that being said, today's message is self-deport if you are illegal. They are still giving money and a free plane ticket. Don't wait until it's too late, my friends. I have a question for David, the zinc roofer. David, tell me, where do you get these 70% of Americans that I'm insulting? There's not that many retards in the United States of America. Local freestyle. Yeah, okay. This is an anchor baby talk right here. Either he's illegal or his parents are illegal. Sell out. To who? Tell me. What loyalty do I have for you? None, bitch. None. I am not your bitch. You're my bitch. Oh, let's go. Headache is going away. Continue. Lay it on me. You guys are waking me up. Oh, man, you guys are getting that adrenaline going. Let's go, Lynn. Give me a call, Lynn. Yeah, give me a call, Lynn. Oh, I love to hear your voice. Come on, Lynn. Ching wong ling dong. Go ahead, Lynn. Give me a call. Give me a call and let me hear the Chinese accent. Come on now. Oh, boy. Cherokee Life, how are you? Oh, my goodness. These people, man, they just know they make me better. And they know it. That's why they do that. That's why they trigger me. Let's go. Let's go. No illegal aliens, no salad. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody wants to eat salad. We want beef. We want to eat the beef and the pork. Let me get some pork tacos. Is what I want. Guess what? I can eat tacos just with salt. Beef or pork. I don't need no damn salad to go with my tacos. Here we go. Oh, boy. Tangi, it better not be you again. Crazy.
Eat one link.
Come
I
on.
had to call call back. I had to call back. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to call back, but this time is the last time I'm going to call back because I know there's going to be a bunch of callers that's going to try to come after you or come and talk to you or cry to you or something. That was so funny. Yes, Lynn, call my brother. Call.
There you go. Go ahead, Ling Wantong. Give me a call. I want to hear you say, me love you long time. Go on, Mei Ling. Oh, wait, that's
I just want
Vietnamese.
to say this real quick. I guess the comment on what the brother said on thing when he kept saying, when would it end? I don't know if he's trying to make a song out of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. This was very repetitive. And you're real good at being patient. I'm not patient with people like that, but that's my brother, too. That's on the phone.
Yeah.
Listen,
Oh, you can tell he's one of our brothers. It's just I don't you know why I'm patient with him because he didn't talk about Trump. He went straight to Iran or what's going on. Even though Trump, it's obviously involved, right?
I mean, he blamed Trump for the war, but he ain't paid attention to the fact that Iranian people cried to him for this war.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah,
but you know what it is though.
Saying,
But he is. See, I have this feeling myself, but he's not comfortable because he can't see the end, and there is desperation in that. It's a normal reaction. I get that. It's a normal reaction. That's why I don't hate him for that. I think he was a great call.
He's gonna know the truth. I just don't like the weakness in my brothers. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna know the truth.
Yeah.
And once he find out, he's gonna be pissed and he's gonna think differently. But until then, he gotta stop. Everybody gotta stop blaming Trump for everything.
Yeah.
The president of the United States knows what the hell he's doing. He's a smart guy. He's been playing 4D chess, and a lot of people don't know how to play chess. So they're not going to know. And you got one dummy on the chat talking about he's run out of ideas. Maybe to you, he's run out of ideas because you have not a clue what's going on. You have not a clue because you're clueless. So that's fine. But hang in there for the show. Get your popcorn ready because big shit's going to happen.
We're about to go visit my ex account. I got a couple of videos to go through.
Okay, yeah, and then I want to call you, and I'll call you for this though. Have you thought about opening up a Rumble account?
I do. I have it. I hate fucking Rumble.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried it. They're just horrible. Oh my god, it's so hard to get going. I don't know. We'll see. I mean I try. Like right now, I'm streaming on YouTube and then also on my X account. On my X account, I got like 200 something people. Who knows? Maybe 6 of those are real. The rest of them are probably bots. But I don't really interact with my X account too much. The thing with this is that when you're using different social media outlets out there, you have to interact with them a lot. And I just I just don't have the patience for all that shit. But I do. Okay. I need to put more effort on it. You have to remember this. Right now, we're trying to get the subscriber numbers to go up, right? So we're doing this 6-7 hours just on the live. Believe me, it drains the shit out of me. But, if I do an hour, maybe a couple of hours, right? And then I do the rest of the other hours making shorts, making videos to actually put out there at different times and dates. Then I don't have to be sitting here stressful and, fighting with these libtards every day, They can just watch the video. And I won't give a shit about what they say. I just feel like I have to give them attention so that they can put their voice out there. But all they do is just insult without any foundation to their insults. I wish they would give me some facts, as they say, but all they give me is their opinion.
Right. Well, here's the thing. Before I go, I'll just say this to the chat. Listen to the, if you see, I want you to understand something. If you see people coming out here and it's not FIFA, if it's not sports, and they're bringing their flag out here, they're wearing their flag all over the place, or it's connected to the house of their choosing or what have you, they're illegal here. All right, and they're lost. They need to go back home.
Yeah.
Secondly, look up. There's a bunch of videos of people who self-deported. I think it was 1,800 people self-deported and felt good about self-deporting.
Yeah.
And they had got $2,500 from that.
Yeah.
And some is vowing to come back the right way and with respect to America. They love that. Okay, that's another thing. So the people who did self-deport, There's a bunch of Latinos who are telling other Latinos who are not from here and Hispanics that they need to go back home. They don't give a shit if they are Spanish speakers like them. They're American. They rock with the American flag. You don't. You're coming over here illegally. Don't disrespect me or embarrass me in this damn country. You go home.
Yeah.
So we have that. Let's that shit up. There's a lot of that going on. A lot of Hispanics are going off and saying, F you, you're not from this country. My people is. Okay? So that's another thing. You got, and then John Thune. Everybody need to go off and say John Thune is a Democrat. Everybody say he works for the Democratic Party. He's a Democrat. Everybody calling that. If he says no, I'm a Republican, no, apparently you're a Democrat. All right? You wouldn't, because you're finding all kinds of excuses and all kinds of ways. And again, Trump is being diplomatic once again. Oh my God. It's like he should have been fighting a long damn time ago. But he's trying to block Trump from making things happen because he wants a communist country too. He's getting paid to throw this country. And I know this because he's talking too goddamn much. And everybody need to listen to John Thune and see how crooked he really is. He's a straight up Democrat.
I don't need to watch him. I don't need to watch him anymore. I already know about him.
Yes, the ones who don't know. I understand that John Thune is the only one that's trying to block the Save America Act, and he's paying Negroes to say that it's voter suppression, knowing damn well there's a bunch of black folks who are very offended that people are going around saying we don't know what a computer is. We don't know how to get an ID. And all they're doing is they're using black people to stick up for the undocumented that's here. And it's not cool. So, yeah, and yeah, go ahead and call ICE. I'll make me a damn shirt that says, I love ICE. I'll make a shirt and wear that shit right now and post it and say, I love ICE. Okay, so that's all I'm saying. And you guys bring your IDs to vote. You're gonna save your country. We ain't gotta sit here and fold our arms and don't say a goddamn thing. If we want to put out a billboard, let us know. If we can find somebody who knows how to get a billboard, let us know. I'll donate some money. We all put some money together and we get a damn billboard exposing motherfuckers all goddamn day.
Mm-hmm.
Don't vote for this person. This person wants a communist country. Socialism kills people. I don't care what it not kills. What it does,
it kills millions.
People.
They have to kill millions to be socialist.
It cripples a lot of people. That's why. And last but not least, I know I like to throw that mic down, but last but not least, I know a lot of conservatives say, oh, abortion rights is wrong. You can't be killing children. You're getting it confused. It's not about the abortion rights and the women. You got paid females who don't even like kids talking about my body, my choice, but they don't even want any children. Okay? These are the ones that don't know a damn thing. But you got Planned Parenthood that need the money. You got certain hospitals that need the money real bad. So what they do to pregnant women, and from 28 on up, is to tell these women that your baby may have developmental issues and problems, and they trying to put it in the brain of the mother who's carrying the baby to make sure she may have to have a second thought and second guess because they need the quota to abort these babies. They need these fetuses for different reasons, and for some of it, dark reasons. And so they trying to force abortions on these pregnant mothers. Some of them got some from punk ass daddies. Yeah. Oh, go take care of that. We can't take care of the baby. I ain't feeding no another mouths. Go take care of that. But then most of it will be the white coats. You can go ahead and get an abortion. As I said it, I was 6 months pregnant when the lady tried to convince me my son may have developmental issues. And I said, how are you so sure of that? And she says, well, we can always do a procedure where we can actually terminate the pregnancy. I said, that's 6 months? And she gave me a straight look on her face, and said, we do late-term abortions. And I'm telling y'all that they are forcing abortions on these women. So if conservative people can please learn that, go study that, and then fight for the people, the women who are pregnant. Men cannot have babies. Why are you taking the fetus from the woman to try to put it inside some weird-ass men?
That's gross.
See, this is what I'm talking about. These are things that are going on that people don't realize. Okay, so no, and then you got the woman who don't want to terminate her pregnancy, but the baby brain is not working. It's not functioning. It's dead. You can see it in the ultrasound. There's no heartbeat. and she don't want to get rid of that baby. You can't tell her she's killing the baby. The baby already died in the mama. If she don't get rid of the baby, that's already gone. The baby's necro now. It's gone. Okay? She has to start all over. If you can't, and she can see it, and they don't want to feel, they don't want to listen, they don't want to hear it. They have to get rid of it. You can't judge that woman from having to terminate what's already gone in her body. So get some study. Somebody study the woman a little bit better and give the woman credit. Give the woman credit. Okay? That's all I want to say about that. There's no damn abortion rights. It's the abortion rights is trying to be for the white coats. It's not the abortion rights for the women. It's the abortion rights for the turncoats and these corporate people that's getting paid. That's all I want to say, and that's it. And these social programs, cut that shit off. Cut all that shit off. These illegals is getting money, $5,000 in welfare and $11,000 in SNAP benefits. And black people and white people who need it are being told we can only get $10 because we had made money last month. So that's all I want to say. You guys, I'm out. I'm done ranting. I thank you very much for lending me a voice. Brother Herrera, as always, you rock on your damn show.
Yes,
all
ma'am.
right?
Thank you.
And people who come here to troll on your channel, they're true fans.
Oh yeah, they love me. Trolls love me. Chicks dig me and trolls love me. Thank you, Tangi. You have a good one.
All right.
Talk to you later.
You too. Bye-bye.
Oh man, I'm here to give you a chance today. I'm here to give you a chance. Anybody else that wants to call in? Anybody? Aztec, you finally want to give me a call, or you're still a little pussy that don't want to call in? It's up to you, brother. It's up to you. Woo, man, what a day. Come on, guys. I'm trying to give you guys a chance, man. All right. Don't say I never did anything for you or didn't want to give you a chance. I gave you a chance to call in and, just tell me what you feel, what you believe, and bada bing, bada boom. Didn't want to do it. That's okay. I got you. Give me a second here. Let me get rid of this number here. I even changed a little bit of my layout so that you guys can see the number better so that you can call in. And even that you didn't appreciate. So I don't appreciate that. All right. Phone number is gone. No more taking calls here. I do, however, want to share my X account. Oh, boy. Here we go. Oh, by the way, today we're going to have, I believe Trump is going to do another, address campaigning or something like that. We'll see what it is. I know Trump is doing something at 1:30 my time. I think it's 1:30. But we'll get to that. Let me see any new posts. Cloud Girl, like my reply on X. Oh, Cloud Girl is now following. Sandra, like my reply as well. Oh, boy. Yeah. All right. See, President Trump, over 250,000 non-citizens on the roll. Think about that. Over 250,000 non-citizens on the rolls. Why Save the America Act can't wait. Now, for some of you guys who want to continue, I can understand the criminals. I can understand the illegals. I can understand the cheaters. But what I can't understand is Americans who are so gullible to believe the lies. That's what gets to me. You know what? It is what it is. Zinc Roofer's over here laughing at the numbers of the viewers. Guys, listen, having 1,000 viewers on my show, just so you know, it doesn't make me money. It doesn't make me money. If I have 10 people on the chat that are putting super chats on there, that makes money. So I don't really care about the amount of people. I care about the quality of the people. The only reason why we would like to, acquire more numbers is so that more people can hear the message. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be making me more money. You know what I'm saying? Those of you who become members, you support my channel. It's just a little bit, but it helps. That's how it works. That's why I continue to do this. And I don't know how long, but I will continue to do this as long as I can. Some people don't understand that. All right, let me go ahead and go to my page. Hey, look at that. I got 2 new subscribers, 2 new followers on my X account. I am up to 268. Pathetic. Pathetic. Let me see. Let me first let me first play the first video that I'm going to play. Now, I was going to have like an order in which I was going to play this for you. But why don't we go ahead and start with whatever is upcoming first, all right? Now, I want you to check this out. Thank you, Grammy. This is Senator Patty Murray. Now, my comment up here, my comment says this. Seriously, on a scale from 1 to 10, how retarded is Senator Murray? So we can investigate fraud, and her reaction is to ask who cut Medicaid? What does that even mean? Here, this is what I'm talking about. Ready? Bro, that's not a joke, Aztec. Yeah, we're dealing with some crazy shit over here. By the way, just so that you guys know, so there was a guy, they have arrested a few people. They've arrested the guy that started fires at a location, and they just arrested another guy that started the big fires in eastern Washington. So it's not climate change. It's fucking retards, arsonists that are doing that, okay? Just want to let you know that. Just want to let you know that. And you know what? It's going to be to our accounts, Mr. Reed, our accounts, they get ghost. You know what I'm saying? They get, I don't know what they call it, but they start not allowing as much traffic to come in, or, people start, blocking whatever. They can do whatever they want, man. This channel is for people that want to have a conversation. All right, I want you to listen to her talking real quick.
Legislation delivered the largest cuts to Medicaid in American history.
Last year's budget reconciliation bill.
Yep, so everybody knows Republicans' big ugly bill passed more than $1 trillion in healthcare cuts, mostly to Medicaid. What single piece of legislation delivered the largest cuts to Medicaid in American history?
Last year's budget reconciliation bill.
Okay, now, you guys heard that, right? So she says, what made the biggest cuts to Medicaid? Now, listen to this title. Republicans held a hearing on Medicaid fraud today. Listen to this. So she's addressing the Republicans, right, who held a hearing on Medicaid fraud. So in order for her to, I don't know what was her point, defend fraud? I mean, that's what it sounds like, right? She says, Republicans held a hearing on Medicaid fraud today. So I asked a top health expert, what bill delivered the largest cuts to Medicaid in American history? Somebody please explain that. They are holding a hearing on fraud. Medicaid fraud. So she plays a video of her by her words and by the video that she's presenting as Exhibit A, she is defending Medicaid fraud. Oh man, is that just me? Yeah, it's just me. All right, here we go. Could she be any more obtuse? Says Girl Patriot. Let's take a listen to this. Okay, this probably has to be my most favorite, and even the illegal immigrants on the chat have to agree with me on this. He bet $10 million, right here, this guy. He bet $10 million that a high school boys team can beat a women's basketball team, women's professional basketball team. And this lesbo here, oh, man, what can I say? Except, you're welcome. All right, let's go ahead and listen to it. This has got to be my favorite right here of all day. This has got to be my favorite.
One last thing tonight. The entire world of women's sports is facing the debate within its own leagues of who should get to play and who should not. And a voice that often shouts loudly in that debate is a right-leaning outlet owned by Fox News called Outkick Sports. And today its founder took to a new stunt, one that really makes no sense if Outkick is really concerned about caring about women in women's sports. So Clay Travis, he's the man behind Outkick. He announced today he's offering $10 million to the winner of a game of basketball between a high school boys team of his choosing and the WNBA defending champions, the Las Vegas Aces. I thought to myself, why? But obviously the answer is because he thinks it is so impossible for any group of women, let alone the best in the game, that they could ever beat younger and more inexperienced boys. It's a thinly veiled sexist joke, revealing the actual truth of how he and his organization feel about women's sports. It's not about caring about them. They think women's sports are a joke. Good night.
It's not about caring about women's sports. You guys remember that? The high school soccer team beat the shit out of the USA women's soccer? Oh, man, I'm going to tell you, man. Listen, women they're not bad at soccer or basketball. Yeah, of course, they can make a basket. They can, when they're women against women, it's fair. But when it's men against women, well, let's do some research. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to point out, let's see, Brent crude oil. It's at $76 a barrel. Lowest price for the barrel of oil under Biden was $80. Let that sink in there for a second. All right, let's take a look. Let's see, what is women's vertical jump? Let's go with the world record, because a lot of women can jump very high. Woo! 40 to 41 inches. Is that right? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I hope that it means straight up. Let's see. 5 feet 11 inches. Vertical leap is 40 to 41 inches. Max touch at 11 feet. That is pretty good. Okay, that is 40 to 41 inches. That's pretty damn good. That was higher than mine. I was only at 37 inches in high school. Let's see, men's. Let's just remove the WO on there. And it should be pretty damn similar. Only 53 inches. Men really suck. Unbelievable. Oh, wait. Women's highest world record is 41 inches. Men's world record, 53 inches. It was a dunker, a professional dunker named Darius Clark. Data 53 inches, July 2026, Fanatics Fest at Shaquille O'Neal's Dunk Man event. 52 inches set by Ethan Primstone in June 2026 and 52 inches by Dylan McCarthy earlier. Clark also previously held the record at 50 inches and 51 inches. Well, there you go. 53 inches. Let's see. What is, women, let's see, hold on. Let's do something even smaller because this is world record, right? Fastest WNBA player. I don't know if that will give me any information, but let's do that. Let's see if it gives us some speed. There is nothing. Let's see. I guess they're looking at how many games, how many points. Fastest to score the most points, I think, is what is going. I guess in basketball, I don't think they measure how fast or how quick somebody is. So, but there is that. You know, you can look at your own things on there and Brent crude oil. I always like to have the stats on this. $76. Okay, good. Let's see. You mean weekend at Mitch's house? weekend at Mitch's house. That's what that is, man. That guy is. They're just using him like they were using Joe Biden, bro. It is what it is. All right, let's get to our next clip here. Now, this is something that our sister Tange was kind of talking about, and you know, she was getting ahead of me with the information, but here we go. Listen to this. Angel Reese says she didn't have dolls that looked like her as a kid.
Dolls because I didn't have dolls that really looked like me much, and that's why I kind of really wanted to make sure this was super. Honestly, I didn't have a lot of dolls because I didn't have dolls that really looked like me much, and that's why I kind of really wanted to make sure this was super intentional because now they have a doll that looks like you and nails and hair, but also you can be a killer on the court as well. So that was something that was important for me.
So this is another black person playing the victim card. Now, you know she's a nasty bitch. She is a nasty person, period. 1967 Barbie, black. 68, 80, 91, 2009, 2021, black Barbies. Interesting. They hate their skin color so much that they grow up to be miserable to the world. Think about that. Think about that. She had no dolls that looked like her. What does that tell you? Does that mean that there were no dolls, which is false because there they are. There was black Barbies before. Or does that mean that she preferred to play with white Barbie dolls? Interesting, isn't it? Yeah, they hate their skin color so bad that they project or deflect that anger and resentment towards themselves to people around them. This is why they hate white people, because they don't love themselves. Black women who are proud of who they are, interestingly enough, they love white people and anybody else that's not black. It's just so interesting that people that don't like themselves hate others. Could be just coincidence. All right, let's get to our next clip here. Now, Americans are starting to realize the truth. Here is a woman apologizing to Americans. Listen to this woman's testimony.
For exactly this reason. America, I'm so sorry. I apologize. I take full responsibility. I am partly responsible for what's happening in America, for what's happening in Dearborn, Michigan, for what's happening in New York City. We left Iran. We left Islamic Republic for exactly this reason. Because radical terrorist Muslims took over the country and are literally killing, raping, torturing, and executing innocent people right now as we speak for the past 47 years. And I thought by voting Democrat, liberals, every single year, every single time there was an election, that meant we are going to make America, keep America great. We're going to definitely not negotiate with terrorism. That's exactly what the left media made me believe. And I'm here to say I apologize. I was brainwashed this whole time. It took me over 20 years to realize that Democrats and liberals are the reason this country is the way it is. They're the ones that are okay with the American flag being burned in New York City, that the American flag is okay to be burned. It's part of democracy. It's the most anti-American thing to do, and wishing death upon America is the most anti-American thing you can do. It has nothing to do with democracy. And I'm here to announce, apologize, and let my husband know that he was right. He was rara. Gotta let my husband know that he was rara. I don't know why it's so hard to say this. I am here to announce that my husband was rara. It's very painful. I'm here to announce that my husband was right. Oh, that took everything I had. That he was right about everything. That Republicans are the ones that are gonna help make America great again. I also believed that make America great again meant make America white again. That's because the left media wanted me to believe that. I am here to announce I'm sorry. And I will be part of the group that will make America great again. And I will proudly vote Republican from now on. God bless. And again, I apologize for everything I've done.
Well, well, well. I love it. I love it. Now, this is something that she was kind of talking about. Look at this real quick. The retards are being abused. I want to point out, blacks own African slaves. Whites own African slaves. Native Americans or Indian tribes own African American slaves. So why are you acting like a bloody fool? If you get hot, then you must get cool. Here we go. Watch this retard
right
white
there,
boy.
you ain't done. Let me tell you something. Hold on. So let me ask you a question. You said you sorry for what your ancestors have done. You said you different from your ancestors. You said that you are not like them.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, let me see. We're going to see if you're going to finish the job. Anybody can do that part because that don't take no real work. The next part is if you're really sorry, what it say? Give me Isaiah 49 to 23. I'm going to tell you what God said. This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 49 and verse 23. And kings shall be thy nursing fathers, and their queens thy nursing mothers. They shall bow down to thee with their face toward the earth. That's the first step. To bow down with your face toward the earth. Go ahead and do that. Go ahead. And lick up the dust of thy feet. Kiss the boots of the children of the slave.
Coward.
There you go. Start with that boo right there over there. Right there. You ain't done. Let me tell you something. Blessing and fairness, that's the gift of God. Hold on. There's more. There's
The fuck out of here with you fake ass Hebrews. These sons of bitches are the demons loose on the street. Fuck these guys. Man, speaking of diarrhea, I have to go to the bathroom. Stop reminding me. This garbage, fuck, dude. If I see these guys on the fucking street saying this shit, oh, I can't wait to give them some truth. Do you see that garbage? That's the devil using the Bible to lie to people. What a piece of shit coward this white boy is. And a lot of socialist Karens out there do the same thing. There's some nasty ass Israelites. I don't even believe they're Israelites. Fuck these guys. So disgusting. The most criminal looking fucking demons. I'm going to tell you that right now. It pisses me off to even look at these guys. Fuck these guys, man. You believe that? That's crazy. So if it's true, listen to this. If it's true what they say, that white people should be guilty and apologize and kiss their dirty boots for what the white ancestors did, I want to say, well, hey, listen. I want you to kiss my fucking boots, not just for what your ancestors did to all of us, but what you motherfuckers and your friends are still doing to society. Now what? Huh? You don't only pay for the crimes of your father, you are the criminals walking the streets today. So I think that they owe us an apology, not the other way around. What a garbage of a human being these people are.
That's level right there. You can just stay where you at. They're going to bring a boost to you. You can just stay right here. You're going to get bombarded with boosts. Go ahead. That's the blessing that God gave Blacks and Hispanics. That's right. That one day your enemies is going to bow before you. See, people think we out here for nothing.
Jesus Christ, right before the Last Supper, the Son of God, God Himself, got down and started washing the feet of every disciple. Jesus Christ, the Son of God, God Himself, washed the feet of His disciples. Here are the antichrists. The antichrist humiliates people. You see how proud, in a shameful way, they say, kiss my foot, my boots? Now, this is what I call bootlickers. I will never kiss anybody's fucking boot. Let me tell you that right now. That's a true bootlicker right there. Now, that guy, you can call him a bootlicker right there. He is literally licking some boot. Disgusting. We are the real Israelites. Well, fucking A. How about we get some Muslims to take care of these guys? I wouldn't oppose. I won't protest. Go ahead. Muslims, take care of the Israelites. The guys, it's not the Jews. They're not real. These guys are the real Israelites. Go on. Muslims, take care of them. Well. This is sad. This is very sad. I'm telling you, where my Muslim brothers at? Where my Muslim brothers at? I'm gonna let the Muslims in a little secret. Hold on. I want to let my Muslims in a little secret. All this time, you thought that the Jews were the real Israelites. Nope. It's this black dudes right here. These black guys are the real Israelites. Your real enemies. The real slave. The real slave owners right here. Oh, man. Well, they can start with these Israelites. Let them get rid of this garbage first, and then we'll take care of them. Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, there you go. Real Israelites, they say. And it's funny how they have a Jew Christ on the picture here, a white Jesus. Unbelievable.
That's still done. That's the real act of forgiveness. Judgment that's coming from the West. You ain't done.
Lip-tard. That's a lip-tard right there.
You know what? White people get to see what it feels like to see one of their brothers kissing a booth of somebody else. Yeah. Let me tell you something. This is what it looks like. This is an apology. Ain't nobody making him do nothing. He chose to do it because he's sorry for what it is.
A lot of people in the past have done stupid shit. They don't need to.
Hey, buddy. We got one more right here. There you go, right there. Thank you. Just stay focused. There you go.
That's a lip-tard. That is a DSA member right there. Democrat Socialist of America. Yeah. And that's it right there. It's not me saying it. There you go. That's a libtard right there. That is exactly what the Democrat Socialist of America are. It's a mental disorder, man. These are the people who are out there protesting everything. Hey, whoa, Jay. No. No, you don't get to do that shit here. Go find your balls and then think about it. Hold your balls in your hands and then ask yourself a question. Why do I have balls and a penis? When you come to the answer, then you're going to stop putting those flags on there for transgenders. Anyways, so let's see here. Cleft on Salam. Keep telling your garbage lies to make yourself feel better about your miserable history. People like you are the problem in this country. Go on, Cliff. Why don't you go ahead and enlighten us with your wisdom? You are one retarded fool. You're a bitch-ass nigga, as they say. That's what you are, Cliff. It is what it is. That's what you are. Anyways, let's go ahead and see what else we have here. Ah, man. Let me ask you a question. Why is it that when Democrats want to say something good about themselves, when Democrats want to show the world how great they are, why is it that they always bring this argument up? You ready? Here we go.
Part of our job, a big part of my job as the acting attorney general, and Attorney General Bondi before me, was bringing back regularity to the Department of Justice and the government when it comes to protecting religious liberty. And we're not done. We have a lot of work to do with some of the policies around pro-life and some of the pro-abortion work that the Biden administration and the Justice Department allowed to happen. Some of that is taking longer than we want, but rest assured that we're working, hand in hand with HHS and the FDA and the White House and President Trump's team to get permanent solutions so that the Dobbs decision becomes permanent in every single state. So that means that if states are allowing, if states have said we are going to protect the unborn and we're going to protect every life from the moment of conception, we're putting practices and policies in place so that other states and other organizations can't attack that, and they can't, do things like they're doing with mailing in mail order drugs and things like that. And it's a process that takes a lot of time, and that's why it's been 19 months and we don't have complete victory yet. But we will have victory, and victory will be soon, and it will be permanent. And that's an important thing to everybody to remember.
So the argument from the Republican team is protect life, protect innocent babies from being killed and murdered by heartless people. Democrats defend themselves and say they are the great party and how awesome and how beautiful and how wonderful and how much they care for Americans, that they really believe. Listen to this. This is what they're so proud of. Now, listen, I will try to make this clear. So we are the bad people for wanting to protect babies. We are the bad people for wanting to preserve life, right? They are the good people. They say, we were the first state to establish an ironclad right to abortion after the Dobbs decision, and we will remain an island of freedom for those seeking to make their own healthcare decisions. Now, what I really want to focus on is this right here. Minnesota will stand as a firewall against any and all attacks on reproductive freedom. I want to know, I'll try to put this as a simple, in a nice way question. What the fuck does murdering children have to do with reproduction? I just want to know. Tampon Tim. This is what we call him, Tampon Tim. The logic of this libtard, it's that we need to put tampon boxes in men's bathrooms. They call killing children reproductive freedom. Somebody explain that to me, please. I'm losing the last bit of hair that I got left on my head. Somebody explain to me, how the hell is murdering children a reproductive freedom? I don't know. My English sucks. I just, oh man, I have nothing to say, I guess. I don't know. Let me point out something. You guys probably know this. If you've been on my show long enough, you know this already. Muslims support that idea. You know why? Why do Muslims support that? Why do Muslims support Americans killing their own babies? And why is it that the highest number of abortions is from black women? Yeah, that's true. It's true. Man, I'm telling you, man, I'm losing all my hair, man. All of my hair is gone. But don't worry, I'll continue to wear hats. Listen, somebody please tell me, why do Muslims support Americans and their reproductive freedom? That's the key word. Yeah, Death Sonics, that's a different situation. See, you have to understand this. You're not going to go to jail. If the doctor says you have to abort, that's not what it's talking about. It's talking about just people that want to keep getting knocked up, having unprotected sex, and they just want to kill babies. Having financial problems is not a reason to kill or murder a child. You take responsibility, you have that child, and you give it up for adoption. If you really want to be responsible, what you would do is close your legs. Stop being a slut. Stop being a whore. Stop thinking that you are cool sleeping with 1,000 men before you're 30 years old. Uncensored and unfiltered. But it's the truth. It is the truth. It is unbelievable. Most women, I would like to think, most women would be appalled at the idea that a woman has slept with 1,000 men before the age of 30 years old. For all those OnlyFans out there, it's sad, man. It's sad. No man wants to be with a woman with that many damn miles on. You know what I'm saying? And if somebody ever did give you the time of day, be grateful that somebody still thinks that I got some words that I can't say. Really, I have to stop myself. Whoo! Hello, hello, hello. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to hear echo when they talking to that kitty. You know what I'm saying? Disgusting. Disgusting. Unbelievable. Let's go ahead and let's see if I have anything else on here that I have saved up for you. If I were a white supremacist, I'd put abortion clinics in every inner city, liquor stores on every corner, defund the police and eliminate school choice, get them hooked on drugs and convince people I was their ally. Or I could just simply say I am a Democrat Socialist of America. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? Throwing hot dogs in the hallway, says Teddy. Oh, man. Look at Gidio. Gidio said Gidio doesn't like that one because he is a little whore himself. I hear you, bro. I hear you. But I want you to read that right there. Yeah, that's a true statement right there. Unbelievable. It's a true statement. I'm just saying. What is this? Actually, let me get out of this. Just leave it in a small format. We do not want word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, or as the Democrats call it, the Reproductive Freedom Clinic. Yes, sir, you know it. Yeah, you know it. I will. Aztec, you better come down to Washington State so I can bitch slap your face and then have a beer with you. Yeah, pain in the ass, Aztec. But somehow I have this little mustard seed of love for you. Something keeps lying to myself. I think I just keep lying to myself and just says, Aztec is not that bad. He's okay. I will still put your ass in timeout when you don't behave, though. Very interesting. Well, that picture says it all right there. My death isn't health care. Wow. I think the algorithm is starting to give me some information that we're looking for. Everyone needs to just take a minute and be grateful that the Minnesota moron is not actually the vice president of the United States of America. Oh, whoa, what is this? Interesting. If anyone tells you fascism or Nazism were right-wing movements, remind them of this. Well, let's be clear here. The National Democrats, Democrat Socialists, I guess, I don't know, National Socialists were the Nazis, but they were called right-wing in Nazi Germany. It is now called the left wing, or DSA, Democrat Socialist of America. Check this out. There's the swastika. Well, they believe in socialism. This is the Nazis. This is so crazy. I was just talking about this not too long ago. But Nazis are for socialism. So are liberals. Happens to have a Canadian leaf on there. Oh, boy. They won gun control. They both control the media. They like censorship. They are pro-abortion. Best tool to stop or block any ethnicity from reproducing too much. It is a fact. They worship their government. And they encourage violence. Somebody, whoever made that list, man, right on point. Right on point. That is crazy. Yeah, fucking read some history. Your future is statistic. It is true. You're not wrong. And it's a good thing that we do read history in our channel here. No limit abortion. This was the moment you signed the most disgusting laws in the entire country on every level possible, and both of you will burn in hell. They sure will. Did you know that Hillary Clinton was pro-abortion even after the baby was born? It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. I got a better island idea, Tim. Do you want to detach Minnesota and California and let them drift off into the ocean to form their own great garbage patch? Oh, man. That's crazy. All right, that's too much. That's too much hate on the left. Let's see what else we got in here. Oh, boy. Death penalty for raping children under the age of 12. Law passed in Florida. I support it 100%. I always thought castrating them and then hanging them was a better idea. And no numbing. Just straight up. Cut that off. Straight up. Yeah. She was a racist and now is, it actually is her legacy. It's not an end. It is her legacy. And for some reason, the libtards celebrate that legacy. I don't get it. I know. I don't get it either. But let's go ahead and I have this clip. This is senators are responding to Trump's demands. This should be interesting. This is Fox Business. Business. Anybody that is into business? This is the news that we listen to. Let's take a listen.
Go. That is the burning question on Capitol Hill, and Senate Republicans are not on the same page about it.
Not only is it the final week before recess, but it's also the final week the GOP has to pass the Save America Act, or they can kiss it goodbye for the midterms. It's now or bust, and it's looking a lot like a bust. And
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want me to be a Christian like Tallarico? The fuck out of here with that shit. I am not the kind of Christian you want. You know why? Because I fucking tell you the truth as it is. Mutilating children is not a Christian thing to do. Homosexuals leading the church is not a Christian thing to do. It goes all against God's word. It is an abomination, so fuck you very much if you don't like the kind of Christian that I am, you piece of shit. You're the fake Christian.
Willing to, in any way possible, get that across the finish line if there is a path to do it. But there are two realities and two facts you have to deal with. And the first is there are no Democrats who are going to vote for this. The second thing is we are not getting rid of the legislative filibuster. The votes aren't there to do that. I've made it abundantly clear many, many times.
A growing group of Republican senators are all game to skip vacay entirely and stay in that swamp for the foreseeable future.
Senators will stall and restall and cuss and spit, and we need one more meeting. I can't tell you how many meetings I've been in the last 6 months that should have been an email, that could have been an email. Gotta vote. And we need to vote right now. And if there is a motion made on this floor to have us remain here until we get our work done, I'm going to vote yes.
That work includes voting on voter ID, even if the math ain't mathin'. Republicans say, but Democrats on the record voting against it and then go home and put them on blast.
I'm very willing to stay till hell freezes over and think that we should put the Democrats on the record and vote for them one at a time. Have them vote on voter ID, have them vote on proof of citizenship, have them vote on the mail-in ballot issue. Get them on record. That way when they go home over August, their own constituents can beat the heck out of them. Again, 80-90% of Americans want voter ID.
In fact, there are quite a few hot topics Republican senators can spotlight during their summer breaks, and it looks like the economy should be on top of that list.
For the first time in a decade, Democrats are eking out Republicans when it comes to who Americans trust more on the economy, according to a new Reuters Ipsos poll.
And Fox News polling paints a similar picture, with Democrats seen as favorable by 9 points and 10 points when it comes to inflation and prices.
Joining us now, Indiana Senator Jim Banks. Welcome, Senator. Listen, you heard the soundbite from last night. We had Senator Marshall on. There's a growing contingent that are ready to stay until hell freezes over. I got to confess, I read through the procedural rules on what you need to do to keep everyone in town and really move this to a vote on Save America. I'm confused. Does staying really just become a gesture at that point, or is there really a path to passage if they skip the vacation?
Well, we're scheduled to wrap up on Thursday or Friday this week for the so-called August recess. The House is recessed already they left town a couple of weeks ago, so their recess started a long time ago. But we have a full plate in the Senate. Later tonight, we're going to pass the next step for the CR to avoid a government shutdown. We have bills like the crypto bill, a big piece of President Trump's legacy on that front, a bill to save college sports. And then we have this big reconciliation bill, Reconciliation 3.0, which the House passed over to us. That includes the Save America Act. So we have an opportunity, after the House has passed the Save America Act 5 separate times over to the Senate, we have an opportunity in the Senate to pass the Save America Act with the reconciliation bill that also includes a historic investment in our national defense to support our troops, to support our warfighters, and to help our military and America's economy win this AI race that's so fundamental to protecting America's sovereignty for the next generation and generations to come. So we have a lot to do in the Senate. Count me in the list of a growing number of senators who are willing to stick around here all August long to get all of that done if that's what it takes. But I don't think that's what it takes. I think we can pass all of these bills this week and get out of town and go back home to Indiana and other states and tell our story about what Republicans are doing, what we've accomplished, and what these radical, crazy Democrats are standing up for, like open borders and a lot of the crazy policies that these Democrats stand for. And if we go do that, we're going to win big in the midterm November election.
Senator, it's a long list and a lofty list, and I hope that you can pass all of these agenda items quickly. But some of the frustration with watching this process is that Republicans in the Senate don't always seem on the same page. My concern is still that reconciliation bill that includes the Save America Act. Are there enough votes to be able to get that through the finish line? Or, like we heard last night from Senator Marshall, is it really just about trying to get people on the record so that you know who the yeses and the nos were, and that they have to answer for that later?
Well, I think Senator Marshall is right. I mean, I came to the Senate to vote. I want to vote, and I want to vote on the Save America Act because I want Hoosiers to know that I stand with a vast majority of them and a vast majority of Americans who believe that voter ID is important and that illegal immigrants should never vote in American elections. I mean, that's a 80-20 or a 90-10 issue in America, and I want all Americans to know that Republicans are for that and Democrats are against it. So let's vote on it. But remember, the reconciliation process unlocks a 50-vote threshold rather than a 60-vote filibuster or cloture threshold. So 50 votes with Vice President J.D. Vance's tie-breaking vote, if necessary, could pass the historic investment and defense spending plus up to help us beat communist China, our biggest adversary, and also to replenish our munitions stockpiles so that we can keep up the heat and the pressure on the Iranians to make sure that they never get a nuclear weapon. And then at the same time, a voter ID bill. That's a big part of this reconciliation bill that the House passed over. It only takes 50 votes, so you could lose 3 Republicans who don't want to vote for that for whatever reason. It makes no sense to me. You can lose 3 Republican votes and still pass this reconciliation bill and send it to President Trump's desk to sign it.
Senator, you brought it up earlier about AI. I want to switch gears to there. The White House earlier today welcomed representatives from OpenAI, Anthropic, Meta, and Google to discuss a voluntary framework for reviewing advanced models. Senator, you just held a hearing examining how AI is reshaping the workforce, and I give you credit. You're not coming at it from a jobs apocalypse perspective. You're coming at it from a how is this pro-business and how do we make sure employees and Americans are trained to embrace AI. I have a question for you on this framework, though. How does the government stay ahead of a technology that's so rapidly advancing? I mean, the executive order came down in June, and we've seen now in that time since the order so many changes in leadership. So how do you stay ahead of that innovation? For regulatory purposes.
The big key here is President Trump. He's a leader that understands that we have to win the AI race. We can't let the Chinese beat us, because if China beats us in this race, then they will control the next American century, and we can't let them do that. America has to win the race so that we can control our destiny, and that's what why this framework is so important, why the president's leadership has been so important. Just the national security threat of what comes next, and a lot of these models that are coming out of these AI labs that, the scenarios from AI that builds a weapon of mass destruction or a nuclear weapon or does something that could be devastating to America's national security. These AI companies have to work with President Trump and the federal government to make sure that something like that doesn't happen. And that's why the meeting today was so important and historic and shows President Trump's incredible leadership on the AI front to make sure that America wins this race, but we do it in a safe way that maintains America's national security. As far as what I've been focused on, we know that the AI is going to transform America's economy, but we wanted to transform it in a healthy way. And you talk about skilled trades and what this could mean for high school students and young people today, the kind of skills that they need to succeed in the AI economy. Those are the conversations that we're having on Capitol Hill that in often cases are bipartisan, substantive, and healthy. But what President Trump is focused on is the big picture to make sure that we win this, but win it in a way that doesn't destroy America.
Well,
Yeah, it's what I find interesting is that, well, guys, we already know that there's going to be a lot of foreigners and a lot of illegal immigrants and a lot of cheaters that rather put their party before their countrymen. And they're okay with cheaters. They're okay with anybody just telling them, I'm an American citizen. Here, I'll prove it to you right now. Without showing you my ID of proof of citizenship, I'm an American citizen. Go ahead. Tell me I'm not. Tell me I'm not an American citizen. How would you know? Pass the Save America Act. Well. Former squad member loses comeback bid despite socialist surge. I'm sorry, what is your opinion on Dr. Fauci lying to the whole world? Answer that question, and then I'll answer your question about the $787 million. It is what it is. Facts are facts.
The results are still being counted in the biggest test yet for progressive Democrats as
By the way, El Sayed actually won already.
Michigan Senate candidates Abdul El Sayed and Hallie Stevens. That race still too close to call. Both candidates already turning their attention to the midterms, though. Listen.
However we might feel about the campaign we've just come through, I want you to understand that it pales in comparison to the cynicism, in comparison to the lies that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump are going to tell.
Republicans are going to do everything they can to throw all the dirt, all the mud, the kitchen sink at us.
Oh, that's right. I remember this one. Listen to what she said. Republicans are going to do blah, 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 right? And listen to what she does.
Because they want to keep the U.S. Senate red.
Also yet to be
And you
called
want it
is
blue.
progressive candidate Donovan McKinney's race against Sri Thanadar for Michigan's 13th district. But in a major win for progressives, Sunrise Movement co-founder William Lawrence defeating Bridget Brink in the primary for Michigan's 7th district. It's on your screen. And look at this, DSA member Cori Bush. Don't call it a comeback because it clearly is not. She lost her comeback bid against incumbent Wesley Bell. To react to these results, founding partner of South and Hill Strategies, Colin Reed, joins me now. Colin, let's focus on...
Hey, ID is not required. So you're lying. I am an American citizen. No, I don't need a green card. No ID is required. I would love for you to travel to any country without an ID. See what happens. Just tell them, I'm an American citizen, and I am here because I'm an American citizen. Go ahead, Carlito's Way. You try it. Try it. Do it live so that we can watch it with you. I'll support you. Do it live. I will even put some money on there for you. Do it live. Said, I'm going to go to Mexico without a passport, without any ID. I'm just going to tell them I am Mexican. No. Just tell them that you're American and they'll let you in. See what happens without ID. You want to open a bank account? Try to open a bank account without an ID. Go get into an adults club without an ID. Go buy alcohol without ID. What? You need ID? What? Unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah, just go into a sports event and tell them that you're the owner, that you don't need ID because it's racist. Go on now. Go on and tell them. Just say, I'm an American citizen with access to everything. I don't need ID. The stupidity and the ignorance of people on the left, it's unreal.
On the two in Michigan that are still too close to call, the El Sayed-Stevens race and the McKinney-Thanadar race. What does that closeness say to you about the state of not just Michigan, but the state of our country?
Couple things, Todd. One, tough night for the public pollsters. So much for those polls that had El Sayed up by double digits going down the home stretch. They'll have to answer for that as the cookie begins to crumble. Two, this socialist movement, it's no longer relegated to deep blue parts of New York City or mayoral races in New York City or Washington, D.C., but it's everywhere. It's in the heartbeat of America. And no matter how this cookie crumbles, El Sayed and his supporters are going to have momentum to take, whether they're the nominee or not, into November and beyond. And that's going to influence how this entire midterm election is shaped, because socialism, democratic socialism, does not believe in the goodness of America. It does not believe in all the greatness we've established over these past years. And that's worth remembering, not just now and this summer when we celebrate America's 250th birthday, but also next month when we mark a far more somber moment, and that's the 25th anniversary of 9/11 and the terrorist attacks on our nation.
How should Republican Senate candidate Mike Rogers feel this morning, waking up and seeing these results?
Well, he should take nothing for granted. Michigan has not elected a Republican senator since 1994. That's a really long time. And yes, it's a quintessential blue state, battleground state. Yes, it's a state that went for Donald Trump 2 times. But it's really hard to stop these momentum candidates. These late primaries, Todd, they go one of 2 ways. One, the winner comes out of it so bloody and battered and out of money, they're just out of gas. Or 2, they come out with the wind at their back and they have momentum, they can't be stopped. Mike Rogers, he didn't have a primary. He's been chilling in the bullpen. He's been cooling his jets. But now he's got to get ready for the game time, and it's going to be a dogfight down the stretch.
I'm real curious about the results of Michigan 7. This, of course, was the one.
Yeah, I want to know why they're asking for ID to get free food in New York. I wonder how that works. Oh, plus, if you're shoveling snow, remember that? 2 forms of ID. Interesting, but not to vote. That's not important.
That William Lawrence won after really splitting the 2 moderate candidates' votes. So the question for me is, will those moderates end up voting for the far left progressive? Will they end up sitting it out, or will they end up voting for the Republican? Again, I know we're focused on Michigan today, but I'm really curious about this pattern, what you think happens with races like this, or something like this happens across our country.
Well, you know what's really interesting about Michigan specifically, Todd, is it's an open primary. So that means Republicans could have pulled a Democratic primary candidate if they didn't feel as though the candidates they were running the Democratic side were so extreme. And maybe that happened on this race. Maybe it didn't. We'll find out in the coming hours. But the other thing is, in these open races, in these battleground seats, in these midterm elections, the cookie can crumble in strange ways. So every candidate needs to run like they're 10 points down, regardless of the district, regardless of the political makeup, because it's turbulent times out there, and every candidate needs to run accordingly.
Quickly, before we let you go, the Cori Bush loss. Why hasn't the far left really been able to win over the black voter, whereas the far left really has been able to win over the very wealthy white liberal voter, usually a woman?
Well, if you look at some of these socialist rallies, they happen to be largely predominantly upper class, well-educated white people. It's not the people of color who make up the Democratic primary base. But Cori Bush, I mean, she was ousted 2 years ago because her campaign was so marred in scandal. So I wouldn't put too much stock in that one because she only ran 2 years ago and she was thrown out then. So I don't think she made a really compelling case for voters as to why she should come back.
Great insight on all these races this morning. Colin Reed, thank you.
Be sure to like and
this whole ID argument, I still can't believe that people want to argue this whole ID problem. It is the stupidest thing to me. And it's, you know, these people really believe that they can just say I'm an American citizen and there has to be no proof of it. God, they really must think we're really stupid or they're really that naive. Unbelievable. Let's hear from Rick Harris. Here's another Democrat, Socialist of America, running for governor. I'm sure you're going to love this one. The Will Show. Let me see. The Wilco Show. Let me see. Let's go.
In the service industry, we are finally having this conversation about, you know, how our industry really did come from it and kind of is rooted in white supremacy, that tipping in itself.
Tipping is a white supremacist trick. Oof. What do you say to that? Here, let me grab a couple of things that I was doing a research on. First of all, let's go ahead and take a look. And I'm going to show you the page here, just so you can see it. Let me enlarge a little bit so you can follow with me. Right? Just so you can follow with me. I'll try to make it bigger there for you. See, you retards on the left don't do any homework. You don't do any research. You just talk out your ass, and you get mad when people don't agree with you. But here you go. Check this out. Here is the average restaurant pay in the United States is about $14.87 plus tips. In Everett, Washington, general restaurant staff average a higher base pay of roughly $22.72 per hour due to local minimum wage laws and regional economics with overall industry. Average pay by position. I want you to pay attention to this because this all comes in, it comes all together. Now, a lot of people like to hate on bosses, on corporations. I get it. But here it is. So the way that I look at it is like this. Let's go ahead and grab this $14.87 an hour. $14.87 an hour gives you about $33,300 a year. Now, that's not a livable wage, okay? It's not. But I want to point out that business owners, people who own restaurant, and I'm going to go to a Mexican restaurant stat. I want you to look at this. And this is where the libtards the Democrat Socialist of America, the damn communists is what they are, they try to argue and fight with us about business owner versus workers who get paid for labor. A Mexican restaurant owner in the United States makes an average annual salary of $60,000 to $95,000 a year. Now, if they own different franchises, multiple franchises, they will make more money. This is obvious. This is very obvious. And it says, however, total take-home pay varies significantly by business format, location, and operating efficiency. While small food truck operators make under $30,000 a month, successful multi-unit owners or prime franchise operators can clear $200,000 a year. That is not that much. Here are some numbers. Making money. Now, I want you to understand who has created the business, who has put in all the investment, who has spent all the money buying the equipment to run these small businesses. Not the employees. They go in there and collect an amount of money from the fruits of the labor of that one person who became the business owner. Look at this. A taco shop or food truck, $25,000. Typical annually, about $30,000. $60,000 to $60,000. Okay. It's low overhead, high owner labor, limited menu. Listen to this. So if you want to own a taco shop or a food truck, you can go anywhere from $25,000 to $60,000 a year. You don't have that many employees, and you as the owner, you will have to work a lot more for this investment. Now, I'm going to tell you, if you are a capitalist, in the capitalist system, let's say you are out on the field and you have 2 cows. In the capitalist system, you'll be able to keep those cows, and then you'll be able to buy some food to feed them, take care of them, this and that, and you can make investments and you can have them just get a bull, and you start making more cows, and you can get more milk, make more cheese, etc. In a socialist system, you have 2 cows. They will take one of the cows from you to give it to somebody else that didn't invest or did anything like you did. And so now you're stuck with just 1 cow, and you're able to keep some of the things that you get out of it. In a communist system, you have 2 cows. They take one of your cows and give it to somebody else who hasn't worked, who hasn't done anything, made no investments, will never make investments. And it doesn't matter what you create, they will continue to take that away from you. You will never own anything. You will never save your wealth. So it makes you think, what is the incentive for you to continue to make more cows, to make money? Eventually, communism takes everything from you and you own nothing. This is why it doesn't work. There is no incentive. How is it fair that I work my ass off, go through all the stress, make all the investments, so that somebody that is lazy, irresponsible, doesn't do shit about it, gets my stuff? Any fool who supports socialist, communist ideas, they're just that, fools, destroying themselves. Anywho, if you go to a full service or casual restaurant, sit down dining, broader menu, high alcohol sales, you're going to bring in about $80,000 to $150,000 as a business owner. Now think about this. Okay, you say $150,000, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. If paying an employee $14.83 gives you $33,000 a year, that is $33,000 that you have to make to pay that one employee. But if you have 5 employees, now you got to make $150,000 plus just to be able to pay them. That's probably even more. What is that? 5 times 30. What is that? 5. Shit, I lost track. Let me see. 33,000 times 5. That's what we got to do. Okay. Is that right? Let's see. 33 times 5. Yeah, $165,000. So if you want to have 5 employees, this restaurant has to give you $165,000 every year to be able to have these 5 workers. If you want to pay them $30 minimum wage, now you can only have 2 employees. You got to fire the rest of them. Otherwise, you won't be able to make money in the business. I don't understand why the leftists just don't see that, in their math. I don't know. You will either go broke or you will never want to do your own business because it's just going to be taken away from you. More on Mondani, it's putting grocery stores out of business so that private grocery store owners don't compete with the communist government. It is so beyond me that they think that you can get all this free food, free buses, free everything. Have I told you that I paid $585 on an excise fee to support transit? $585, and it goes down a few bucks every year just to put tabs on my car. And you're going to tell me that the socialist Democrats can promise you free buses? Bruh, they're charging an excise tax, $585 a year, and you still got to pay for the bus. I just don't understand this ideology that socialism is a fantastic idea. This is the stupidest fucking idea I ever heard of. So many countries have failed with socialist economy. Socialist is just an introduction to communism. I don't know. It's hard to explain to dumbasses that don't want to understand or just can't comprehend how it works. But the point is that you have these business owners making the sacrifice, investing, stressing out, everything. After all that I have told you, the average server, $33,000 a year. Maybe in your city is different. $33,000 a year. And the Democrat Socialist of America have a Korean woman. We don't know if it's from the north or the south, but has a Korean woman who is bipolar, who hates American white people, and who doesn't like American holidays, like Thanksgiving. And that's the people that Democrat Socialists of America want in power. Oof. I don't know if I can go that long today, man. I don't know. But there she is. I try to explain to you as much as I could. There she is, right there. She says tipping is racist because it creates lower wages. The business, the position of a server is a low wage pay. Maybe somebody abuses the system. Maybe. But to say that tipping is racist, that is some sort of special kind of stupid. This Korean woman, divorced because she's fucking bipolar, try to take her own life and miss her own graduation day. This is who they want running for governor. Huh. Well then. You make your bed, you sleep in it.
If we look at the history of tipping and how racist it is and how it has kept wages low for Black people for a very long time, and if you look at tipping now, how different the scales are in terms of who receives higher percentages of tips over other folks.
She's special. She's really special. Joining me now is the host of Pawn Stars, Rick Harrison. She's probably the all-star, Rick. This is the GOAT. She's the GOAT woke socialist who, let's not dismiss, is a candidate for governor of Wisconsin.
Which is absolutely insane. I mean, this person, I guess if you're really, really cheap, it's a good way of getting out of tips. I would leave a tip at the restaurant, but that'd make me racist, so I can't do it. It's insanity on another level. This is one of those people who are not bright enough to realize they're stupid. I mean, that's the only way I could put it. I mean, there's no other way to put it. I mean, let's get rid of Thanksgiving because this is the Democratic Socialist Party. You have two groups in it, those people who are really, really evil and know that socialism will never work, but they just want power. And then you have people like her who just are really just that dim. I mean, that's the only way I could put it. They get out there, they're angry at everything. They're angry because I don't know why. And they just want to blame everybody in the world besides them actually going out and doing some hard work.
Rick, I think you probably have some expertise in dealing with dim people trying to put one over on you. I think that's probably something that's right there in your wheelhouse. It feels a little bit probably like sitting at the pawn shop and trying to deal with somebody selling you some fake piece of antiquity.
This is insanity. I mean, my dad was military. I was a Navy brat growing up, and I was a really sick kid, and I had to deal with government health care my entire childhood. Okay, it's government it's like medicine ran by the DMV. Okay, government doesn't do anything well. Okay, so it's just best that we have less of it and not more of it. In the end, that's just the way it works.
And that's the argument they're making, Rick. Yeah, we recognize the VA or the DMV isn't doing well, so that means you need to give us more money and power so that we can do it well. It's a really, really, really good scam if you think about it. Make big promises, and when you don't deliver, it's your fault for not giving me enough to deliver. Rick Harrison, always good to see you. Thank you, Rick.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to go ahead and head out to a hearing. Man, this migraine is kicking my ass. I'm not going to lie. But there is a senator that's examining some sort of alleged Muslim Brotherhood network here in America. Just what we need, isn't it? Just what we need. Anyways, we'll go ahead and head to this.
So,
while we wait for President Trump to address the nation, I guess. Let's go ahead and get this started from the beginning.
Prosecution.
Here we go.
United States versus the Holy Land Foundation, which led to the conviction of some of Hamas's top fundraisers in America. She was later hand-selected to serve as an FBI Special Assistant U.S. Attorney in the Northern District of Texas, assigned to the National Security Section, where she litigated a variety of federal criminal cases. Ms. Burns was then appointed as an FBI Supervisory Special Agent and the International Terrorism Program Coordinator for the FBI's Dallas office counterterrorism program in 2015. She retired from the FBI in April 2023 and joined the Program on Extremism in May of 2024. Our second witness is Ariel Klepak. Ariel Klepak currently serves as Senior Litigation Counsel at the National Jewish Advocacy Center. Through her work, she has studied Muslim Brotherhood-affiliated entities in the United States, their tactics and their activities to best understand how to curb the influence of this nefarious network. Prior to her current role, Ms. Klepak was an assistant U.S. attorney in the Special Prosecution Sections of the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida. Before joining the U.S. Attorney's Office, Ms. Klepak was an assistant district attorney at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. Ms. Klepak earned her law degree from Columbia Law School, where she graduated as a James Kent Scholar and a Harlan Fiske Stone Scholar. She received her undergraduate degree from the University of Pennsylvania, where she graduated magna cum laude with a BA in International Relations and a minor in International Development. And our third witness is Mr. Kyle Scheidler, who is the Director and Senior Analyst for Homeland Security and Counterterrorism at the Center for Security Policy, where he conducts research and analysis on domestic threats to the U.S. homeland, with an emphasis on the doctrines which fuel terrorism and shape the variety of kinetic and non-kinetic threats to America's security. He has briefed senior U.S. government personnel, members of Congress, federal and state local law enforcement officers, and he has testified before the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee, the Subcommittee on the Constitution, and the Canadian Senate Standing Committee on National Security and Defense. Mr. Scheidler served as an expert witness in the first federal terrorism trial against members of Antifa. He is the author of Modern Minutemen, Vital Considerations to Secure America's States in the 21st Century, and Understanding Black Identity Extremism, Considerations for Law Enforcement. And he is the editor of Unmasking Antifa, 5 Perspectives on a Growing Threat, and a contributing author to Saudi Arabia and the Global Islamic Terrorist Network. Finally, Mr. Scheidler is a graduate of Boston University and was a Lincoln Fellow with the Claremont Institute. And Ms. Burns, we'll start with you. You are recognized for your opening statement.
Chairman Cruz, members of the committee.
And actually, let me stop you for a moment. And I want to ask each of you to rise and be sworn in. If you each stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give before this subcommittee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All of you have answered affirmatively. You may be seated, and Ms. Burns, you may give your opening statement.
Chairman Cruz and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Laura Burns, and I am a retired FBI Special Agent and a Senior Research Fellow with George Washington University's Program on Extremism. A dangerous myth about foreign terrorist organizations persists in the United States, that the infrastructure supporting them exists only overseas. In reality, these support infrastructures have existed inside the U.S. for decades. They operate through financial, propaganda, and organizational support networks and commonly hide under the cover of charity, advocacy, or activism. The 2008 trial and conviction of the Holy Land Foundation and its officials exposed a broader, long-running network in the United States tied to Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood. Evidence presented at the HLF trial included documents and wiretaps collected by the FBI for over a decade, outlined a structured Palestine committee originally made up of front groups such as the HLF, the IAP, and the UASR, which worked together to provide financial, media, and political support to Hamas. In 1993, leaders of the Palestine Committee held a meeting known as the 1993 Philadelphia meeting, which was lawfully wiretapped by the FBI. There, members of the Palestine Committee defined the scope of the conspiracy, which included supporting Hamas abroad and infiltrating universities, media, and politics here in the U.S. Why? To begin normalizing Hamas and Muslim Brotherhood extremist ideology in American society. They stated, quote, war is deception when plotting to lie to Americans. They also noted their intent to cleanse the curriculum in U.S.-based K-12 schools because, quote, we don't want our children growing up surrendering to the idea of peace with Jews. Their words. They recognized Hamas would be designated a terror organization, and they risked exposure. They agreed to continue to pursue their agenda by cloaking themselves under the cover of legitimacy. Evidence emerged at the trial that showed it was out of this conspiratorial meeting that CARE was created to protect the other elements of the Hamas support network. The network vigorously pursued its agenda. Each part had its own role. The HLF's role in the conspiracy, before it was designated as a terror front in 2001, was to send money to Gaza and the West Bank to support the Hamas social infrastructure. The IAP's role was to disseminate Hamas propaganda here, and CARE's role in the conspiracy was to defend and protect the other elements of the Hamas support network and to pressure others to adopt its narratives or remain quiet. Regarding the last point, in the 1993 Philadelphia meeting, this network of individuals, in effect, plotted to silence the free speech of those who disagreed with them via intimidation. Specifically, meeting attendees agreed that they must, quote, pressure others to adopt their narratives or remain neutral. It should be noted that a co-founder of CARE, Nahad Awad, was an active participant in this conspiratorial meeting, and he remains the executive director of CARE to date. Elements within this network have evolved and rebranded, and CARE's pressure tactics are still in play. CARE and other elements of this network appear to have continued their acts in furtherance of the conspiratorial agenda, as detailed extensively in my written testimony today. For decades, narratives have been intentionally seeded into public discourse that portray terrorist organizations as resistance movements, excuse acts of violence, and intimidate critics into silence. On college campuses, in activist spaces, and across social media, slogans and rhetoric that once existed on the fringes have become normalized. And too often, people who raise concerns are immediately labeled hateful, intolerant, or extremists themselves. But free societies cannot function when intimidation replaces debate. The First Amendment protects speech, it protects dissent, it protects protest, but it does not protect material support to terrorism. It does not protect criminal conspiracies, and it does not require Americans to ignore evidence introduced in federal court simply because that evidence is politically uncomfortable. The history of this network is not in question. It was made public decades ago, but few paid attention. Now is the time to pay attention and understand the facts. The lesson from history is clear. Terrorist organizations do not survive on violence alone. They survive through networks that raise money, shape narratives, recruit supporters, and legitimize extremism. If we fail to recognize how those networks evolve and adapt, we will continue fighting yesterday's threats while tomorrow's are being built in plain sight. Our greatest vulnerability is not a lack of information, it is a failure to act on what decades of evidence have already revealed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Ms. Claypock, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Cruz and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ariel Claypack, and I am Senior Litigation Counsel at the National Jewish Advocacy Center and a former federal prosecutor. When someone tells you who they are, believe them. The Muslim Brotherhood told us their strategy for the West, but don't take my word for it. They put it on paper. In 2004, the FBI seized a memorandum from the home of Muslim Brotherhood member and Hamas US-based archivist Ismail el-Barase. The memo, written in 1991, described the work of the Muslim Brotherhood in the United States as, and I quote, a kind of grand jihad in eliminating and destroying Western society from within. In 1993, after the announcement of the Oslo Peace Accords, a peace agreement between the Israelis and the Palestinians, Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas members met in Philadelphia to discuss their plan to thwart the agreement. The FBI wiretapped the meeting, where the participants suggested the creation of a neutral-sounding organization for the purpose of deceiving Americans. That organization is the Council on American Islamic Relations, or CAIR. 35 years later, their plan is working just as designed. This is not a relic of the 1990s. It is a foreign terror-supporting movement on American soil targeting our Constitution and our founding principles. I would ask you to remember three things. These organizations are dangerous, they are in our schools, and they hide by abusing the very legal system they are working to dismantle. CAIR and its officials platform and maintain relationships with designated terrorists, not then, but today. Here are just a few examples. One, in 2025, the executive director of CAIR Ohio moderated an event that featured a member of Hamas. CAIR called it an oversight. Two, the International Union of Muslim Scholars, or IUMS, founded by the now designated foreign terrorist organization, the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood, amplifies CAIR's work. This amplification is ongoing. This is the CAIR content that is on the IUMS website today. Three, CAIR's current executive director and 1993 meeting participant, Nihad Awad, has appeared at IUMS events, eulogized a U.S. designated terrorist who was also Osama bin Laden's spiritual leader, and openly celebrated Hamas's murder of civilians. Second, they are in our schools. CAIR New Jersey pushed their revisionist version of a 9/11 curriculum to nearly 30 public school districts that reframes the attacks as a predictable consequence of U.S. foreign policy. Imagine the kids in all those school districts walking around learning and believing that 9/11 was our fault. Other CAIR curricula warn teachers not to say radical Islamic terrorism, and CAIR boasts of its partnership with Chicago Public Schools, one of the largest in the country. Indoctrinating our children into believing that terrorism is justified resistance is the antithesis of everything this country stands for. Third, they abuse the legal system to shield themselves from discovery. For example, in Texas, where CAIR is challenging its terrorist designation, they have repeatedly resisted turning over discovery the judge has ordered them to produce. The state has had to file 4 different motions to compel the discovery that CAIR was already ordered to produce by the judge. When a former board member publicly exposed that CAIR was receiving foreign funding through the Washington Trust Foundation and hiding it from its own board, CAIR sued her for defamation, then dropped the suit the moment the discovery turned to its donor records. And in Virginia, CAIR's affiliate organization, American Muslims for Palestine, was held in civil contempt for defying the Virginia Attorney General in a fraud investigation. In Illinois, the same lawyers were ordered to pay attorney's fees for engaging in, quote, baseless discovery disputes in litigation that they have already dragged on for nearly 20 years. So what can we do? Thankfully, most of what is needed is simply to enforce the laws we already have. Treasury sanctions, material support and racketeering investigations, and IRS review of these so-called charities that were never legitimate in the first place. Those steps are detailed extensively in my written testimony. But if I leave you with one legislative fix, let it be this: close the successor organization loophole. When the Boehm family won a $156 million judgment for Hamas's murder of their American teenage son, the defendants dissolved and reappeared within a year under a new name. An entity found liable for material support should not escape by renaming itself, forcing both terror victims and the courts to play whack-a-mole for decades before achieving accountability. The Muslim Brotherhood told us who they are. They told us that they wanted to infiltrate American universities, media outlets, and research centers, and that is exactly what they've done. They teach our kids that 9/11 was our fault, they legitimize terrorism as justified resistance, and they abuse our legal process so that those who seek to expose them for who they really are, Muslims included, are silenced. We haven't been listening, and Americans pay that cost every day. We have the tools to fix this, and we must continue to act. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Scheidler, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Chairman Cruz, distinguished senators, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Because our court system is built on certain fundamental principles, including trial by jury, the government's burden of proof in criminal matters, and the right to confront one's accusers, courts, both civil and criminal, have been at the center of revelations of great consequence to our republic and its national security. Examples include the Chamber Hiss case and its famous pumpkin papers, exposing the role of the Communist Party of the United States in Soviet espionage, or the 1957 Appalachian New York raids, which convinced the federal law enforcement of the existence of the American mafia. To these, we must add United States versus Holy Land Foundation for Relief and Development, prosecuted almost 2 decades ago, which exposed the existence and extensive reach of the Muslim Brotherhood in America since its arrival in 1962. Evidence submitted during that trial demonstrated that not only was the Muslim Brotherhood operating in America, but that the Brotherhood played a singularly important role in providing indoctrination, financing, and political protection for jihadist terrorism. Founded in Egypt by Hassan al-Banna in 1928, from its very beginning, the Muslim Brotherhood has operated as a clandestine organization which engages in the creation of public front groups, cultivates agents of influence, seeks control over religious institutions, and engages in acts of political subversion, as well as creating deniable sub-organizations devoted to terrorism, all in pursuit of their ultimate goal, the overthrow of governments and the reestablishment of a worldwide caliphate operating under Islamic law. It is worth recalling that the government demonstrated that the U.S. Muslim Brotherhood, like all Brotherhood branches worldwide,
Whew, sorry about that. I had to go get some painkillers for this migraine. But I'm not sure what happened to the video there. It just cut off, it looks like. Whew, I try to hurry. I'm glad the store is really close by. Let me get this here. You know, I find very interesting that the comments, the comments on the chat, I find very interesting that people always come in against Israel. Always against Israel. Always against the United States of America. I find very interesting that they don't come in and condemn the Iranian terrorists. I find it very interesting that people don't seem to care about that. You know what I mean? I mean, some of you guys have common sense. Susan, I've been drinking coffee too. Well, this is the only cup for today, but it's not helping. I've been drinking water as well. It's just I've been feeling like this for the last few days, and sometimes it gets to me. So I had to go get some. I went and got some Excedrin. I don't have anything stronger than that, but some Excedrin for migraines. We'll see if that works. It's interesting that they cut off the video. I wonder why. Let me see if I can find a different version of it, because I think it was very interesting to have that. No, that's the COVID. Can't believe Hassan Nabi's still on live, and he's got 152 people watching. Interesting. It is. It is stress. I have a... This is what I tell you guys. If we give thanks to God, it's not because everything is perfect. Everything is great. You got to give him thanks during the good and the bad times. Always. During good and bad. And I've also been having issues, having a hard time breathing, but it's okay. So I think that they just lost the feed because I have another link. Yeah, I think they just lost the feed.
The conspiracy, before it was designated as a terror front in 2001, was to send money to Gaza and the West Bank to support the Hamas social infrastructure. The IAP's role was to disseminate Hamas propaganda here, and CARE's role in the conspiracy was to defend and protect the other elements of the Hamas support network and to pressure others to adopt its narratives or remain quiet. Regarding the last point, in the 1993 Philadelphia meeting, this network of individuals, in effect, plotted to silence the free speech of those who disagreed with them via intimidation. Specifically, meeting attendees agreed that they must, quote, pressure others to adopt their narratives or remain neutral. It should be noted that a co-founder of CARE, Nahad Awad, was an active participant in this conspiratorial meeting, and he remains the executive director of CARE to date. Elements within this network have evolved and rebranded, and CARE's pressure tactics are still in play. CARE and other elements of this network appear to have continued their acts in furtherance of the conspiratorial agenda, as detailed extensively in my written testimony today. For decades, narratives have been intentionally seeded into public discourse that portray terrorist organizations as resistance movements, excuse acts of violence, and intimidate critics into silence. On college campuses, in activist spaces, and across social media, slogans and rhetoric that once existed on the fringes have become normalized. And too often, people who raise concerns are immediately labeled hateful, intolerant, or extremists themselves. But free societies cannot function when intimidation replaces debate. The First Amendment protects speech, it protects dissent, it protects protest, but it does not protect material support to terrorism. It does not protect criminal conspiracies, and it does not require Americans to ignore evidence introduced in federal court simply because that evidence is politically uncomfortable. The history of this network is not in question. It was made public decades ago, but few paid attention. Now is the time to pay attention and understand the facts. The lesson from history is clear. Terrorist organizations do not survive on violence alone. They survive through networks that raise money, shape narratives, recruit supporters, and legitimize extremism. If we fail to recognize how those networks evolve and adapt, we will continue fighting yesterday's threats while tomorrow's are being built in plain sight. Our greatest vulnerability is not a lack of information. It is a failure to act on what decades of evidence have already revealed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Ms. Claypock, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Cruz and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ariel Claypack, and I am Senior Litigation Counsel at the National Jewish Advocacy Center and a former federal prosecutor. When someone tells you who they are, believe them. The Muslim Brotherhood told us their strategy for the West, but don't take my word for it. They put it on paper. In 2004, the FBI seized a memorandum from the home of Muslim Brotherhood member and Hamas US-based archivist Ismail el-Barase. The memo, written in 1991, described the work of the Muslim Brotherhood in the United States as, and I quote, a kind of grand jihad in eliminating and destroying Western society from within. In 1993, after the announcement of the Oslo Peace Accords, a peace agreement between the Israelis and the Palestinians, Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas members met in Philadelphia to discuss their plan to thwart the agreement. The FBI wiretapped the meeting, where the participants suggested the creation of a neutral-sounding organization for the purpose of deceiving Americans. That organization is the Council on American Islamic Relations, or CARE. 35 years later, their plan is working just as designed. This is not a relic of the 1990s. It is a foreign terror-supporting movement on American soil targeting our Constitution and our founding principles. I would ask you to remember three things. These organizations are dangerous, They are in our schools, and they hide by abusing the very legal system they are working to dismantle. CARE and its officials platform and maintain relationships with designated terrorists, not then, but today. Here are just a few examples. One, in 2025, the executive director of CARE Ohio moderated an event that featured a member of Hamas. CARE called it an oversight. Two, the International Union of Muslim Scholars, or IUMS, founded by the now designated foreign terrorist organization, the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood, amplifies CARE's work. This amplification is ongoing. This is the CARE content that is on the IUMS website today. Three, CARE's current executive director and 1993 meeting participant, Nihad Awad, has appeared at IUMS events, eulogized a U.S. designated terrorist who was also Osama bin Laden's spiritual leader, and openly celebrated Hamas's murder of civilians. Second, they are in our schools. CARE New Jersey pushed their revisionist version of a 9/11 curriculum to nearly 30 public school districts that reframes the attacks as a predictable consequence of U.S. foreign policy. Imagine the kids in all those school districts walking around learning and believing that 9/11 was our fault. Other CARE curricula warn teachers not to say radical Islamic terrorism, and CARE boasts of its partnership with Chicago Public Schools, one of the largest in the country. Indoctrinating our children into believing that terrorism is justified resistance is the antithesis of everything this country stands for. Third, they abuse the legal system to shield themselves from discovery. For example, in Texas, where CARE is challenging its terrorist designation, they have repeatedly resisted turning over discovery the judge has ordered them to produce. The state has had to file 4 different motions to compel the discovery that CARE was already ordered to produce by the judge. When a former board member publicly exposed that CARE was receiving foreign funding through the Washington Trust Foundation and hiding it from its own board, CARE sued her for defamation, then dropped the suit the moment the discovery turned to its donor records. And in Virginia, CARE's affiliate organization, American Muslims for Palestine, was held in civil contempt for defying the Virginia Attorney General in a fraud investigation. In Illinois, the same lawyers were ordered to pay attorney's fees for engaging in, quote, baseless discovery disputes in litigation that they have already dragged on for nearly 20 years. So what can we do? Thankfully, most of what is needed is simply to enforce the laws we already have. Treasury sanctions, material support and racketeering investigations, and IRS review of these so-called charities that were never legitimate in the first place. Those steps are detailed extensively in my written testimony. But if I leave you with one legislative fix, let it be this: close the successor organization loophole. When the Boehm family won a $156 million judgment for Hamas's murder of their American teenage son, the defendants dissolved and reappeared within a year under a new name. An entity found liable for material support should not escape by renaming itself, forcing both terror victims and the courts to play whack-a-mole for decades before achieving accountability. The Muslim Brotherhood told us who they are. They told us that they wanted to infiltrate American universities, media outlets, and research centers, and that is exactly what they've done. They teach our kids that 9/11 was our fault, they legitimize terrorism as justified resistance, and they abuse our legal process so that those who seek to expose them for who they really are, Muslims included, are silenced. We haven't been listening, and Americans pay that cost every day. We have the tools to fix this, and we must continue to act. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Scheidler, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Chairman Cruz, distinguished senators, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Because our court system is built on certain fundamental principles, including trial by jury, the government's burden of proof in criminal matters, and the right to confront one's accusers, courts, both civil and criminal, have been at the center of revelations of great consequence to our republic and its national security. Examples include the Chamber Hiss case and its famous pumpkin papers, exposing the role of the Communist Party of the United States in Soviet espionage, or the 1957 Appalachian New York raids, which convinced the federal law enforcement of the existence of the American Mafia. To these, we must add United States versus Holy Land Foundation for Relief and Development, prosecuted almost 2 decades ago, which exposed the existence and extensive reach of the Muslim Brotherhood in America since its arrival in 1962. Evidence submitted during that trial demonstrated that not only was the Muslim Brotherhood operating in America, but that the Brotherhood played a singularly important role in providing indoctrination, financing, and political protection for jihadist terrorism. Founded in Egypt by Hassan al-Banna in 1928, From its very beginning, the Muslim Brotherhood has operated as a clandestine organization which engages in the creation of public front groups, cultivates agents of influence, seeks control over religious institutions, and engages in acts of political subversion, as well as creating deniable sub-organizations devoted to terrorism, all in pursuit of their ultimate goal, the overthrow of governments and the reestablishment of a worldwide caliphate operating under Islamic law. It is worth recalling that the government demonstrated that the U.S. Muslim Brotherhood, like all Brotherhood branches worldwide, created and funded Hamas support networks known as Palestine Committees at the direction of the International Muslim Brotherhood beginning in 1983. The most infamous Palestine Committee organization in the United States, CARE, was so significant that its creation and bylaws received the explicit approval of the Muslim Brotherhood leadership in Egypt. HLF documents and related cases reveal that at one time, 1 in every 4 American mosques was under the influence of the Hamas-linked North American Islamic Trust. Brotherhood members, including some convicted of terrorism charges, such as Sami al-Arian and Abdurrahman al-Amodi, regularly work to influence leaders of both American political parties. Organizations affiliated with the Brotherhood have recruited and trained chaplains for American prisons and the American military. Brotherhood organizations operate on nearly every college campus in the United States and have regularly recruited young American Muslims and led them to commit acts of terrorist violence. In short, the issue of the U.S. Muslim Brotherhood is not merely a counterterrorism issue, but it is also a systemic counterintelligence challenge. And even more broadly, it is a challenge to the fabric of the United States and its ability to seek assimilation and social cohesion. In the HLF case, the United States government achieved an unparalleled intelligence coup, and yet almost none of this information was put to substantive further use. HLF would be the last domestic Muslim Brotherhood charity designated by the U.S. Treasury Department. There were no further prosecutions for material support. It was the equivalent of cracking the Enigma code in 1939 and then never decoding another Nazi message. In 2008, the U.S. government had in its possession the name and rank of most leading Muslim Brotherhood figures in the United States. I would encourage the senators to demand, in an appropriate classified setting, that U.S. intelligence deliver the same levels of insight into Brotherhood operations today. The federal government's disinterest in the challenge of the Muslim Brotherhood has largely been answered by private efforts at the local and state level. These have included educational efforts, but also legislative and judicial responses. More than half a dozen state legislatures have passed resolutions condemning CARE. 2 states, Florida and Texas, have publicly declared the group a terrorist organization. Some state attorneys general are currently pursuing investigations into Brotherhood-linked entities. There have been efforts in federal court to enforce federal court judgments against elements of the Palestine Committee, as well as lawsuits seeking to expose the role of foreign funding in CARE. Unfortunately, in multiple cases, as was already outlined, Brotherhood affiliates have successfully utilized lawfare to avoid complying with discovery. Critics will claim that the data derived from the HLF case and related cases are decades old. This is true, but it's also misleading. When studying clandestine networks, one must realize that they are established over many decades as trained cadre move through positions of trust in the network's various fronts. Such individuals are not easily replaced, and they will regularly reappear. A historic snapshot of such a network and the players in it, far from being irrelevant, is a crucial piece of the puzzle, prized by both intelligence practitioners and historians. In conclusion, it is those who insist that the Brotherhood is a leopard who has somehow changed its spots who should be the ones required to meet the burden of proof, because the U.S. government has already proved beyond a reasonable doubt what the Muslim Brotherhood is.
Thank you to each of you for your testimony, which was highly enlightening. Ms. Burns, I want to start with you. Thank you for your work defending the safety of all Americans. We are indebted to you for your 23 years of service. As the lead investigator and prosecutor in the Holy Land Foundation investigation and prosecution, you have become deeply knowledgeable on the Muslim Brotherhood network operating in America. I want to start with a fundamental question. What should Americans be worried about the Muslim Brotherhood?
Thank you for the question. I think Americans need to understand the extent of the threat that this movement poses and the extent of their ability to achieve their goals and their patience in obtaining success in this. The strategy that they have set in place involves the erosion of our democratic principles. It involves the erosion of our personal freedoms. It involves the erosions of the very principles upon which this country was created. And the individuals within this network do not have a deadline. If it takes them 100 years to achieve this goal, they will steadily pursue it. That is something that I think in general Americans have a hard time understanding, is the stamina that this network possesses and the lethality that exists within it. Because ultimately their goal is to erode our society and turn it into something that none of us want or need.
In the Holy Land Foundation prosecution, how many entities did the government identify as unindicted co-conspirators and joint venturers?
I don't remember the exact number, but it was hundreds.
Do you believe some of these groups were likely providing material support to terrorists?
I do.
And are some of these groups still in existence today?
Yes, sir, they are.
Do you believe they are still actively members of the Muslim Brotherhood Network?
I do.
Is the conspiracy under which the Holy Land Foundation was prosecuted still in existence today?
I believe that it is.
To understand what got left on the table after the Holy Land Foundation prosecution, we have to look at who was in the room at that Philadelphia meeting in 1993. CARE was named as an unindicted co-conspirator in the Holy Land Foundation prosecution, correct?
Yes, it was.
Has CARE, to your knowledge, ever formally disavowed the Holy Land Foundation?
No, they have not.
CARE was founded by Omar Abed and Nahad Awad. Both men were captured on FBI wiretaps at that infamous meeting where Hamas operatives discussed strategy on U.S. soil. Is that right?
That's correct.
Nahad Awad is still the executive director of CARE today. Is that right?
He is.
So when CARE tells this Congress it has no ties to Hamas, the documented record says otherwise. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Agent Burns, if you were still an active FBI agent today, with the evidence you developed in the Holy Land Foundation prosecution, would CARE be on your list of organizations warranting further investigation?
It would.
Ms. Burns, this is a letter that I sent to the FBI requesting the release of non-classified materials seized during the 2004 search of Ismail El-Barassi's home in Annandale, Virginia. To date, I have not received those documents. This letter was sent on April 16th, 2026. Ms. Burns, are you aware of anything unusual with the search of El-Barassi's home that you would like to share with this committee?
The search of El-Barassi's home revealed a massive amount of documentation, what we call the archives of Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood in the United States. It was the documents and video and audio tapes were, as seen in exhibits that were put forth in the Holy Land Foundation trial, groundbreaking in the understanding of this Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas network here. And they are key to understanding the extent and scope of this network.
And am I correct that CARE showed up during the search of Al-Barassi's home and attempted to obstruct the seizure of the documents?
Yes, sir, they did.
If the FBI released the non-classified documents tomorrow from the search, would the public understand this network better than it does today?
I believe that the release of those documents, which would provide the ability for those of us who understand this network to conduct a full analysis, that we could use that to provide education to the general public about what this network really is.
All right, Mr. Scheidler, let's turn to you. How long have you studied the history and activities of the Muslim Brotherhood?
Since about 2007, 2008, actually with the rise of the Holy Land Foundation trial, it really piqued my interest, and it's fair to say it changed my entire career trajectory.
Do you believe that there is a Muslim Brotherhood branch operating in the United States?
Yes.
Are there ever instances where the Brotherhood groups engage in America in acts of violence?
Yes, there are. I would include individuals associated with Brotherhood-linked mosques who have engaged in acts of terrorism. I would include individuals associated with Muslim Students Associations, dozens of which have committed acts of terrorism. I would also include the role in the promotion of rioting and civil disorder conducted by groups like Students for Justice in Palestine and the Palestinian Youth Movement.
What you've described is exactly why I introduced the Stop Funders Act, which would add rioting to the RICO predicate offenses so that the Justice Department can reach the entities that fund and coordinate these riots. Do Brotherhood groups in America also participate in electoral and coalition politics?
Yes, sir, they do.
Is that consistent with the Tom Keene framework described in the explanatory memorandum, working through existing institutions rather than displacing them?
Yes, sir. As you described, it is a process of settlement by which they are creating and seizing control of institutions which they can then use to continue to build their efforts.
Does Abdul El Sayed's candidacy for senator in Michigan concern you?
Yes, sir, it does.
Why is that?
Well, to begin with, I look at the connections that his father-in-law, Chakaku Taib, has to Brotherhood-linked groups. This includes being the president at one time of CARE Michigan, also his presence on the Islamic Society of North America Founders Committee, which is only for those most exclusively devoted to ISNA and provides significant amounts of funding. There are other known Brotherhood members on that committee. I would also look at El Sayed's ties to a group called Mgage, which purports to be a Muslim sort of get out the vote or candidate recruitment organization, but it has close ties to CARE. It was created by a former CARE member who at one time was on a terror watch list and was also a consultant to convicted terrorist Samuel Arian.
Do you believe the Islamic Society of North America, or ISNA, is an ongoing part of the Muslim Brotherhood network in the United States?
Yes, sir, I do. There were some HLF documents that reflected hesitation by the Brotherhood that they thought perhaps they were losing control of ISNA at one point, but they appear to have rectified that. As far as I can tell, there are still individuals associated with the Muslim Brotherhood who are in high leadership positions with that organization, and they have never repudiated their ties to the organization.
Does the Muslim Brotherhood also partner with political groups such as the Democratic Socialists of America?
Yes, sir, they do.
Would you agree that this alliance between the Muslim Brotherhood and the DSA, otherwise known as the Red-Green Alliance, is based on a shared hatred of America, Israel, Western civilization writ large, capitalism, and democracy?
Yes, sir, I would. And I would go further as to say it's also united around a revolutionary objective advocating for the overthrow of the U.S. Constitution.
Ms. Claypock, let's move to you. Thank you for being with us today. And thank you for your work confronting the contemporary Muslim Brotherhood network in court. The historical record is damning, but I'd like to turn to what's being done about it today. The Muslim Brotherhood's ties to terrorism are ongoing today, not just historical. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And yet, Brotherhood groups still meet with members of Congress and are treated as a civil rights source of financial support for significant portions of the CARE ecosystem.
That's correct. I believe it was about $54 million in federal grant money was received by CARE California. There has been testimony in other Senate Judiciary subcommittees relating to that funding and CARE's misuse of that funding.
You mentioned CARE California. In 2024 IRS filings, CARE California reported distributing more than $4 million in subgrants to 39 other organizations. Is that right?
Yes.
Roughly 185,000 of that went to California chapters of the Muslim American Society, an organization that George Washington University's program on extremism identifies as a Brotherhood legacy group. Is that right?
That's right, and federal prosecutors also called the Muslim American Society the overt arm of the Muslim Brotherhood in the United States.
And the American taxpayer is effectively footing the bill for this.
That's right.
So, the taxpayer funds it, and then the taxpayer is told it's none of his business what is done with that money. Let's talk about what happens when someone actually tries to look. Do you believe Brotherhood affiliates have developed effective tactics for obstructing any investigation into their activities?
Yes, they have.
Let's discuss a real-world example. Is it true that more than 2 years after the Virginia Attorney General issued its civil investigatory demands into AMP in October of 2023, AMP has still not complied with substantial portions of those demands?
That's correct.
That kind of stonewalling is not unique to AMP. It's the Brotherhood playbook. In your estimation, do you believe Treasury should investigate CARE for maintaining relationships with designated terrorists?
I do.
And do you believe that when the founders drafted the First Amendment, that propping up and shielding the Muslim Brotherhood from scrutiny is what they had in mind?
No, the rights afforded under the First Amendment are not absolute, and the Supreme Court has said in Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project that speech at the direction of or in coordination with a terrorist organization can constitute material support for terrorism under the statute.
Mr. Scheidler, in your judgment, why should Americans be worried about the Muslim Brotherhood network in America?
Oh, I would point to the influence that the Muslim Brotherhood has had in elements of our foreign policy, including key Brotherhood members playing a role in lobbying the United States, leading us into the intervention in the Libyan civil war and in the Syrian civil war, interventions which resulted in, for example, using Youssef al-Qaradawi in Qatar as an intermediary for our negotiations with the Taliban. They have had a tremendously negative effect on our foreign policy and also on our domestic counterterrorism policy, looking at influence with law enforcement and the like, preventing the investigation into their friends in the Muslim Brotherhood.
Is the Muslim Brotherhood network in America a foreign threat, a domestic threat, or both?
It's both. They both operate at the direction of individuals overseas, as well as having now at this point multiple generations of Brotherhood members who have grown up as American citizens and are U.S. persons.
Ms. Burns, based on your decades of investigative experience, is the threat of the Muslim Brotherhood in America growing or shrinking?
It is growing.
Ms. Claypock, to what degree has the Muslim Brotherhood infiltrated the American education system? Should parents sending their children to American public schools and universities be worried about the Muslim Brotherhood?
I believe they should be. In addition to the CARE New Jersey curriculum that I mentioned in my opening statement, CARE has also attempted to or initiated relationships with other public school districts, such as in Philadelphia, I believe also in Delaware. As I mentioned, they also boast of their partnership with Chicago Public Schools. The type of rhetoric that is being taught and promoted in their curriculum is incredibly dangerous and antithetical to Western values.
In your work, have you seen this network specifically target young Americans because they're easier to influence than adults?
Yes, of course. If you teach an elementary schooler that about 9/11 and teach them that it was our fault, they're not going to know any better. And of course, as has already been testified by the other witnesses on the panel, we've seen the infiltration of the Muslim Brotherhood network on college campuses, exactly as the Muslim Brotherhood set out to do in that 1993 meeting when they said that they would infiltrate American universities specifically.
Ms. Claypock, following the letter that Senator Cotton and Representative Stefanik sent to the Department of Treasury in October 2025, requesting an investigation into CARE's ties to Hamas, CARE responded by claiming that a federal appeals court had ruled the government's identification of these groups as co-conspirators was unconstitutional. Is that characterization accurate?
No. In fact, I believe the language of the district court in the ruling upholding the unindicted co-conspirator list was that there was ample evidence to support both CARE and NATE and other organizations' inclusion on that list, and that ruling was upheld, I believe, by the Fifth Circuit.
In fact, as you just noted, the Fifth Circuit did the opposite, affirming the district court's decision to deny CARE's motion to strike its name from the unindicted co-conspirator list. Is that right?
Yes.
And that ruling, finding sufficient evidence of CARE's involvement in the conspiracy as the successor organization to the Islamic Association for Palestine, has never been reversed. Is that right?
I believe that is the ruling that found that CARE's inclusion on the unindicted co-conspirator list was valid and not unconstitutional. I don't believe that that has ever been overturned.
So when CARE tells the public and tells Congress that a federal court vindicated it, that claim is a lie, is it not?
It is.
Agent Burns, CARE and other Muslim Brotherhood affiliated groups have long referred to the convicted Holy Land Foundation defendants as political prisoners, implying that they were imprisoned for their beliefs. Based on the trial record you helped build, is that an accurate description?
It is completely inaccurate. Labeling prisoners as political prisoners does, as you say, it implies that there was no due process, that people are imprisoned because of their beliefs or merely because of their speech. And in this instance, the Holy Land Foundation and 5 of its officers were tried by a jury of 12 jurors who were hand-selected by the prosecution and the defense, the jurors who found beyond a reasonable doubt that these individuals and the organization committed the crime of providing material support to terrorism under 18 U.S.C. 2339B. And then the defense appealed that judgment on many grounds to the Fifth Circuit, and the Fifth Circuit examined all of those issues and wrote a lengthy, almost 100-page opinion addressing those issues and affirming the convictions. And then the defendants applied for certiorari with the Supreme Court, who denied it. Therefore, they received exactly what our Constitution provides, due process, and expended all of their efforts challenging that. So I would say that that is an absolute mischaracterization of those individuals in that entity.
And isn't it true that those men were convicted by a jury on all counts after weeks of testimony, wiretaps, financial records establishing that they knowingly funneled money to a designated terrorist organization?
Yes.
Mr. Scheidler, how important is the Brotherhood network operating inside the United States to the Brotherhood's global agenda?
I would say it's probably central to their efforts. While they have influence in other countries that is perhaps more significant, the importance of influencing the United States is preeminent.
Let's turn to the American Muslims for Palestine. Ms. Claypock, there are serious allegations that AMP is effectively the alter ego of the Islamic Association for Palestine, the original Hamas propaganda front in the United States. Is there evidentiary support for that?
Yes, there is. That case is currently in litigation and scheduled to go to trial in February of next year. The district court judge in that case ruled against AMP, in multiple motions to dismiss, claiming that there was insufficient evidence of alter ego status.
Mr. Scheidler, are there individuals who move directly from IAP, UA, SR, or HLF into leadership roles at AMP?
Yes, there are. As you named some of them, Osama Abu Arshad, who was not just at IAP, but he was also at the United Association for Studies and Research, which was really the Hamas think tank of its time. It was created by Hamas foreign affairs leader Abu Marzouk and led by Ahmed Youssef, who was the sort of the Hamas political consultant.
And isn't it true that AMP's current executive director, Osama Abershad, previously worked for both IAP and the United Association for Studies and Research, which were two of the original Hamas-linked organizations in America.
Yes, that's correct.
And in April 2024, Mr. Abershad stood on George Washington University's campus at a student protest and said in substance that the movement would take back these colleges like it will take back America, like it will take back Palestine. Mr. Scheidler, does rhetoric like that also inform how we should understand Hamas's own intent for the network it built here in America?
Yes, it does.
We were talking about Abdul al-Sayed, now the Democrat nominee for U.S. Senate in the state of Michigan. Among other things, Mr. al-Sayed has campaigned alongside Hassan Piker, a radical left-wing Islamist who has said, among other things, America deserved 9/11. Mr. al-Sayed was very proud to stand next to Hassan Piker. I want to ask each of the three witnesses, do you believe America deserved 9/11?
No, sir, it did not. Al-Qaeda committed the acts that we saw on 9/11. Al-Qaeda hijacked commercial airliners and flew them into the World Trade Center and into the Pentagon and attempted to fly another plane and kill more civilians. They killed 3,000 civilians, and for anyone to claim that any one of those civilians or individuals who died in that atrocious terrorist attack deserved it is shameful.
Ms. Claypock?
Absolutely not. And the reframing of 9/11 as something that is a consequence of U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East is an incredibly dangerous rhetorical tool that the Brotherhood has used. And we've seen that rhetorical tool extend even beyond to Mr. al-Sayed's statements about even the recent terrorist attack against a preschool in Michigan.
Mr. Scheidler?
I have to concur. It's a horrific statement.
Final question. What does it say to you that today's Democrat Party is proudly supporting Mr. al-Sayed as a Michigan U.S. Senate candidate and will funnel money, support, and advocacy behind his candidacy, notwithstanding his willingness to embrace someone like Hassan Piker, who says America deserved 9/11? Mr. Scheidler?
Oh, I would say it shows the success of the Muslim Brotherhood Network over multiple decades, that they achieved what they said they were going to achieve, which was to normalize support for Hamas, normalize support for terrorism.
Ms. Claypock?
I would concur with that. The classification of this hearing and this endeavor as Islamophobic says a lot about the failure of one party in this country to confront the terrorist threat that faces our nation. I would say that the most Islamophobic or racist thing about this endeavor is the fact that the Democrats can't look at terrorists because they purport that it reflects all Muslims.
Ms. Burns?
I would say that embracing Muslim Brotherhood rhetoric and furthering the Muslim Brotherhood's agenda in this country will result in the erosion of our government, the erosion of the fabric of our society, and it poses a threat to our national security and should be treated as such.
Well, I want to thank each of the witnesses for your testimony. It was highly enlightening, and I hope that the administration listens to your testimony carefully, and I hope we see real action from the Department of Justice, the Department of Treasury, the FBI, and elsewhere following up and protecting the American people from what I believe is a clear and present danger to our safety and security. This concludes our hearing. Written questions can be submitted for the record until Tuesday, August 12th at 5 p.m. And I will ask the witnesses to answer and return any questions.
You know, some people can say, thank you guys for being patient with me. Some people can say that we're just trying to make Muslims look bad, but unfortunately the religion itself, if you read the Quran, is really horrible. And while we believe that there is some good people out there that are trying to be, good Muslims because of their ignorance, well, it doesn't help us keep our country safe. Now, you have heard in there, and I said it before, that they have infiltrated our educational system. Here's a small clip from Fox, and President Trump should be coming in here pretty soon.
So happening today, the Muslim Brotherhood will face new scrutiny on Capitol Hill as lawmakers examine the group and its network in the United States. Founded in Egypt in 1928, the organization was built on the belief that Islamic teachings should guide government, and later developed an armed wing, and Hamas emerged as its Palestinian branch. Our next guest argues that the real challenge is understanding how the Muslim Brotherhood operates beyond terrorism, including through politics, education, and grassroots activism. Here to discuss, Lorenzo Vadino, the founder and director of the program of extremism at George Washington University. Sir, thanks so much for joining the program. Lorenzo, can you speak about the influence that they have and how they try to secretly, and we've seen many of them at these protests, infiltrate our different organizations in the country?
You're absolutely right. I think that's the part we don't see. With 25 years since 9/11, everybody understands the jihadist threat, groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda, but we have a hard time conceptualizing that there are groups that have created a presence in the U.S. for 40, 50 years, and that are not violent. They don't engage in terrorism, but they have created a network that is very effective in pursuing an agenda that is exploiting democracy and basically infiltrating and influencing our society in a nefarious way. They have created a very extensive presence in the education system. They're now very active in the political stage, supporting and funding candidates on both sides, but mostly the Democratic side. They are very engaged in a variety of interfaith effort. They engage in multiple activities, all of them within the law. And this is one of the big challenges, is what can a democracy do against a group that acts largely, for the most part, within the democratic framework?
Yeah, sometimes they know our laws better than we do. And this is all a part of that 100-year plan. They plan on infiltrating U.S. government, the schools, and you bet they are on the campuses right now, especially those college campuses. Civil rights groups, they have ties to the Qataris, and they share ideological goals with extremist groups. So when the people are in the middle of the street saying globalize the Antivada or from the river to the sea, we should take them seriously, right, Lorenzo?
I think you touched on a couple of very important points. First of all, that this is not a small improvised network. This is a long presence that dates back decades in the United States, is very well funded, mostly by Qatar, but also by other sources in the Middle East, and knows how to speak our language. They know how to frame their issues through the lenses to a language that is palatable to Western audiences, particularly on college campuses, but also to civil rights organizations. They will never openly speak about jihad and frame, for example, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in terms of religious terms. They will use the language of post-colonial theory, oppression, apartheid, and so on. Obviously, for them, in reality, it's a religious conflict, but they know how to camouflage their real goals. And they have the ability, they have really created a very symbiotic relationship with a large part of civil society or progressive organizations that serve, and this is very reminiscent of what happened in the Iranian Revolution, as sort of useful idiots for these Islamist actors.
Lorenzo, quick exit question. I only got about 30 seconds. When you look at the rise of this new democratic socialist group, we see a lot of the same teachings under them. How closely tied are they?
I think we're seeing some dynamics in which there is support, financial support. There have been a few candidates that have been successful, even including yesterday in Michigan, successful in elections that unquestionably have ties. I'm not saying they're Islamists, but they are unquestionably supported by those Islamist networks.
It's the same ideas. They may not have the same label, but the underpinnings is something that we should all be concerned about. Lorenzo, thanks so much for joining the program.
Thank you, Green Substance. I appreciate the compliment, but anybody can take the oath, but not everybody can. But not everybody does it truthfully. They just do it for their own personal gain. Let me see. President Trump should be coming in here very, very close, very shortly. We're going to go ahead and put it out on the window here so that you guys can actually keep track on that. August 5th, already August 5th. Can you believe that? August 5th. All right, as soon as we get that in there, we're going to go ahead and get into it. I want to say, guys, listen, I don't know if you really are Americans like we are. I don't know if you are really that gullible. I don't know. We have had horrible history, but we had to learn it. If you have been ignoring history because you don't want to learn bad things, well, you have to learn it. You have to learn it. If you don't like religion, well, you better start learning religion. You better start looking up at the issues, because whether you like it or not, I get these people that argue with me about, I don't like to get into politics and, just it is what it is. Let me tell you something, man. I don't like politics. I don't like politics either. I don't like it. But if I don't make the effort to learn about it, to see what's going on around me, I would just be a fool. And I think that Americans have gotten soft. Americans have gotten soft because we have so much freedom in this country. We are so spoiled, even if we're poor and we're broke and, we live in a society where, the pursuit of happiness is for everybody, but we are so content with everything around us. And we think that if we ignore the things that happen around us, that we are going to somehow be better off. It's kind of like somebody that closes their eyes and say, nobody can see me now. It's that mentality that is ruining this country. And I always say, if there's any migrants that come to this country, bruh, those who respect the law, those who love this country, those who come here the right way, those are the ones that are going to come in here and make a difference in this country. Everybody else that likes to break the law and protect criminals and hide their evil doings behind the excuse of, I'm in need. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm going to tell you something. Criminals are going to hell. I'd rather starve myself than to go and steal at a store. I've done it since I was a kid. So many days I went hungry. As an adult, I don't go hungry because I'm fasting for, let's fast today. No. You go hungry because you gotta pay all the stuff. You gotta make sure the kids are eating. We're not getting food stamps. We're not getting free health care. The people that argue about how expensive health care is, it's actually people that might pay for it. Because everybody that qualifies for free health care, it really is free health care. You don't pay shit. You don't pay for the visit. You don't pay for medicines. You don't pay for anything. It's all free. And so it really gets to me when some people want to argue about health care. You know what I mean? It's like, Americans are being kicked out of health. What? No. You're fighting the wrong. You see, this is the problem. You are depending on the government to give you what you should be getting already. Like this, like everybody wants to, hate on Trump about the healthcare system. With Obama, I can tell you, I could never afford the Obamacare. Ever. I couldn't afford it. It was cheaper to get it through my employer. So I never qualified for no free Obamacare or affordable Obamacare. It was crazy. It has never been available to me. So I always paid, my health insurance through my job. But the people that are complaining, bitching and complaining about healthcare prices, when they get free Medicare, what are you bitching about? What are you complaining about? When I hear about all these socialist people saying, "Oh, my tax dollars, you work for me." No, you don't even pay taxes. You don't even have a job. It's the people that complain the most, seems like, are the people that don't do shit for this country. That's just the way it seems like. It's just the way that it looks like to me. It drives me nuts. As an American, it should drive you nuts. Just so you guys know, we're waiting for President Trump to go live. President Trump is going to be delivering some remarks in Las Vegas, Nevada. There's two kinds of people. There's two kinds of people on this earth, in this country. Those who know they are free to work, take care of themselves, be independent, be responsible, are accountable for their actions, respect the law. They understand economy, inflation. Things sometimes go good, sometimes they go bad. And these are the people that don't bitch and complain. These are the people that know times are rough. But they continue to work. They continue to do whatever investment, whatever idea, whatever things they need to do legally and honestly to make money. And then there is the other kinds of people. The freeloaders, the lazy ones, the ones that think the world owes them everything, the ones that don't hold themselves accountable. They are irresponsible. All they do is bitch and complain about high prices here, high prices there, and they have never been responsible in their life, and they're just lazy. And they blame everybody else for their mistakes. That's it. So you get to choose which kind of people are you. Here, I'll give you this example for myself. You know I'm a migrant. I'm a migrant in this country. I go through hard times just like everybody else. I live in this country just like everybody else. I became an American citizen when I knew that this is my country. Many migrants come here just to take advantage of the system. You guys heard everything about this Islamic Brotherhood. The guys on the left that come in here and they just want to ignore the facts, they seem to ignore the dates on how programs were funded and when they were defunded and canceled, but they don't pay attention to what happens in those dates. Like, for example, I noticed that we imposed some cancellation on Iran because of terrorism in 2006. And then they were back in 2011. Who was president in 2011? Oh, that's right, Barack Obama. Problems, attacks on the USA. What have we seen in the last couple of decades? We had 9/11, 2001. That's 25 years ago almost. Mm-mm-mm. 25 years. And every Muslim terrorist paid the price for terrorizing Americans. Now, Americans is including Muslims and Christians and Jews and everybody that is in New York. They learned that the best tactics to destroy your enemy, and you know, we do this to ourselves because we want to be politically correct. We want to prove that we're Christians. This is why when people say I'm a fake Christian, I just cuss them out. I just let them know. I don't care what names you call me. I'm going to stand for what I believe. And so other Americans, other people, they look at the UK, look at the Europe. The Europeans are falling because of the same shit. So I decided not to give a shit about what people think about me, if I'm a Christian or not. The fact is, I have to fight for my country. Well, I created this podcast without your permission. I created my channel without your funding. I have what I have because I have worked hard for it. I can grab just any webcam and do just whatever. No big deal. But that's not what I want. So I got to work for what I want. They decided to infiltrate us through our educational system. Now, here is one thing that I find very interesting in the educational system. Most of the professors are socialist. I find that very interesting. I find that very interesting. Do you think that if our professors in the universities and colleges, that if they're socialist, do you think they're going to teach you anything good about capitalism? They won't. They won't teach you. Go to any college campus. Socialist. They rule. Activists. Even though I'm feeling like shit, we just listen to the hearing of all the documents, literature that they handed out. And they blame Americans. They call us terrorists. Us, Americans. Imperialism. They use these words to hide their communism, but their actions are communist. Peaceful Muslims, there might be some. But these terrorist Muslims that are taking over our country, that's no joke. And they tell it to your face and you bend the knee. I don't play the victim card. I don't play the racist card. They can't fuck with me with that. They just can't. So they don't like me. Because I tell them the truth. They want me to say how horrible Trump is. It's not about Trump. Trump doesn't pay my bills. You don't pay my bills. I work for my money. If I wasn't making money and I didn't pay taxes, I will have some free welfare right now. I will have free health care right now. You know what I'm saying? So I give people the opportunity to call in and tell me what I lie about. Some people call in, good calls. Sometimes it's bad. I get it. But when they get a chance to shine, to tell the truth, they never do because they're cowards. The moment that you question them, to tell us. Fuck you, Fantine. Fuck you very much and get the fuck out of my chat. I don't give a shit about you. You're a pussy and a coward. That's why you blocked the channel. You see what I'm saying? Unapologetic Christian. Unapologetic American citizen. Bunch of fucking losers trying to destroy our beautiful United States of America. Can you believe the nerves of these losers? DSAUSA.org. Visit their website. Read their documents, their own literature. I guarantee you, if you have any knowledge of history about communism or anything like that, you will recognize the literature on their dumb-ass website. How so, Death? How am I destroying myself, Zonic? You're Australian. You shouldn't be talking shit. As much as I like Australia, Australia is a piece of shit continent. You guys are also just as fucking retarded as the socialist communists that we are fighting against here in our country. So I would tread very lightly, Sonic. You have no say on the United States of America. Worry about your own shitty-ass continent. You think we don't know about the shootings that happen over there? You think I don't know about the shootings that the Muslims do in Australia and you guys don't do shit? You just let them do it. Because you're a bunch of pussies. I don't give a shit. You let me talk about my country. You talk about your country. That's it. No, bitch. Israel doesn't own you. Iran owns you. Fucking pussy tart. You came to the wrong channel. Wrong channel. I don't bullshit. I'm a very direct, very straightforward man. Third world country shithole dwellers come into our country after they run away from their piece of shit country. And they want to go into our government and tell us how to make a great government. Why didn't you do that in your piece of shit country before you ran away from it? Iran has Australian balls in their hands. Every Muslim knows this. Islam has Australian balls, whatever they, I don't know if they're small balls, but they still have them in their hands, and they're feeding it to Australians. Come over here talking shit on my channel. I will fucking eat you alive on my channel. I will tear you apart. Australia is an island. It's a continent. It's a continent. Got that right, Mr. Mangus. Fuck these guys. Hey, listen. If you're American, we'll talk shit about Americans. You know what I'm saying? But all you fucking Australians, all these foreigners that come into my chat, fuck you very much. How about you fucking talk about your country? Let us talk shit about our country. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. I'm going to fucking die telling the truth to the world. Yeah. There's no, Mike. Australians say there is no point on having guns. Like Mohammed, I love Mohammed, bro. This guy is good. This guy is okay. I cussed out Mohammed before. He's a good guy. He's a good kid. He's over here listening to. He's playing the song. I come from the land down under. Oh man, that's right. Goo Pinter. That's right. And don't you forget it, man. Don't you forget it. Sometimes I get these bipolar people that come by here, and I just got to put them on their place. Got to teach them a thing or two. You know what I'm saying? Man, Salty, let me tell you something about Australians. Now, first of all, let me tell you about the good Australians. And then I'll talk about these pussies that come into our channel talking shit. The good Australians, man, good farmers, hardworking. They're like American rednecks. That's the good Australians. The American rednecks. That is the good Australians. Hard workers. They don't care. They don't care about snakes. They don't care about poisonous animals. They don't care. They survive. They build, construct, and fight for the good things in life. That's the good Australians. That's the ones that I like. And then we got pussy Australians like the ones that come in here into our chat talking shit about the United States of America. I'm going to tear you apart, son. I'm going to tear you apart, man. Thank you, Mr. Mikey. Appreciate you. You know how we do. Always tell the truth, my man. Always tell the truth. Buddha loves you guys, says Report Go. Let's talk about the Buddhist. I mean, because I'm saying, we had an Indian Buddhist. Maybe the Indian Buddhists are a little bit different than the Buddhists from other parts of the world. but this Indian Buddhist that came into our show not too long ago, he said, as a Buddhist, he is allowed to commit adultery as much as he wants. No wonder he likes being a Buddhist in India. He also says he tells women what to do because they are his bitch. And he beats them when they step out of line. I never thought Buddhists would ever say that. I was wrong about Buddhists. I thought Buddhists was very peaceful. They didn't believe on killing any type of life. I thought they cherish life. I don't know. I was wrong, boy. I tell you, I was wrong. Man, no, I don't want to fucking visit Australia. Australia is all desert and a bunch of poisonous animals. No. I will just watch Australia on documentaries and on video. And I'm going to tell you that I didn't think so, but I'm telling you, this guy, that's what he did. That's what he did. See, I don't know, man. Like I said, he was Indian, and he said he was a Buddhist. You know, he said, why do Americans keep coming to India and just leave our women alone? And I'm just like, I don't know. I told him, I said, I think I misunderstood what Buddhists were like. As a matter of fact, why don't we do this? Why don't we go take a look and see Buddhists? What is the religion? Religion of Buddhists. Buddhism. Buddhist religion. Sounds like big booty Latina religions. That's what I hear. When I hear Buddhist, I hear big booty hoes. Hop with it. Boop. I'm sorry. The headache is going away a little bit. You can tell. That's probably why God gave me a headache, so I can bring it down a couple notches. All right, we'll listen. Here we go. Buddhism is a major global faith and philosophy centered on personal awakening. This guy was really awakened, I'll tell you that right now. Overcoming suffering, yes, by inflicting it upon the women. Or in his words, the bitches. I can't believe that guy. I can't believe it. And achieving inner peace. It was founded by Siddhartha. Well, by the way, this is a fake god, just so you know. I don't know how to say these names, guys. By Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, in India over 2,500 years ago. The key foundational elements include the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path, and the goal of reaching nirvana. That's another word for smoking weed here in Seattle, Washington. Oh, man, I'm just kidding. All right, the four noble truths. Life involves suffering. He definitely practiced that. He definitely applies some suffering to his bitches, as he says. Suffering is caused by craving. Suffering can be ended. The Eightfold Path leads to the end of suffering. I don't know. I mean, that sounds very suicidal right there. I'm gonna tell you, I'm ready to go, but I'm not suicidal. The middle way is a balanced life, avoiding both extreme luxury and severe self-denial. I think I might be a Buddhist. Karma in rebirth. Maybe not. Actions have cosmic consequences, and beings cycle through repeated lives until reaching liberation. I don't know, man. That sounds pretty violent. Nirvana is a peaceful state free from desire, hatred, and delusion, where the cycle of rebirth ends. Well. Major traditions. The Theravada, the prevalent Southeast Asia, focuses on strict monastic discipline and early teachings. The Mahayana, prevalent in East Asia, emphasizes the path of the Bodhisattva to help all beings reach awakening. Oh, man, I don't know. I watch too much Indiana Jones movies, and I seen all what the Indians do to reach that awakening. It's not cool. The Vajrayana, often associated with the Tibetan Buddhism, utilizes esoteric practices and rituals. Yes, Indiana Jones again. I don't know, man. There's really not much of good that comes out of but the Buddhist religion, it looks like. Brent oil is hanging in there at $76 a barrel. Interesting that the lowest price of the barrel of oil under Biden was around $80. $80. We are $5 under that, and we are still paying high gas prices. I wonder how that works. Man, President Trump is taking too damn long, man. Yeah, it hasn't started yet. Still waiting. The big kahuna is making us wait a little bit longer. But as soon as you start hearing the song, oh wait, that's for the end. I think he might come in either playing the YMCA or an American citizen song. I don't know what the song is called, but proud to be an American. That's what I call it. Just sharing a bunch of bullshit, man. I'm waiting for this damn speech to start. I don't want to give you something different because I'll be stuck in there for too long. Yeah, but listen, I read all of that, and all I got was violence out of it. All I got was a cult, some rituals. Who knows what that means? And I don't know. I got nothing good. I don't blame the Indian Buddhist anymore. Now I know where he was coming from. It's funny. I should try to find the I should try to find the area where he called in, but I don't think I can do it that quick here on the show. Thank you, Tanya. Make sure you're hydrated and eat. Keep the headache down. Yeah. I don't have food here. I mean, I could go make something to eat, but, it's going to take too much time, I think. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe, normally I have like some food, to eat because I'm here for hours, when I do my live. So sometimes I do. I don't know. I got some cookies, but the sugar, yeah, I don't think the sugar is going to help, to be honest. But, well, you know what? How about we do this? What I could do is maybe I could take some calls. Just take a call. I don't know. It seems like people leave when I take phone calls. I don't know why. It's just the way it is. Tyler, how are you? Good to see you. Some people think 1,000 rounds is a lot, but it really isn't. I agree with you. 1,000 rounds is nothing. I agree with you. Mike, I've been saying that I'm going to go and get another gun and a rifle. I think I might have to go, I might have to drive down to Idaho to buy myself an AR-15 because I think they still sell them there. Here in Washington, they won't let you buy it. As a matter of fact, I've been thinking about buying this, when the weather starts getting cooler again. I'm going to order this jacket. I don't know if you guys know of any place where I can do this, but there is this jackets. Now, I have one. It's a camo that I have. And in one of my pockets, there's a gun holster on it. And I've been wanting to buy this jacket with a double holster on it. And then it also has for 2 extra mags. And here in Washington, Amazon won't let me buy it. So I had to send it to a different state address if I want to get that. Yeah. Let's see what else you have. Let's see. Rose says that's true, but if you're going to make fun of a religion, at least make fun of the real faith and not fictionalized version of it. Yeah, it is what it is, my friend. That's what makes it all fun, especially if you're making fun of a fake religion. I think every religion is actually fake, to be honest. The only thing that's true is the religion of the part of the religion where you practice something daily. That's what makes it a religion. But spiritually speaking, all religions are fake except for Christianity, Christ following. Let's see. Tanya said 2 words. That was Dennis. They don't think you're one of the good ones. They don't consider you to be one of their team. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, John. Sorry about that. I don't know what you're saying. Yep. Anybody can believe whatever they want. That's okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me see. Let me find something else that we can go over really quick. I don't know who this guy is, to be honest, so I can't play that. Wow. I actually had something for you, and they removed it. Interesting. Uh-oh. What is this? E-bike rules in Everett, Washington. I'm telling you, you just can't have freedoms. Some freedoms got to be taken away. Let's take a listen to this report real quick. This is interesting.
Up for e-scooters and e-bikes. Given their popularity, some cities are imposing new restrictions and stepping up enforcement. KOMO's Joel Marino shows us the changes in Everett and Kirkland regarding these electric vehicles.
Just step on and go. Trips aboard e-scooters and e-bikes are that easy, but this transformation in transit options is also driving a sharp increase in people getting hurt.
The day I slipped is because I was not paying attention, and ever since I've been paying attention.
Everett ranks 3rd in Washington for electric scooter injuries and 5th for e-bike hospitalizations.
Yeah, I knew a guy who was riding one of these, got seriously injured. His back was, kind of messed up.
Everett now has new rules around these vehicles, putting guardrails around where riders can go, how fast they can ride, and who's allowed behind the handlebars. For instance, sidewalks in the downtown business district are becoming a no-ride zone for these motorized devices.
That's news to me. I'm going to have to look it up because I ride it quite often. Hopefully I don't get in trouble or get any tickets somewhere I'm not supposed to be riding.
Kirkland is also seeing a rise in crashes and is now stepping up its enforcement specifically with e-bikes. And police will be on the lookout for unsafe riders.
Over the coming weeks, you'll see officers conducting extra patrols and enforcement throughout Kirkland.
The new ordinance in Everett creates different rules depending on speed. Under 20 miles an hour is mostly business as usual, but going faster shifts the restrictions. And anyone under 16 must ride with a helmet.
I could see where the safety and wearing helmets, should be required. I ride them sometimes, and I make my little one ride a helmet too, so it's just smart.
Joel Marino, Como News.
Under the new laws in Everett, first-time violators could face a $50 fine. That jumps to $150 for any additional offenses.
Crazy. Even electrical bikes, people just manage to ruin all the freedoms. All the freedoms that we have. I don't know. I think I've read everything about Buddhists. I read what I read. I interpret what I interpret. And I interpreted violence that went along with the Indian Buddhist. The guy even told me that I couldn't even marry his sister, even though I said this is just as an example. It doesn't mean it's true. As an example, what if I like your sister and I marry her? And he said, no, you cannot marry my sister. You're not a Buddhist. You cannot be married to my sister. You're crazy. And I said, no. I said, it's just to pretend. It's just to make a point. I'm just pretend. He said, okay, I'm a Buddhist. And he said, oh, okay, you're a Buddhist. Now you can marry my... I don't know, maybe the guy was just crazy. But anyway. There is a lot of idolatry. Listen, I tell people this, and I have close people that I have arguments with, superstitions. This whole, my ancestors are in this bottle and they don't like you doing this. I'm just going to drink the water out of it. If you start worshiping a piece of wood, a rock, metal, a tree, or some sort of weird animal, you have a fake religion. That simple. It's fake. I understand the, meditating. Meditating is good. Do your breathing, relax, try to connect, with the energy of the universe. Just those kind of things. But I think idolatry just tells me that your religion is fake. Uh-oh. Guess who's coming next? No, not President Trump. Not yet.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being with us today. This seems like it's a daily event this week. I want to introduce you to a difference maker, to a mother, to a nurse. I want to introduce you to Margaret Dufour. She's 56 years of age. And this is an award she got for being a difference maker. She was a registered nurse, and she helped a lot of people along the way in her profession.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, and congratulations on getting in, because you got thousands of people outside, and you got nothing. Would anybody like to give up their location to somebody outside? No? Okay, I figured. I wouldn't do it either. But I want to thank the great, he really is one and only, Dana White, and I want to say a big hello to Las Vegas. You know, Dana had the most successful fight in history the other night at the White House. We had the White House as a little backdrop, and there were some of the greatest fights anyone's ever seen. You saw Justin Gaethje. You saw some of those fights. Every one of them was incredible. But it was the thrill of the White House. It was the whole thing. It was just, I don't think it will ever be duplicated again. It was the most successful fight, they say, ever. Although I think Mike Tyson, he's here someplace, he had some pretty damn good ones. So I better be careful. He might have topped us once or twice. Iron Mike. But I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Nevada, where thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots are just doing their thing. But before we begin, I want to send our love and heartfelt prayers to the family and loved ones of the brave, I hear he was an incredible young man, Las Vegas police officer, Austin, Abdel Nabi, a lot of you knew him, who was shot and killed in the line of duty yesterday afternoon. It was a big deal, a big story, and it should be a big story. And gunned down by a savage criminal at just 30 years old. And Austin died a hero, and he will never be forgotten, never going to be forgotten. So to every law enforcement officer here today, we thank you for your service, and we say God bless the men and women of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and, frankly, all of law enforcement. With the help of so many Nevada patriots here today, we have a lot of them. In 2024, we won the state in a landslide. It was a big, beautiful, well, no tax on tips didn't hurt, did it? Remember I said it, and by the way, I said it and I got it done. You know, a lot of people say it, they don't get it done. But I remember I said it, then about a month and a half, 2 months later, she came out and she said, that's Kamala, because by this time Biden was gone. He went bye-bye. And Kamala came out, she said, no tax on tips. What does that mean? She didn't know what it meant. And people cast her aside. They didn't believe it. She was a little late. She was a little bit late. But right now, it's one of the best things. I mean, it's one of the greatest things. People are making a lot of money, no tax on tips, and it's great. And the best thing, and the thing I'm most proud of, because a lot of people would say it's a little bit, tends to be a Democrat state, but not when I'm running, because we had more votes than any candidate in the history of Nevada. Actually, by far. By far. So every day since, I've been fighting for the people of Nevada like no president has ever fought before, and the people of our country. When we took office, we inherited a total catastrophe. Biden and the radical left, Democrats, I call them Democrats because their policies are so dumb. You exchange the E with a U, and nobody knows that dumb doesn't have a B. Democrats. I can't imagine I didn't think about that 10 years ago when I started this whole situation. But the Democrats created the worst inflation in 48 years. They had the worst inflation. I inherited those high prices, just so you understand. I inherited them. Wide open borders with millions of people pouring in from all over the globe, from drug dealers and people in prison. They opened up their prisons from all over the world, including from the world's worst prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums. We had transgender for everybody. We had men playing in women's sports. How's that one? We had a big win on that, as you know, in the Supreme Court. Crime was ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us. But they're not laughing anymore. They're not laughing anymore. They don't laugh. They don't laugh anymore. We had a president that nobody respected. Nobody thought anything about him. Everybody took advantage of him. Everybody took advantage of him. It was sad, actually, including his own family took advantage of him. But America's respected again like we have never been respected before. We've never been respected at this level before. And less than 2 years ago, and you've heard this said, this was said by the King of Saudi Arabia, he told me, a year ago. That time the dates were a little different, but the statement was the same. He said, President, a year ago, your country was dead. It was a dead country. We never thought it was coming back. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. You have the hottest country. And I'm not getting credit from the fake news for what I've done. I never have gotten credit. I don't get credit. Dana, I don't get any credit for anything. Everything I do, even prescription drug prices, where they're down 4, 5, 600, think of it, 600%. Favored nations. We had the highest prices in the world, and now we have the lowest prices. The press won't write about it. They don't give me any credit. But look at the bright side. I'm president, so you gave me credit. Right? You gave me. Like, you know, you had a big election last night, and a lot of people running, and I endorsed a lot of candidates. And the end result, I was 28 wins and 1 loss. It was a little bit of a person that I thought was a good person. Didn't have much of a chance, but I said, I don't care, I'm doing it anyway. Good person, very good, very respected, but nobody knew who the person was. But it was 28-1 last night on endorsements, and numerous of them were outliers. You know, an outlier is a person that doesn't have a chance. But if you studied the fake news today, you'd think that it was just the opposite. It was like 1 in 28. No, it was 28-1 last night. And I have to be truthful, because if I'm not truthful, look at all the press. They have a lot of press here. Well, this is all on live television. Every word, if you make one little mistake, one little exaggeration, they go after you with. Now, when Biden made mistakes, that's all he did, is make mistakes. Nobody ever went after him. But all they talked about was the one, and that's why they call them the fake news. You know, it's just pretty bad. But they really do want to, you take a look at the facts. They don't want to see, they don't want to have you see the facts, because what we've done is really amazing. We will really put it all together like you've never seen, and that's what we've been doing. We put it together at levels that have never been seen in this country before. Just yesterday it was announced that American exports are totally on fire in a positive way. This is a positive fire, not a negative. Sometimes you say, oh, that's too bad, you know. They'll say, that's too bad, it's on fire. It's on fire in a very positive way, and they've skyrocketed exports to the highest level in American history. Think of that, exports. Think of that. Think of what that means. Exports have gone to the highest level in history. That means somebody's doing a good job, because we didn't have good exports. 2 years ago, we didn't have anything like that. We were dead. The United States is on track to export unprecedented $2.5 trillion in goods this year alone, something everyone thought was impossible. Just a number like that was not even thinkable. If I ever said it, I wouldn't have even said it, because even I didn't think we could do that well, but we did. And I want to thank all of the policies and all of the things we put it together between the tariffs that have been the tariffs have made us rich. Remember, I used to say that tariffs are my favorite word. I love tariffs. They're my favorite word in the dictionary. Tariff. I love tariffs, right? Because we've been screwed by tariffs used against us for years by China, by Japan, by South Korea, by Germany, by everybody, by Canada. Canada's nasty. They are. They're nasty. People think Canada, they're nasty. People, I love the people, but they're nasty. Nasty leadership. And Mexico, they all did it to us. But now that doesn't work anymore because we turned the table on everybody, and that's why you're seeing numbers like you've never seen before. This week, as an example, it was announced that manufacturing is exploding at the fastest pace in many years. Nobody thought this would ever happen again. Do you remember, did you ever hear of a man named Barack Hussein Obama? He said, we will never be a manufacturing country again. And he meant it. He meant it. It was pathetic what had happened. Our businesses were stolen by foreign countries. They're all coming back. They're coming roaring back. More automobile factories are being built in the United States right now than at any time in the history of our country. Think of that. We didn't have a plant built for years, and now we have more plants. They're all coming back from Germany, from South Korea, from Japan, from Canada, and from Mexico, from all over. They're coming back because if they don't, they have to pay massive tariffs at the gate. I call them tariffs at the gate. But it is true, I was criticized very badly because I said it was my favorite word. They said, what about God? What about wife, family? What about all of the things that make your life so wonderful? So I moved it to my fifth favorite word, and now, no, the press was, the press was killing me. I'll never forget, I said, terror's my favorite word. I love it. I got killed. But now I say it's number 5. And I'm in good shape. But it's made us rich. It's made us rich. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. More importantly, in order to not pay the tariff, all these companies are moving in and building their plants. A lot of them being built in Nevada. A lot of them. And that man right there, Mr. Wall, please stand up. Look at him. He's a rich guy. Could you believe? You know what? He's a rich guy because he must have been to 300 rallies, I think more than that. He's loaded. You had him checked out, a little bit shaky there. Say, what's with that guy with the Wall outfit? I'm going to get one of their. I'm going to wear it one day. I'm telling you. And they checked him out. They said, sir, he's a very rich man. He has to be. He goes to so many rallies. And we do love you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. And our great front row Joes and our great women from North Carolina, they travel all over the place. They're loaded. They're beautiful. I don't know what the hell's going on with their home life, but they travel. They've gone to hundreds of these. But here in Nevada, we've created over 40,000 new jobs and lifted nearly 100,000 Nevadans off of food stamps. And they don't want to be on food stamps because they've got new jobs. They've got jobs. They don't need food stamps. Last month, inflation dropped at the fastest rate it's dropped in many years, and more Americans are working today. So the biggest thing for this whole thing, more Americans are working in the United States right now than at any point in the history of our country. Think of it. Think of it. You don't hear that. I saw polls today on television. I say, Donald Trump polls on the economy aren't good. The economy is the greatest economy we've ever had by far. The economy aren't good. They're fake polls, just like fake writers. But think of it. And his stance on immigration. Immigration. In 30 days, I stopped millions and millions of people from invading our country. Think of it. Our country was being invaded. 25 million people poured through our southern border, and they came from jails, and they were drug dealers, and they were people from mental institutions. They were mental institutions all over the world, not just South America, all over the world. They opened their doors, they brought them into the southern border, and they released them into our country. We're getting them all out. They're all getting out very fast. They're all getting out very fast. But think of it. Nobody ever thought a thing like this could happen. And in the last 15 months, and these are reports, and you've heard me say this before, It's 14, it's 13, it's 12, depending, but now it's 15 months, right? Not one person has been allowed to come into our country illegally. And that's been done by the Democrats who do the reports. I'm sure they're happy with it. Can't have a country without a border. Can't have a country without a border. And you can't have a country without free and fair elections, too. So we want voter ID, and we want proof of citizenship. But we're rocking, we're rolling. This country is great. What's happening to this country is great. And, ultimately, they're not going to be able to stop this because what's happening is too good. But think of that. I got criticized on immigration. When I took over, millions of people were pouring into our country. Millions. And they weren't necessarily, I don't want to say it, but they weren't necessarily the people you want, because they did. They came from jails from all over the world. They came from all of these different places. Drug dealers, 11,888 murders, 50%, more than 50% of whom created or killed more than 2 people. So think of this. So you had 11,880. That's the number of murders that came in, according to every statistic. And we checked the charts. 11,888 murderers. Many of these people killed more than 1 or 2 people. And do you think they're going to be great citizens or not? They came in totally unchecked, totally unvetted, and our country was a mess. Our country was going down, and now our country is it's strong again, and it's respected again. And the stock market has set 74 all-time highs just since our short time that we've been back. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country in my first term. You know that. This is going to blow it away. It already is, I think, but this is blowing it away. 74, the highest stock markets in history. Yesterday went up almost 1,000 points, right? And the typical American 401k is up much more than $30,000 and setting records day after day, week after week. And more money is being invested right now in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. Money is pouring into it. They want to invest in the United States. Before, they wanted to de-invest. They want their money out. That's what was happening. People were taking their money out. Now they're all putting it in. They love the safety of this country as run properly by us. And it's not me, it's us, because you're the people that built the country, believe me. In 4 long years of sleepy Joe Biden and the very corrupt, and it was the most corrupt administration, they got less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. So think of this. 4 years, not 1 year, 4 years, less than $1 trillion invested. And it was going down. They would have had de-investment, it's called. In 1 year, so he had 4 years, less than 1. In 1 year, my administration secured commitments of more than $19.2 trillion in new investment from all over the globe. And that's a record that's 5 times greater than any country in history. Think of that. The sad part is, I say this to Dana because he understands, I say it to Fertitta. The brothers, they're smart too. What a beautiful families. Are they loaded? They're loaded. They own this hotel, They own this beautiful hotel, which I'm sure is doing well because everything they have does well. And a guy like Phil Ruffin's here, one of the greatest gamblers in the world, but also one of the greatest businessmen in the world. He made a fortune here, but he made a fortune every place he goes. He just makes money. I don't know. He's a money machine. The great Phil Ruffin. And Alexandra, his much more incredible wife. I'm more impressed by her. But Phil has made a fortune no matter where he went. Everything he touches turns to gold. He's incredible. We have incredible people here. But right here in Nevada, General Motors and Lithium Americas are investing up to $1.6 billion to build the Thacker Pass mine. Many people in this audience are going to be working there, and you are working there. And Forge Industries and others are investing $150 million in manufacturing facilities in North Las Vegas. And we have, in just this small area, you have your governor here today, in just this small, who's running, and will you please win by a big number? Where's our governor? Where's our governor? He's doing a great job. You got to get him. He's in a re-election. I can't believe time flies so fast, Governor. Huh? Very importantly for the people of the state, with the help of our Republican majorities in Congress last year, I signed the great, big, beautiful bill giving you the largest tax cuts in American history. You got no tax on tips that Dana was talking about. So if you're a waiter, a waitress, a bartender, a bellhop, a caddy — I love caddies — a valet, a hotel worker, taxi driver in Las Vegas or anywhere else, anywhere, you pay 0 taxes on your tipped income. You know, I was having dinner with a group of people, including Ruffin, and we were talking, a lot of people, smart people, and beautiful waitress came over. I'm not allowed to say that today, but I'll say it anyway. She was beautiful. What can I say? She was beautiful. In my place, steak, good steak, by the way. So we're eating, and this beautiful young lady walks over, and I said, "How you doing? Everything good?" "Sir, they're taxing me to death." I said, "Really? What are they taxing?" "They're taxing my tips." "Sir, they should have no tax on tips." I said, "Say it again. Say those words again." "Sir, they should have no tax on tips." I said, boy, that got me. I think that, Governor, I think that might have got me this massive victory that we had in the state. And I went out, and we had those people. See all those people back there, the fake news? And in the middle of my meal, I gathered them together right outside the door of the steakhouse. And I said, "Are you ready to go?" "Yes, yes, sir, we're ready." The cameras. "We will have no tax on tips." And it became an overnight sensation. That's how it happened, actually. That's how she was my consultant. She did a better job than, you know, you hire these people, you pay them millions of dollars, they don't come up with crap. Takes a waitress from Las Vegas to give us some good ideas. And then we also gave you something that some of you are, especially if you're in the construction stuff, that I love. No tax on overtime. You know, last week, I'm building this big military complexes, including a lot of different things, and some of the things I can't even talk about, although it's become very public, because like usual, everything I do, they get sued, but I win the suits. I think I've been sued more times than any human being in history. But it's unbelievable what's happening. It's a tremendous military complex, and for 150 years at the White House, we don't have a ballroom. We don't have a big space. You can seat like 80, 90 people. So we're building a ballroom that everybody's going to be the most beautiful ballroom. I don't care, Fertitta, what your ballroom is. Is this your ballroom? I'm telling you, Fertitta, that's going to be nice, sir. Much nice. But this is very nice. I want to be nice. But I'm building they wanted it for 150 years. And I was out, and they're really moving along. We're ahead of schedule. And it was a Sunday morning. They should be in church, so I don't want to get them in trouble. But there were a lot of men working on Sunday. There were a lot of men working late into the night. They work until 12 in the evening. They go till 12 in the evening. And this one morning, I went over and gathered a group of about 150 people, guys, some women, good workers, great people. And I said, "You got to love me, because you're making all this overtime working on Saturdays and Sundays and late. And there's no tax on overtime. Did everybody vote for me?" And they all said, "Yeah, I voted." No, you know what that is? A lot of people, the tax on overtime was so great they didn't even want to do it. Now they love doing it. There's a lot of work going on overtime. No tax on overtime. And then You maybe have the granddaddy of them all. No tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Right? And we made interest on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car's made in America. That's, you know, people that are, let's call middle income, successful, but they never had, like Fertitta, they never had the advantage, or Phil Ruffin, they never had the advantage of a thing called deductions, right? A lot of rich people live on the word deduction. They've never had it. We give, so you buy a car, you borrow money, and you're now allowed to deduct for income tax purposes. You're allowed to deduct the interest that you're paying on the loan. Nobody ever thought it. That was my baby. And it's, but only if the car's made here. If the car's made outside, we don't care about it. Yeah, we don't care. We don't want you to buy cars not made in it. We want to be made in America. Beautiful term. It's back. It's back. This past filing season, 440,000 tipped workers right here in Nevada saved an average of $10,000 on their taxes. Think of that. Just on the no tax on tips. So that means every worker saved, this is put out by the government, check it out. I always say that because they always try and get me. They say, oh, it wasn't 10,000. It was 9,912. Think of it, every worker made $10,000 more money. That's all because of the fact that I said I was going to do it, and I got it done. We got it done. The Republican Party got it done. And the Democrats will terminate it if they ever take office. They will terminate that. They were able to do that. We can't let that happen. 150,000 Nevada workers saved an average of more than $3,000 thanks to the no tax on overtime. So that's 10,000, 3,000. And 500,000 Nevada seniors, I didn't know you had that many seniors here, paid $0 on their Social Security benefits thanks to no tax on Social Security. It's a lot of money. But while the Trump administration and our allies in Congress, the Republican Party, they've done a great job. That bill is the greatest bill. I think it's one of the most impactful bills ever. You know, and it was supposed to be 17 different bills. And they said, I don't think we can, these are lunatics we're dealing with, the Democrats. I said, I don't think we'll ever get that many. Let's put everything into one. That's how we call it. It's actually called the one big, but I call it the great big, because I like that term better. I named it the one big, and then I said, why didn't I call it the great big? But I use it all the time, great big. But that was all in the great big beautiful bill. Governor, nobody thought we were going to get that passed. Everything was put in there for 4 years. I mean, it's basically, and now we're asking for more, because, you know, we're greedy. And we're asking for a lot of other things. A lot of other things are in the hopper. A lot of other good things, not bad things, good things for you. But in Congress, we're working every day to defend the American dream for you and your children. The radical left, the maniacs, they're trying to destroy it with the disaster known as not socialism, communism. It's communism. These are communists. And the polls were wrong again last night when they thought it would be a landslide victory for a hater of Jews and a hater of Israel. This guy hates Jews. Somebody said, oh, that's a little strong. No, he hates Jews and he hates Israel. Abdul el-Sayed. Can you believe this? This could only happen to me. Abdul el-Sayed, lovely gentleman. He's a man of hate. And now he's going around saying, no, I love everybody. He doesn't love everybody. Put him in office. You're going to find out what he loves. He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them. He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart, and there's not a frickin' thing he can do about it. There's not a thing he can do about it because he hates them. And in Michigan, it was really very close. The press, you know, the polls and the polls by the press. Oftentimes, the press hires the polls. They want to have it a certain way, but the polls got it really wrong because it was supposed to be a blowaway. And he almost lost. But he's going to lose to our great candidate. We have a great candidate in Michigan. Great candidate. But the socialist candidate ran up big margins against the communist candidate in Detroit, and I was saying that probably it's corrupt. You know, it's probably corrupt. I don't know who the hell they wanted. I couldn't care less. We do better. Actually, we do better against the communists, according to every poll. The poll says we do better against the communists. So he won, and so I think I'm happy. I put out a statement. Congratulations to the Republican Party. The communists want to take their ruinous and deadly ideology of misery and squalor to every state in America, but we're not going to let them. And I will say this, one of the things that I have seen with communism throughout the world, I see a lot of different places being president. I see a lot of results, too, a lot of bad results when you have the wrong people and the wrong ideology. But one of the things I see, and you see it here in the blue states run by Democrats, everything's filthy dirty all the time. The cities stink, they smell. The sidewalks are loaded with horrible stuff. I don't want to use the term because my wife will get she hates it when I use the term. I use it, but she doesn't love it. She hates it when I imitate no men and women's sports. She hates it when I do the weightlifting. She said, it's not presidential. I said, well, it may not be presidential, but I won the election in a landslide, so I don't know. Right? We won it. Good. Well, she's very elegant, you know. Melania says hello to everybody, by the way. But she's very, very elegant. She did a movie. I think it's the #1 movie of the year. Can you believe it? But she's very elegant. She hates, as an example, at the end, we're finished. There's a lot of love in the room. Look, what's not to be loved? We have great borders. Our military is the greatest in the world, the strongest. We inherited a terrible mess. I inherited a mess from Obama, and I inherited, frankly, I rebuilt the military. But a lot of our military was badly jeopardized by Sleepy Joe Biden. I mean, they gave everything. They gave so much away. $350 billion, I would say, is a lot of money. Even for Dana White, that's a lot of money, you know? Gave away 350. I sell everything. They were willing to pay. It's the Europeans. They have plenty of money. They don't have a good military because they've relied on us too long. They can't. I told them you can't do that, NATO. But their military said, we will send you things, but you got to pay for them. They said, okay. Now, Biden could have said the same thing. He gave everything for free, and it really messed things up. But fortunately, we have it so strong, and we've been building like never before. And it's all made in America. You know, it's all made. A lot of it's made right here. But on the communists, just listen to the official platform of the deranged communists. And these are the people running, and they're trying to run as a big danger to our country, whose agenda is now being championed by the Democrat members of the United States Congress. They have officially endorsed defunding the police, defunding the United States military, abolishing and giving up prisons. They do not want prisons because nobody deserves to be in prison, even a person that's killed 10 people. Abolishing ICE. They don't want ICE. ICE are among our greatest patriots. Remember that. And these guys, what they do when they have to get Tren de Aragua from Venezuela. But now I love Venezuela. You know, I love it. We're doing great at Venezuela. We're taking a lot of oil from Venezuela, and we're getting along great with them. Billions and billions of barrels of oil is coming out of Venezuela. It's one of the most fertile places for oil in the world. And as you know, it was a 48-minute war, lasted 48 minutes. And we paid for the war with what we've taken out many, many, many times. Where have you heard that before? You haven't heard that before. It's the old-fashioned way, right? It's the old-fashioned way. To the victor belong the spoils, right? And we're doing the same thing, by the way, in the lovely Islamic Republic of Iran. We're knocking the hell out of them. Knocking the hell out of them. I'd rather make a deal because I don't want to kill people. I do not want to kill people. But at some point, we were set for the biggest attack of any attack, and we've hit them very hard for the last few months. But we were all set for the biggest attack since World War II. And they called me and they said, please don't do it, let's talk. And then they said, we never said that. You know what? The fake news knows they did say that, but we are talking, let's see what happens. But they respect us. They respect us. It's been 47 years, but really it's been 50 years because they've been saying 47 for 3 years. It's been 50 years, and no other president has done what you should have done a long time ago, because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Can't have it. But just last week, Kamala Harris called for eliminating the Electoral College. And she said she wants to pack the Supreme Court, and the number is 23 justices. We have 9. She wants Marxist judges who all stick together. You know, the Republican judges or justices don't stick together. They don't stick together. But these 3 people that they have, they're like glue. They never veer. And in many ways, I respect that. I must tell you, they're horrible for our country. It's too bad they're on. A couple of them just don't belong. I'd like to fire them. I'd fire them if I could. I'm just responding for the meeting. I'm just responding to them. They'll say, Trump wants to fire the judges. That'll be the... No, I'm just responding. I'm just responding. The man said, fire them, sir, fire them. The Communist platform also calls for legalizing heroin and fentanyl. And by the way, we have no fentanyl coming in by sea anymore, practically. None. Almost none. 97% down. Think of it. Coming by sea. They come by sea. They said, oh, this is so lovely out. They have their little boat loaded up with fentanyl, enough to kill 25,000 people a boat. That's what you have. Ruined families. So you don't feel as bad when you do what we did. But we hit them very hard. And we cut it. It was, you know, for years, people would go out. They'd have the Coast Guard, our great Coast Guard, go out, pull them over, bring them to court. The judge would look at them, let them go. They'd give them a little fine. They'd go back. They'd be on a boat the next day, the next night, doing the same thing. We hit them. That's it. We're down 97.2%. 97.2. Actually, people are trying to find out who are the 3%, because they are the bravest human beings on earth, okay? Maybe they just don't watch television or read the newspapers. Thank you very much. Thank you. But the radical left wants to ban a thing called gasoline. Gasoline. We have 1,000 years of gasoline, and it's what people prefer. And, you know, I ended the electric mandate. I don't want to talk about it because Elon wasn't exactly thrilled with me, but I had to do it. We love Elon. But I ended because it said that within a very short period of time, like 2030, everybody had to have an electric car, even though there was no way you could charge it. You ever see the signs you're driving along in an electric car? They have a disease, you know, it's a disease. It's called, like, they get screwed up, they're driving, and they realize their battery's getting low, and they start thinking about it when it's 3/4 full. Okay, it loses a little bit. It said, where am I going to? And you're driving down the highway, and you'll see a sign, electric charging station with an arrow, 89 miles to the right. These people are crazy. And I like electric cars. You know, we sell 7% of our car, despite all of the taxes and all of the things that we gave away, 7%. But the thing is, we have unlimited. We have more gasoline, but we have more oil and gas than any country in the world. Now you add Venezuela to it, add that, and we have 60% of the world's oil and gas, including Venezuela. Think of that. What a great thing. By the way, we have a great relationship, I want to tell you, with Venezuela. They've been great. But the Communist platform calls for full amnesty and voting rights for 25 to 50 million illegal aliens. That's probably why they allow them in, because they want them to vote. And actually, I won the Hispanic vote. Can you believe it? I won the Hispanic vote. So they may have misplayed that. They support allowing American military service members to be arrested, given show trials, and imprisoned by foreign globalist tribunals controlled by our enemies. They allow our soldiers to be arrested and tried in a foreign land and put in jail for the rest of that soldier's life. Doesn't happen anymore. And in Wisconsin, the communists even have a woman who said that the holiday of Thanksgiving should be immediately abolished, and the police only exist to, quote, uphold white supremacy, that the police are there for white person. Think of it. White supremacy. These people are dangerous, and frankly, they're lunatics. They're crazy, and we can't let them get into office. Communism is the greatest threat to our country in its history, including even World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, 9/11. I think it's the greatest threat. I could be the greatest communist in history. I tell everybody here, would you like a free house? We'll take one from your neighbor. Would you like free rent? We'll take it from whoever. We'll take your building away from the landlord that makes 2%, and we'll run the building ourselves. What they don't say, and what Republicans should say, is that at the end of a year, you'll have nothing but death, squalor, poverty. You'll have a life of hell. And that's what happens every single time. You look at Venezuela, where it was such a rich country 20 years ago, 22 years ago, and it happened, and we've really helped them, and we're going to help them. But you know, they're lucky because they're sitting on massive oil reserves. But we are going to help the people that we want to help. But every time this has happened, and you do that, you go through squalor, and add the word again: filth, crime, death, destruction, embarrassment. You lose your home, you lose your apartment, and that's where the communists will take us 100%. When I watch Abdul, he's full of shit. So, if you remember, during my State of the Union speech from a little while ago, I made a very strong statement. I said that America will never be a socialist country. And I was right. What I didn't say is what they're trying to do. They want to skip socialism. They want to go right down to the bottom of the barrel. That's communism. They want it to be a communist country. We're not letting them have it as a communist country, not even for a minute. Not even for a minute. Together we will defeat communism, socialism, and Marxism in America once and for all. It's defeated. It's going to go down. It always goes down, but sometimes it takes a lot of people with it. It takes too long. You got to nip it in the bud. The Democrat communists in Congress claim to stand for working people, but every single one voted against our tax cuts. They voted against securing the border. They wanted open borders. The Democrats voted against securing the border. They want to raise your taxes to levels that you've never had to pay before. Remember this. They want to raise your taxes. You know, all my life I've been watching politics, and I never knew I'd be doing this. Who the hell ever thought I'd be doing it? But all my life I've been watching, and every politician, Democrat, Republican, they always said, we will cut your taxes, even if they didn't have any intention of doing it. They always say it. You know, I said, that guy is lying. He's not telling the truth. But I'd watch, we will cut your tax. These guys say we will raise your tax. They say we're going to raise your taxes. I never heard of anything. And then they actually get votes. The whole thing is crazy. But they voted against no tax on tips. They voted against no tax on overtime. They voted against no tax on Social Security. But when I say voted against, 100% there wasn't one Democrat that voted in favor of these incredible things like voter ID and proof of citizenship. They voted against that, even though the actual Democrats, think of it, the Democrats want it. You know who doesn't want it? The politicians, because they'll never get elected again. If you had fair and strong elections, they would lose 25% of their base. They would never be elected again. And I'm trying to explain that to Republicans, but some of them don't quite understand it. They don't understand it because they're good people. They're good people. They don't know how crooked these people are. I've dealt with a lot of crooked people in my life. They don't know how bad these people are. We got to get the Republicans to be tougher, especially in the Senate, especially in our Senate. Got to get the senators in there. They got to be tough. But they voted in favor of the transgender mutilization of your children. And they voted in favor of men and women's sports. Can you imagine? But while the Democrat communists are voting to destroy America, we're making our country safer, stronger, far more successful than it has ever been before. It's more successful than it's ever been before. One of the most important parts of our great, big, beautiful bill is the Trump accounts, giving every child a tax-free investment. It's an account, and it's really giving them a head start on the American dream, so that, and it's become overwhelmingly close to 8 million people have already been signed up. Every newborn baby gets $1,000 deposited in their Trump account at birth. That's right out of the federal government. $1,000, you baby, $1,000. And generous individuals like Michael and Susan Dell Computer, go out and buy a Dell computer. Brad Gerstner, Micron, Apple, so many companies. They go out there spending billions and billions of dollars. Michael and Susan put up $6,250 million, and now he wants to do it again. He says it's the greatest thing he's ever done. It's great. And others. We have a man, he's taken over the state, all the children. He's putting in the state of Indiana, great state, putting $1,000 into all of these young children. Think of it. A child, and in many cases, they're born into pretty close to poverty, or they're poor. They don't have money. They start off with $1,000, and it's going to duplicate, and they can end up with $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 if the market, what, like for the last year, if the market, you'd end up with $1 million. But let's not count on that, because other people will take my place, and they'll screw it up 100%. But think of what you're doing for those children, that have no money at all at 18, and now they'll have hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's a great thing and very popular. And that's all because of the great, big, beautiful bill. We had to get that approved. And again, not one Democrat, the only way we could do it, we had to get a unified Republican Party, because we didn't get one Democrat vote for the great, big, beautiful bill where these children are given $1,000 at birth. We couldn't get them to vote. You know why? Because they thought it was a great idea. They wish they thought of it. You know why? Because they have Trump derangement syndrome. That's why. Because they're sick. There's something wrong with them. Remember at the State of the Union when I was saying, introducing a great war hero, 104 years old, he fought in World War II and this, and they sat like they never moved. I introduced the helicopter pilot who was so brave he had his leg practically shot off in Venezuela, landing the troops in Venezuela, big Chinook helicopter, loaded up with many, many troops. I'm not supposed to say how many, but a lot. And it had to land in a certain spot, or the whole thing could have been a Jimmy Carter disaster. You remember that? We don't want Jimmy Carter disasters. We don't have that. And he's landing, this good, handsome guy. You saw him, got the Congressional Medal of Honor. We gave it to him. But But remember, I introduced him, told him how brave he was. His leg was practically shot off because it was shot from underneath a machine gun, from right underneath the helicopters. It was very close to the ground, and he kept it going. And they ended up getting this. He turned it, and the snipers got him. Oh, the whole thing was crazy. But that they can do this is incredible. So I'm presenting him with he saved all those lives and made this attack. We went in and got Maduro. Within 30 minutes, the whole thing was over. It was in a military base with thousands of soldiers. 219 guys went in, and a few women, by the way, tough. They're tougher than any of the men sitting in the front row, and I know those men. They went in, and they got him. They got Maduro. They got his wife because she was as bad as him, and they took him out, and he was protected by steel doors. This is the middle of a military base. This was all steel. What they did is incredible. So I'm introducing him for the Congressional Medal of Honor. And the Republicans and everybody else in the room stands up and they're going wild. Just a very brave guy. No, they say people that fly helicopters, you fly them with your feet, more or less. And here's a guy with a leg that's practically falling off. And so I'm introducing him, and the Republicans go, well, the Democrats, remember, just sat like this. Remember? But something happened. Because they were getting killed. Every person I introduced was the same. The mother of the young girl from North Carolina who had her throat slit from the back by an animal because the governor allowed that guy to be free. The governor, who's now running for the Senate. That man should not be able to be elected. Vote for Michael Whatley, by the way, he's great. The governor allowed that animal, and he cut her from behind, cut her neck like nothing. She was almost dead immediately. It's on tape. It's on tape, and the thing takes forever to try. Can you imagine? Here it is on tape. They'll probably find a good reason. They get some nice liberal lawyer to say, he was badly abused. He should go free, you know. But think of it. Think of it. Think of how sick these people are to let a guy like that out, and they shouldn't allow that governor. You know, that was worse than Willie Horton. You remember Willie Horton? This was Willie Horton, modern day. And that guy, that governor, shouldn't be allowed to run for governor because crime in North Carolina under him went through the roof. And he shouldn't be allowed. Michael Whatley should be your governor. But we're pleased to be joined today by two loving parents, Sandra and Brad, from right here in Las Vegas, two great people. Sandra's a waitress in a nearby casino. Maybe we'll get her a job over here. And Brad is a hardworking Las Vegas metropolitan police officer. And together they save thousands of dollars thanks to no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. And they're investing their money into Sandra's education and Trump accounts, where they just bought Trump accounts for their two young children. So Sandra and Brad, please come up, wherever you may be. Please come up. Come on up. Don't worry about Secret Service. Come on up. That's great. That's a beautiful family. Oh, great. Please say so. Thank you. It's my honor.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you. It's truly an honor. It's truly an honor to stand here before you and speak. Sorry, excuse me. I have a little mom brain going on right now. I'm so sorry. No, he's going to take off. Thank you. Thank you. Truly, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
It's an honor to be here today. Thank you so much for all that you've done enacting these policies that help our family and the families of millions of hardworking Americans. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've worked in the service industry for 15 years. When I first moved here to this beautiful city of Las Vegas, I had 3 jobs working for tips. Working for tips has been my livelihood, and policies like these are truly incredible. Yes, thank you, sir. Every dollar saved truly helps Mr. President, thank you. And it all goes to them. You know, they're truly my why, my kids. Every dollar counts with children, and we're so grateful for the ability to open the Trump accounts for ours. We're gifted the very generous contribution, the $1,000, and able to start the same for my son. And he did want to say a little something to you, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Go ahead, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, honey.
Thank you for my Trump account.
Thank you for my Trump account.
Thank you. Thank you for all that you're doing, Mr. President. Thank you. It's truly an honor.
You did a good job.
Thank you so much.
And you did
Thank
it
you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's truly an honor.
Thank you. Be careful.
Thank you.
Bye, honey. Take care of Mom. Take care of Mom, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's so nice. Also with us is a foreman with the Teamsters Local 631, Curtis King. Curtis works 96 hours a week and earns 65% of his income from overtime. When he filed taxes this year, he expected that he'd owe over $11,000 instead of going back, and he didn't know what to do. And Curtis, why don't you come up and tell your story real quickly, if you could. Come on up here, Curtis. I love the Teamsters. Come on up here, Curtis.
To the unions, we don't all get tips, no. But we do work long hours, hard hours. 96 hours a week, yeah, most of the times I'm not up on current affairs. I don't have a clue what's going on the planet. But I can tell you what's going on in Las Vegas. I can tell you where the shows are. I can tell you we fill the beds in this city. And we love every minute of it. And I thank you for allowing us to keep this money that we work so hard for. Yeah, I just gone through a divorce and given up everything, but the fact that I got so much back on my taxes, I still was able to buy a new house. Put her in one too.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Curtis. Now, we're also pleased to be joined by many Nevada patriots, including your Governor, Joe Lombardo. He's done a good job. Joe, come up real fast. Come on up here, Joe. Come on up, Joe.
Well, you get to see me twice in one day. So, you know what? I just want to build on what the president has been opining about here in the last 4 hours. He cares about America, right? You know, quite often when the press and the media runs them down, they think about, you know, he's taking care of his billionaire friends. But those billionaire friends provide jobs. And unless you take care of them, those jobs are absent. And the government doesn't have the ability to hand out infinite amounts of money. That's not how economies work. That's why they're pushing socialism so hard. But President Trump has changed that whole mindset, and America is that much greater because of his efforts. And it's not lost on me, no tax on tips benefits more people in the state of Nevada than anywhere else in the United States. So when people talk to me about Donald Trump, I'm proud to say he loves Nevada. And you love him too, right? There you go. So I'm going to leave you with this. Remember what I said on my way out earlier. Get out to vote. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Joe. And thanks to all of the true warriors. And I tell you, we have some great people. Adriana Guzman Freilich, your candidate for Attorney General, is doing fantastically well. Thank you, Adriana. A very special man. I wish you'd get him in office because he's incredible. I've known him so long, and he's got to get in. He just has to. He had a big victory, just a really big victory with spending very little money because everyone respects him. Jim Marchant, he's a candidate for Secretary of State. David Flippo, candidate for Congress, who's doing really well. Thank you, David. Marty O'Donnell, candidate for Congress, who I hear is doing incredibly. Thank you. Thank you, Marty. Good job. State Senator Carrie Buck, candidate for Congress. Thank you, Carrie. And let me also recognize the CEO and chairman of Red Rock Resorts, Frank Fertitta, and his brother, Lorenzo. They are amazing. And their families are incredible. Beautiful family. Perfect. They have perfect everything. They have beautiful families, I can tell you. My really good friend who I mentioned before, Phil Ruffin, and his incredible wife, Alexandra. Please stand up, Phil. And a handsome actor named Dean Cain, who's been with us from the beginning. Right from the beginning, Dean. Thank you, Dean. And a Las Vegas icon, and he's a big television sensation. His show went on, it did great. Rick Harrison. Rick, thank you. Been a long time, too. And a friend of mine, and he was with me in good times and bad times, and I've been with him in good times and bad times. But he's a fantastic person. I actually went to his Broadway show, and everybody smiled at him doing a Broadway show, and he was actually fantastic. I've seen a lot of Broadway shows, and he was fantastic. The legendary Mike Tyson. Thank you, Mike. Beautiful wife. Great couple. Thank you, Mike. Thank you both for being here. Under the Trump administration, Nevada is prospering. Again, you're prospering like you haven't done in many, many years. And America is winning again because we're once again putting America first. It's very simple. We're putting our country first. Every single day, we're liberating our communities from the scourge of migrant crime. You saw what happened last week in Spain, where 60,000 migrants stampeded against the border, invaded and occupied the town, attacked innocent citizens, and rioted in the streets. And that's what communists want for America. That's what they were doing to us. Frankly, as bad as that looked, and it looked bad, what they did to us during Biden was worse, and they want to do it again. They want to do it again. The people of Nevada aren't going to let it happen, and your president's not going to let it happen. And so important. And again, we have the strongest border in the history of our country. But right here in Las Vegas, ICE recently arrested an illegal migrant who brutally stabbed and tried to murder his two roommates. He was violent. In Lyon County, ICE arrested an illegal alien convicted of 2 counts of sexually assaulting a child. He was vicious as you could be. The police almost didn't, and they are great. Our law enforcement, we have to have a hand for law enforcement. They said this was so bad, they almost didn't know what to do, but they did know they take them away. That's why under the Trump administration, we will always stand with ICE and Border Patrol and law enforcement. We will always stand strong with law enforcement. And we're also kicking all of these millions of illegal aliens off of our welfare. And it's part of the war on fraud led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. He's doing a great job. And as illegal aliens go home, the cost of rent, groceries, and other staples is coming down very fast. Our costs are coming way down. You know, they talk about affordability. I took over the country. The prices were through the roof. In my first day, the press said, "What are you going to do about affordability?" It was a word they devised, affordability. No, they never used that word before. They said eggs are way too high, 4 times higher than they were in my administration. I said, "Tell me about eggs. Give me a little description of what you..." I was there one day. I had just won the election. It was January 21st, one day after I gave one day where I didn't do a press conference. Biden would go a whole year without doing a press conference for obvious reasons, for very obvious reasons. But we've been bringing down prices. And as soon as this situation ends with Iran, oil is going to go down to the floor, gasoline is going to go down, and we will have completed something in a short period of time that is a miracle. But remember, we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. You got to remember that. And we took it over. What a mess it was. And we're bringing down prices, and we brought down prices, and nobody can believe what's going on. And when oil goes down, and it's going to go down very rapidly, and it's happening very soon, already happening. If you look, today it's $75, down to $75. It's dropping. And we may have to send it up again. We may have to. You know what happens when we send it up, but we hope we don't have to. But when that oil and gasoline go down, everything else follows. But we've done a great job in reducing prices, and we've done an unbelievable job in making our country really, really respected and successful again. But under my most favored nation policy on drug prices, just to finish up, we're delivering the largest prescription drug price cuts in the history of our country, with price differences of 400, 500, and 600%. You know, my first term, I was the only president that over a one-year period, I got the prices down. They came down a little bit from January to the end of December. And I'll tell you how much they came down, 1/8%. Now you hear price differences of 500, 600, 700%. That alone should win us the midterms, because that has an impact on everything. And the Democrats will go back to the policies they gave you. We had the highest prices for prescription drugs of any country in the world, and now we have the lowest because of one person, happens to be the President of the United States. And in just 18 months, we've turned this country completely around. Our border is secure. Jobs are up. Inflation is down. Investment is pouring in like never before. Factories are opening. Our military is more powerful than it has ever been. America is back, and our greatest victories are still to come. We are having victory, and we're going to keep it that way, victory after victory. And with the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, we will crush violent crime, impose harsh new penalties on dangerous repeat offenders, crack down on Marxist prosecutors and rogue judges who are a horror show for our country. And we will end the thing that probably started this big crime wave, no cash bail. No cash bail. We will pass the Great Health Care Plan. It's called the Great Health Care Plan, to stop all payments to big insurance companies and give the money directly to the people. They give billions and billions of dollars because the big health insurance companies and insurance companies, they're totally controlled by the Democrats. We want to give the money not to the insurance companies, but to the people, and you go out and you buy your own health care, and you have money left over. You have better health care and money left over. And finally, we will pass the Save America Act to defend American elections. Thank you. Thank you. Remember, we didn't have one Democrat vote, not one for that, not one. All voters must show photo ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. And hopefully at a later date, there'll be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And we will also enshrine in permanent law no men and women sports and no transgender surgery on our children. So, ladies and gentlemen, and you are indeed great people. You're the people that built our country. But ladies and gentlemen of Nevada, the golden age of America is upon us. We're in the golden age. We're doing things that nobody ever thought possible. And together with your help and patriots all across this magnificent land have been so unbelievable in what's taken place. You're part of it's a miracle. What's taken place is, some people call it a miracle. We call it good government. But we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Nevada. Thank you very much.
Ah, man, the libtards really hate it. They really hate it when we have fun, don't they? And they will never, ever in their life be able to answer that mysterious question: what is a woman? They just won't. They just can't. They just can't answer that question. Man, I'm gonna tell you, man. Some people don't understand, but I have been. I've been hanging in there by a thread. You guys don't know what I'm talking about, but it's just tough. Who knows? Maybe I got COVID again. I don't know. But I'll tell you what, man. I love listening to President Trump. Here is some truth that people don't know this. Listen, if you are a woman and your husband or maybe your boyfriend lays next to you and just passes out right when you are there, it's because we feel safe. They feel safe. He feels safe. I'm trying to include everybody. The libtards are confused right now, but that's okay. And it's because you bring peace to their lives. Well, I feel the same way with my wife. But when I feel down, I just want to hear President Trump speak. There's something about it. There's something of hope, of the American spirit that he brings out when he speaks. For all the demons and all the manginas, listening to Trump is just listening to lies. But to those Americans with common sense and that stand for America, he just speaks the truth because we have common sense. It is what it is. You don't have to believe me. You'll see it. Go visit dsausa.org. dsausa.org. Go check them out. This is the new communists of America. It is very interesting. If you don't know history, you got to learn it. You got to go get rid of that curiosity. You have to. I know some people don't care about history. Thus, this is why they keep repeating it. But some of us know that we don't want to repeat history. And I'm going to say something. Even if I don't feel good, if I have low energy and etc., I have to try to continue to tell the truth to the American people and those that want to listen. Those migrants who come to this country trying to achieve the American dream. They do everything they can to come to this country legally. And even those that come here illegally, unless they don't talk shit about the United States of America, and they recognize that this is a great country. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. But you know, you can only play something so much. And I'll tell you, it feels great to be an American citizen. I really am grateful. It is a privilege. I'm very thankful. And to God be all the glory. I hope tomorrow it's a better day for me, but I'm so glad that I got to listen to President Trump speak again. You know, when he's not with us anymore, there's going to be a lot of empty places, a lot of broken hearts in this country. So for now, we continue to support him until God takes him from us. I, for one, am very grateful that he's not conceited like some people. He doesn't understand that everything that he does for God's people is going to be a reward for him. God bless President Trump. Listen, God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. You guys enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. Thank you for your prayers. Thank you for your love. I'll see you on the next one. Take care, guys.